made with just a touch of sea salt and real lime. Stone Buenaveza is ultra crisp, easy drinking, and perfectly refreshing. Everything a lager should be. In the native tongue of the San Diegoans, Buenaveza means good beer. Stone Buenaveza is available wherever good beer is sold. Ask for it by name. Buenaveza. Cheers.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Bird. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site, with seasonal selections every month. And during these hot months, pick up the Hopper House 32-ounce crowlers all month long, great for vacations, weekend outings, or get-togethers. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the Southside works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, Slippery Rock Golf Club, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pirates will know on Sunday who will represent them. No starters named for the Pirates tonight. Line drive to left toward the corner, and this ball is fair and gone. Home run, Rowdy Tellez. He snuck it right down the left field line and over the wall for a home run. 3-1 Pirates.
Let's get rowdy in Pittsburgh. Tellez homered, was on base multiple times in this game. Though the Cardinals did come back, Pirates were able to also come back, tie it in extras, and then end up winning it 5-4. Now the series is split, a game apiece. Third and final game is later today. Pirates, Cardinals, and that game's going to be at 12:35 this afternoon. Welcome to the Fan Early Morning Show. My name is Nicholas Ericalis. The Fan Early Morning Show is for the average Joe. When the average Joe wants to shop like a pro, the average Joe can go to CGR Wholesale. Pirates win 5-4 against the Cardinals. Pirates claw back a little bit in the wild card standings. And the race remains tight. It's good to see that the Pirates are still kind of swirling. I'm glad that they didn't just absolutely fall off. They did well. and they're keeping pace with what they've been doing all season. It's still frustrating that they're circling the same area. They're not breaking through, but they're not falling off, and that's something to be grateful for. And they forced a rubber match, and they won their last couple, I believe. So they right now are on a good trend of pitching in rubber matches, pitching in series tied game threes. And let's see, Pirates 3 back now of the third wild card spot. The Padres won their most recent game, and the Cardinals lost yesterday, so the Cardinals back to that third wild card spot. Mets are a game and a half out. That's where we are. I mean, it's still June. It's not June anymore. Yeah, June went by fast. It's July. It's now into July. We're still technically in the first half of the year. We're pre-All-Star break this season. And so I will begin to maintain that there's still time, although I still have my opinion otherwise. But I've kind of taken on to that opinion. I mean, I've heard other people say it. I focused on the wildcard standings a lot because I just like to put in position and put in perspective where the Pirates are and why these series are important. I think it's extra important now even to emphasize that because they're playing the Cardinals, and they could push the Cardinals right out of one of those spots. But I'll calm down a bit. I mean, I've heard some feedback from you guys, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, maybe I'll take a step back on the wild card race. Now they do have to break through at some point. They do have to do better than they've been doing to push into the playoffs. That's a fact. But, you know, whether they do it now or in September, I don't know. Does it really matter when they do it? If they do it, maybe not. So we'll talk a little bit more about that, where they are. If you have an opinion, you're welcome to call. As always, 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. We're going to talk about the Pirates a good bit here because I have a theory on winning formulas for the Pirates that I want to go over in a bit here. If you want to call and talk about the hot dog eating contest as well, you're welcome to. That's honestly, I'm feeling a little worse for wear this morning. My forearms are very tight. As soon as I went home, I took a nap, and then I went out and I had some beverages, and I'm sure that didn't help, but it felt good at the time. I had a soda and one of those adult beverages, and it was fun. It was a fun night. And then I woke up this morning, and it's not feeling great. I mean, in the moment though, eating those hot dogs was fun, and then you just got to that's a quarter pound of hot dog. I didn't realize, and so for all of you that I told that I could eat 18, that was a bit of a stretch there. I really do think I could have put down 10 of the small ones, but the quarter pound ones, they took you down fast. And like I said in my interview, I didn't pace myself well, but that was a lot of fun. I'm going to see if I can work on this morning getting some audio to that video that we had on our YouTube stream, just so you guys can have that, somewhere. So I'll work on that this morning for you because I know I heard that there wasn't sound on the live stream, and I feel bad personally, even though it wasn't my fault. But I'll see what I can work on there for you guys. But also, that was a lot of fun. It was a good time, and will I do it again next year? Absolutely. I'll pace myself better though. I really thought I could just go in and tear into a bunch of hot dogs, which I did quickly, but too quickly. And T-Bird does not have an X account, and that's very upsetting. Everybody wanted to congratulate him, and they're asking him if he has an account, and I realized he didn't have one to tag. He's a very nice man. He's relatively new here. I met him at the 5-alarm marathon, and he's a good dude. And coming out of nowhere. No, I like him. He's cool. And Donnie and I finished with 5 quarter-pound hot dogs. Man. It was quite a time. It was a good time doing that hot dog eating contest yesterday. So thank you all for watching and listening. And, I think we're definitely going to do that again next year because that was a lot of fun. But I had to listen to my body. I really did not want to throw up on a live broadcast. Would not have looked great. So, quite a challenge, those quarter-pound hot dogs. Try it for yourself, too, this 4th of July if you still haven't bought your hot dogs yet. They're a lot. They are a lot. Okay, hot dog eating contest talk over. I guess if you want to call and talk about it, you can. 412-928-9370. What you thought if you were surprised. If you thought it was a good idea, or if you watch it again or listen to it again next year, let me know. 412-928-9370 and on X at Callis_33. All right, we're going to focus on the Pirates a little bit, actually most of the time this morning, but we're going to focus on different aspects of this team. But there's one prominent one that I want to go over first. So, yesterday I said, I think I've maintained this opinion for a little while now, is that when O'Neal Cruz, yes, because Donnie and I were talking about, would you rather have Elly De La Cruz or O'Neal Cruz? And I said, I don't think Elly De La Cruz is that much better than O'Neal Cruz. Elly steals more bases. But other than that, their averages are pretty much the same. Their home runs are pretty much the same. Their offensive output, for the most part, is pretty much the same. They're very similar stats. So I'm not giving up on O'Neal Cruz. I think Elly's got his moments too, where he goes and gets streaky. And, I mean, that's kind of what Cruz does. Cruz is streaky, Elly is streaky. They both have similar outputs. There's no reason to yearn for Elly De La Cruz. He's exciting when he's hot, yeah, but then when he's not hot, like, nobody's paying attention to him. Nobody cares about him when he's not hot. And there are stretches right now where he also mightily struggles for the Reds, too. When he was hot, I mean, they were winning 10 in a row last season. I brought this up, too. When he was hot last season, I mean, the Reds were thriving. They had won 10 in a row. They were on a real hot streak. Cruz gets figured out by the lead. Or De La Cruz, I'm sorry, over there. Not to confuse the two. De La Cruz slows down over there last season, and he's not hitting. Nobody on the Reds is hitting. They lose 10 in a row. So they were in a secure playoff spot, and they had it. And I know a lot of people out there scrutinize the Pirates for being 20-8 at one point, early on in the season after April, or in the month of April. They were 20-8 at one point, and they fell off. I mean, Pittsburgh guys, I mean, we're gonna scrutinize the Pirates because that's the team we root for, but the Reds had won 10 in a row. And then they also lost 10 in a row that same season late, and it pushed them out of a playoff spot. So that can also correlate to Elly De La Cruz, and he was hot before. He was doing a lot of exciting things, and then the league figured him out. He got cold. Reds don't win games. Not only they don't win games, they had lost 10 in a row down a stretch, and it was very ugly for them. So I think that the same principle can apply to the Pirates, where O'Neal Cruz, when he's doing well, the Pirates do better when he's hitting. Now, yesterday, he put the bat on the ball pretty consistently, very well, and he got 2 hits as a result, and one hit was huge. It was in extra innings, bottom of the 10th. He roped the line drive down into right field and got the winning run home for the Pirates to win 5-4. So when he's on, when he's putting good swings on the ball, and that over-the-shoulder catch, too, he had early on, that was great. When he's on, when he's performing well, when he's hitting, when he's fielding well, this team just seems to do better. And I think it's because maybe subconsciously in their heads, or maybe the way that the lineup is constructed, the way that the team's constructed, whether the players are aware or not. I think we as fans definitely expect this, but he was expected to come into this season and be the guy. Be the ultimate power threat in that lineup that you needed to make the lineup threatening. And last year I said this over and over again, is that I really thought the Pirates would have maintained a winning stretch if they had O'Neal Cruz in the lineup, because when he's in the lineup, he is a threat. He's somebody that I think pitchers should fear. And in some cases, I do think pitchers fear him, because when he's hot, you see what he can do. Blast a ball into the river, hit a line drive 100-plus miles off the bat. So last year, that was the hypothetical. Man, if we had O'Neal Cruz, it would be so much better. They'd do so much better. And now we're looking at this season when he's not on, when he's not putting good swings on the ball, when he's cold, they don't do as well. So I feel like maybe his absence last season made this blatant. You need him to produce, and without him, there's no threat in the lineup. Or at least there wasn't when the season started. And a lot of guys got cold last year, so maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration by me. He's one of the only hitters in your lineup that is real scary and real frightening. Now he's just got to maintain consistency, but I've noticed that this season too, where he's been off, where he's struggled, or when he's not hitting, or when he makes errors in the field, the team just overall does not do well. It feels like they respond better when he's one of the guys in the lineup contributing consistently. Is that an unfair expectation? Maybe. This really is his first full season in the majors when you think about it. Before he hadn't had too large of a sample size in the majors. So maybe it's unfair to think that he could just come in and hit 40 home runs when the arc of his career is still quite on an upward trend. But at the same time, we're seeing here, it seems like the roster is constructed for him to be one of the catalysts in this lineup, and when he doesn't do well, they don't do well. So I've just noticed that. I'm not willing to give up on him. I think that, in time and with more experience, he'll become more consistent. And that's just something that's got to come with time and a little bit of patience. His focus, though, that's something too, and we can't prove where he is mentally. We can just look at examples of things that he's done in the field and speculate on our own. And it's fine to do that because there are times where he's looked disengaged, and there's times where he's just doesn't seem like he's in tune with the sport. There's times where he's done awkward things that frustrate us. And so those are all fair criticisms as well. And maybe it's a mental block by him. I don't know. Maybe he just hasn't adjusted to the majors yet. There's been a lot of scrutiny from national guys as well, and I think it's warranted in some cases. He just has looked bad doing certain things in the field. He has looked bad swinging the bat at times. But really, I do believe that he could figure it out enough. And it's games like yesterday that inspire me. He saw one pitch in extra innings and sent it into right field. And got the Pirates to win. Got another hit there, and he put good swings on many pitches in the game yesterday. He only got 2 hits for it, but he swung the bat well. So I'm good. I'm good with him right now. When he has performances like that, it's great, and it's extra great to see how much he influences this Pirates lineup. I think that's part of what Ben Cherington was talking about. I still think that they should go out and acquire somebody big to stick in the middle of the lineup, but I think that's part of what Ben Cherington was talking about, that they have to get better within. Like, they have to trust that O'Neal Cruz is one of their top prospects. Has to hit like he was projected to hit and play like he was projected to play. Not play disengaged, not play borderline lazy. I won't call him outright lazy, especially after seeing what the Steelers did last season with 2 receivers not blocking. But yeah, I'll rarely call athletes lazy. I don't want to say that he's lazy. I just think that he's disengaged. You can be disengaged and not lazy, I think. And so I'll call him disengaged. There are moments where it seemed like he's been disengaged, but that's everybody on the team this season. And for that, I would say, or I would argue that that they just got to get through that mental block. And they can't get through that mental block. It's tough. It's tough, though. It's a tough Pirate season. Everybody's got to get through. Everybody's got to get through that mental block and push through. There have been times where the season has been immensely exciting. There have been times where these guys have seemed like they don't want to play. Again, it's not good. I would argue, though, that is on the manager at times as well. Make sure that these guys are engaged the whole time. Now, Shelton said the right things prior to the game on Tuesday, then they ended up pretty much laying an egg. I mean, they were making a comeback, but it was a rough one. It was a rough game. It was nice to see that, though, yesterday. It was refreshing to see them put out the performance they did. They clawed back. They were down early. They took a lead. Game was tied late. They lost the lead in the 10th, but they were able to win it, score 2 in the bottom of the 10th. That's what's good to see. And I think just to put a wrap on this one, O'Neal Cruz, I think when he does well, he's a catalyst, and he's somebody that the Pirates really should be relying on to do well, and I think that he's got to understand that too and know that when he's on, they're doing well. There's one more guy in the lineup, too, that I could say the same thing about, and he also had a big game yesterday, even bigger than Cruz's. And we got to talk about him because I have a refreshed opinion on this gentleman, and we're going to talk about that next. You can call me at any time, 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Callis. Good morning. Nice talking to you this morning. You can join the conversation at any time, 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. I'll be back right after this. It's the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can shop like a pro.
I'm Brad Heller with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. This week's premiere episode of Hard Knocks Offseason with the New York Giants started with a look into the team's biggest offseason decisions, which determined the fates of quarterback Daniel Jones and running back Saquon Barkley. The Giants chose to keep Jones, and GM Joe Shane made their position clear, saying, quote, "This is the year for the QB to show if he's the Giants guy for the next decade." Jones signed a 4-year, $160 million extension last year. Meanwhile, Vikings rookie quarterback J.J. McCarthy is already winning over his teammates after offseason workouts. Linebacker Blake Cashman tells the Jim Rome Show, quote, "He's going to be a great player for a long time, and I can't wait to continue to see his growth, not only as a quarterback with his skills, but also becoming an even smarter player." This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams I went 0-2, they made the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler. For the ride of life.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
This is Chris Muller with a message from Paige and her entire Awaken 180 team. They want to wish all our 93.7 The Fan listeners a happy and healthy Independence Day week. Having a party? Find your free recipes at Awaken 180 on all social media channels.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
MLB The Show 24 lets you take control, forge your legacy, and dominate the diamond. Unlock your moment, seize the spotlight, and own the show like never before. MLB The Show 24 is available now on PlayStation consoles, Xbox consoles, and for the Nintendo Switch system. Rated E for everyone. Officially licensed by MLB Players, Inc.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back now to more of the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Kellis. Happy 4th of July, by the way. Happy Independence Day. But the sports world does not stop. Oh, for some holidays it does, but not many anymore. And 4th of July is not one of those. The Pirates play today at 12:35, so you can enjoy your Independence Day with a matinee game, a matinee rubber match between the Pirates and the Cardinals. And if you want to listen to that game on the radio, you can do it over on 100.1 FM. And AM 1020, Kitty K, I believe. I actually don't know if, no, it is. No, I lied. Hold on now. Okay, because it's a holiday, so we're going to broadcast Pirates game right here on 93.7 The Fan. That's unusual for a matinee, but it makes sense because it's a holiday. So as a matter of fact, Dan Zangrilli will host the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 11:40 today. So my apologies. At 11:40, he'll be right here on 93.7 The Fan giving you Pirates baseball. So, there you go. There you have it. Listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Rubber match, Pirates, Cardinals at 12:35. Our coverage starts at 11:40. Awesome. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet. You can get up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions apply and can be found at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 86, low of 71, 65% chance of rain. That's not going to come until later, though. The forecast looking mostly like it's going to be overcast throughout the day, but a 65% chance of rain throughout the day at any time. Then tomorrow, high of 87, low of 70, 60% chance of rain. That's fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. So, hello again. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. Got a few more minutes with you here, and if you want to join the conversation on this 4th of July, you can at 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. I also understand that only crazy people like me wake up at 5 in the morning, or before 5 in the morning sometimes too, on a holiday to do work. But I get to talk about sports, so can't feel all that bad, right? And it doesn't. I love talking to you guys, and I love having these conversations. Love talking baseball. I love following baseball, and I love being here. So it's nice to be with you this morning. So if you're crazy though, and you're up at this hour in the morning, you can also talk to me. What are you doing for the 4th of July? Do you like fireworks? I thought Donnie had an interesting conversation yesterday with me, and we were talking about it. Some of the public shows I like, they're fine. I don't get to see them too often. Donnie worked in baseball for the West Virginia Black Bears for a little while there, and they would have fireworks nights pretty frequently. So if you're an employee who has to put on these fireworks shows or be around the fireworks shows consistently, I can understand how they could lose their luster after a while. But then there's neighbors that are susceptible to setting off fireworks, and that to me would be a little much, I'd say. If one of my neighbors next door was lighting fireworks and leaving debris, in my yard and around the neighborhood, I would not be too pleased with that. But overall, fireworks, good thing. I like fireworks. I don't think they're overrated. I think they're legit. It's nice to see those and anticipate those because I don't see them very often. I'm sure you don't either. But if you were an employee of a baseball team like the Pirates or the West Virginia Black Bears or anywhere in baseball, our baseball teams love to set off those fireworks, so I can get it. I can understand that perspective. All right, we got a caller on the line, 412-928-9370, wants to talk, and as a matter of fact, actually, no, they went away. So, oops. Call back, why not? One more player I want to highlight for their performance in yesterday's game, and I was talking about O'Neal Cruz. When he's hot, the Pirates do well. That seems like a correlation that's fair to make there. When he's hot, the Pirates do well. Another player that I think that could apply to is Rowdy Tellez, who went 3 for 4 yesterday, ran the bases well, hit a home run, drove himself in because it was a solo home run, but he scored twice throughout the game. They got 3 for 4, 3 hits and 4 at-bats. When he's on, I think the Pirates do well too. And I have a theory. Now, Rowdy Tellez is heating up, and whatever advice he got that wasn't on the Pirates. The Pirates were trying to help him out. They couldn't. He went back to something that he did before he was on the Pirates, and in his swing, fixed his mechanics, went back to something that was working before, and lo and behold, he's doing better. Which seems like a theme for the Pirates this season, which is frustrating. Players are going to outside help to make adjustments, and they're doing better. And so I owe Rowdy Tellez, I think, an apology first and foremost. I was blaming him a lot for his failures when it might have actually been the coaching staff on the team failing him. Because, that's with every player it seems like it's been this season, or like most players. McCutchen's a veteran. There's not too much he's got to tweak. He's been getting on base. He's been doing his job out of the top of the order. Ryan Reynolds always starts his season in June, so he might be an outlier. But, Tellez, Nick Gonzalez, Jack Sawinski to an extent. Henry Davis, kinda. All these guys who went to outside help to fix their swings, and then they have actually fixed their swings. I'm confident Rowdy Tellez now can be a consistent middle of the order hitter. He can be a 4 or 5 hitter. They can produce. Before he just looked so lost. Now he doesn't look lost. A slight fix in his mechanics, got his timing together. Now he's hitting the ball. And he's doing it consistently. He's been getting hits pretty well. So I apologize to him. Maybe it's the team that was failing him. But when he's on too, this team seems to do better. That stretch of games at the end of April and the beginning of May where they just weren't hitting and they were losing the last 7 in a row and they were just down. I don't want to feel that way anymore. I want to feel more like these games yesterday where they could have lost and it was close. And it was scary, but they fought back and they clawed back and they won. And they did it with a whole host of characters. Reynolds and Cruz. Hayes even had 2 hits, drove in a run. But Tellez going 3 for 4 with a homer. That's awesome. Got to see more of that from him. And so my final synopsis, I think, on the whole thing, because I guess you can apply it to anybody. If any one player hits, the team has a better chance of winning. That's for sure. And they were clutch hitting yesterday, the Pirates were. To stay in it, they fell down late, but they came back, worked through some mistakes, and they beat the Cardinals in a big game, in a big series. I think that the Pirates need at least 2 hitters in every game to do well for them to win. Like 2 hitters need to shine, not just one. They can't rely on just one person. They need a Cruz and a Tellez, that kind of pairing. They need a Reynolds and a Tellez, or Reynolds and Cruz. All paired with McCutchen getting on base to be in position to score from the top of the order. They need 2 guys on. They need 2 guys to hit well in every game to do well. That's my first theory. And I also think that they need to score. They need to score in more than one inning throughout the game. And they did that yesterday, too. They got 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 7th, and then they knocked home 2 in the 10th to come back and win. Everything about yesterday showed good signs, and maybe my theories will hold. And I think that's what I look at, and I think they need 2 guys on at any given time. They need 2 guys to be up to the plate producing runs. They can't have just one person doing it all. And they can't score all their runs in just one inning and then that's it. They've got to score throughout the game. They've got to put pressure on the pitchers throughout the entire game. And only then will they have consistent success. All right, that's it. That's the end of the show. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Coming up next is the Fan Morning Show pre-show. I saw that Paul Zeiss was on the schedule. I haven't quite seen him yet, but Jeff Hathorn's sitting in the chair, and he's going to be taking you through the Fan Morning Show pre-show coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. If you're planning a vacation, don't let burglars throw you a curveball. Defend your home with Guardian Protection and travel worry-free. Visit guardianprotection.com/fan. Experts at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are pioneering new, minimally invasive heart surgery techniques, including robotic surgeries, which means less pain and shorter recovery times. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Tired of the same old beer? Try Stone Buenaveza, imported all the way from San Diego. Stone Buenaveza is a Baja-inspired Mexican-style lager made with just a touch of sea salt and real lime. Stone Buenaveza is ultra crisp, easy drinking, and perfectly refreshing. Everything a lager should be. In the native tongue of the San Diegoans, Buenaveza means good beer. Stone Buenaveza is available wherever good beer is sold. Ask for it by name. Buenaveza. Cheers.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. At the Disc Institute, our treatment, Intradisc Dutrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. 412-906-9600.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Happy Independence Day. Welcome to the Fan Morning Show pre-show. Jeff Hathorn, Paul Zeiss, Nicholas Callis with you until 10 o'clock on a special day in the United States. Have you ever been to Philly?
Yeah. I've seen the bell.
Gone to Independence Hall?
Mm-hmm.
You know, one of the things that strikes me about that is not only would they all have been hung as traitors for putting their name on that piece of paper if they, if the Americans had not won the Revolutionary War. But it was damn hot. I mean, think about how hot it was yesterday. They're in a room with all the windows closed, wearing that heavy-ass cotton.
and the wigs.
Right, and debating and trying to figure out exactly how this stuff was going to be worded, what was going to be included. You know, I'm sure there are various people wanted various things. Some things got in, some things didn't. Thomas Jefferson's trying to figure out how to write this all out. And it's hot as hell. And you're signing your death warrant. If you don't win it at the time, that was very much in doubt in 1776.
Absolutely.
There was no slam dunk that the revolutionaries were going to win that war against the best army in the world. And they stuck their necks on the line on July 4th, 1776. And here we are in 2024. I don't know what they would think of the country at this point. It's made a transformation. There's been a lot of stuff that's happened, but it's still a beacon for the world and an awesome day here on Independence Day. And it's almost everybody's gathering for some type of event. I mean, you're going out with friends. You got family getting together. Do you have a favorite 4th of July memory?
No, not really. It's always just been about hot dogs and cheeseburgers and fireworks for me. Oh, you know what? I'll tell you what, though. 4th of July, Cleveland came to Pittsburgh to play at a baseball game. And back then, that wasn't very common. They would only come every few years. So I did go to a Pirate game one time, one afternoon game where they played Cleveland.
Do you remember before interleague play?
Nope.
Isn't that crazy?
No, I think the year I was born was the first year. 98, I think, was when that started. So I was born into it.
When I was a kid, we had a family friend who ended up, was a friend of my grandfather's, who ended up being the manager of the Indians.
Oh.
Or the Guardians now. The Cleveland baseball team.
Yes.
and we lived in, Sharpsville in Mercer County, so we were about equidistant from Cleveland and Pittsburgh. We went to tons of Cleveland games because he gave us free tickets. So we go to a bunch of games. I mean, it was Cleveland Stadium. They stunk. No one was going to games.
Cleveland Municipal back then, is that
right?
Yeah.
Yes. And it was actually a good place to watch a game, at least from the seats that we got, which were awesome. It would get, if you weren't there in the heat of July, June, July, August, I mean, you didn't know what the temperature was going to be. But regardless, you could be a fan of both teams because they never played each other.
Yeah.
And the Guardians weren't getting to the World Series. And for most of the time and so many of our lives, the Pirates weren't going to get to the World Series other than obviously 79. But after that, the drop-off came quick. And with exception of a few years here or there, that wasn't really a threat.
Well, think about this, too. Cleveland hasn't won since 48.
No.
1948.
Of course, they had that heartbreak against, what was it, Miami?
No, Chicago.
Chicago.
The Cubs in 2016, yeah.
Oof.
Stuff.
But that's that. Like, I don't remember going to a game on the 4th of July because it was always about the wiffle ball games in the neighborhoods on the 4th of July.
There you go.
Those were the games. I mean, those are far better than any game you're going to go and watch. Those were the games that you got into. And you mentioned the fireworks. We all had bottle rockets. Parents always got worried, understandably so once you become a parent. And then you see the reality of it. See people getting hurt. But, you had this, or the sprinklers where you'd write your name.
Yeah.
Light the sprinklers on fire. And sparklers. Sparklers, not sprinklers.
Sprinklers. That's what
Sparklers.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. It's early in the morning.
No, it's all right. I think that's what a lot of people don't realize, too. Like, when Crowley and Doran come in here and when I come in here every day and we do this, it's not that easy. But sometimes when people do it, you get those. Sometimes our minds melt too, and people tease us, and I'm like, nah, if you do it, it's tough. It's a tough job.
I've done it. We used to do back in the day. We did a split shift where I would do updates in the morning and in the afternoon.
Ooh.
And you get into the morning. I mean, you say things you don't realize you're saying.
Yeah,
that's and true. Someone tells you about it, and you're like, I didn't really say that. And you can listen back and like, oh my gosh,
we're trying, darn it.
Not that this is the hardest job in the world.
No. There's plenty of harder jobs out there. But speaking is a challenge at times.
What
you would write sparklers, your names.
Oh, I mean, you'd all do that. And we had one house in the neighborhood that would put on a fireworks display. And they actually, guy owned an auto body dealership, and he would set up this thing. He had this big backyard with a pond, and he would set up this huge thing, and the entire neighborhood would go up to his house at dusk, and he would put on this. I mean, at the time, it was a really cool display. It wasn't Zambelli or anything like that, but I mean, we had I think there was some kind of fireworks night, but like his was great, and you could just walk home after, and you realize then, like, I remember we'd always pull a cooler up there. And there was never much for us in it, but then you realize, oh, it's for the parents. I mean, they packed it full of beer. They're hanging out. They could walk home. There was you didn't have to fight traffic. It was awesome. And
were there a lot of public fireworks shows back then?
Yeah, there were fireworks shows. I mean,
so you guys just enjoyed doing it privately too, in the neighborhood.
and the guy also was a volunteer fireman, so you kind of had to feel like
you're safe. Yeah,
we're good. He understands fire safety. He's not going to put it too close to the trees, any of that stuff. But those are the innocent good times. You didn't really understand everything was going on. Everybody, you put aside all your differences. Hopefully we do that again for more than just the 4th of July, but at least for today, we're all one country, even if we have our differences. I mean, you can embrace Guardians fans today. Maybe not Flyers, but Guardians at least. It's that day that was made possible by a bunch of amazing individuals who started our country. And now we get to complain about whether the Pirates need to make a trade because we have those freedoms.
America.
It's the Fan Morning Show. Jeff Hathorn, Paul Zeiss.
Oh, real quick, the Fan Morning Show pre-show we're on right now, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com.
How about you, Paul? You have a 4th of July, anything from 4th of July stick out to you growing up?
Not really. I mean, I've just the fireworks, really, every year. We would go to we would actually go to the ones like, out in Irwin, they had fireworks. We'd go to the smaller fairs, or the smaller. A couple times we came downtown for the big ones, but for the most part, the smaller fireworks from little towns and boroughs, and there's going to be fireworks everywhere. All over this, not just down at the point. So I always enjoyed those better. I think more than even coming downtown. And
well, you get older because we used to beg our dad, like, hey, let's go down to Pittsburgh and let's go see the fireworks. Let's go into the city. Let's see the fireworks. And they were, no. Then you get older and you realize the damn traffic. You're like, okay, I get it. I get where Dad's coming from. I understand now why we didn't go down into the city just because of all the traffic and everything going on. But, Zambelli would do. The cool thing is Zambelli's from here, so you can go to neighborhood fireworks and it was Zambelli.
Right. That's what I mean. You got a really good show, even in all of the smaller towns and whatnot. So it wasn't a bad deal. And that's what we would do. We would, we would be at home all day or whatever, cook out, that, and then just go right up to Irwin or go to Greensburg or wherever, and somewhere right close to us, and go to the fireworks shows. But to me, the 4th of July. It sort of marks, in my mind, ever since I became a sports writer, we're now on the off ramp of summer. Even though most people, the summer ends for most people in September. a couple weeks when training camp starts, that sort of is the end of summer for those of us in this profession. So the 4th of July is like, okay, got about 2.5, 3 weeks of summer left, and then football starts and everything becomes completely different.
Yeah, and it's not even as drastic as it was because football's 365 now. The NFL finds ways to make news all the time.
Right.
With the exception of maybe this week, there hasn't been much going on. But other than that, I mean, it's hard to find a day where there isn't some type of transaction or move or announcement or scheduled drop or something along those lines that where they do a hell of a job doing that.
Well, they do, but at least it's not, once training camp starts, it's almost every single,
over.
You know what I mean? It's over.
Yeah, it's only 20 days away.
Right.
When they report.
Oh, my. I thought it was a little more than that.
No. Sadly.
So that means then you'll be up there. You'll be up there.
Starting the 24th, just kind of live up there for
right
a few weeks.
Now, do they still have it? So those of you that have to be there every day have to find accommodations elsewhere or drive home every day?
Yes.
There's no longer the dorm option?
No longer the dorm option. And you kind of you could sense that at some point that was going to go away.
Yeah.
And then when, these teams have so many different employees than they ever used to have, with social media and their own TV shows and all of the, I think those filled up a lot of those rooms. But, I mean, it's probably always a little uncomfortable for the team to have the media like staying sometimes in the same hall as some of the executives.
Right.
I mean, we never were in the same place as the players, but.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, the media was so isolated from where the players were. It wasn't like the old days. You couldn't just roam around campus. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, I mean, again, it's just another one of those.
Well, most of the media would roam off campus and then come back to campus late at night.
Exactly. But my point is, it's just another one of those reminders of the increasing disdain or willingness to just completely cut access off as much as they possibly can. Because ultimately there are some outlets that probably aren't gonna pay for a hotel every night. They're just not. So either you got to drive an hour, every day, or we're not there every day. That's just the way it is.
And what is different this year is they have a number of morning practices. Like that's drastically different. It's always been 2:55. Like you could set your watch every practice, with the exception of the night practice at high school, is 2:55. Now they've got a bunch of 10:30 practices, and then they go 1:55 for the afternoon, and I think one's at 2:55, and then the night. Have you ever had to cover the night practice in Latrobe?
Yeah. That's interesting. And the worst part about that is having to drive home after it.
So that's the time if you're staying at camp,
right?
Where you could go with the team, and then they have a little escort. You just zoom on out of there. But if you're trying to go there yourself, I mean, the atmosphere is cool.
Yeah, it's fun. They had a good time with that. That was good stuff.
And watch the fans be able to, that's the best. What people say about autograph times, like that's the one time where you're going to get something. Guys will purposefully take time, go to the fences, sign autographs. You don't know what you're going to get after practices up on Latrobe, but man, that's a unique event. All right, coming up, let's get into this Pirates game from yesterday, Paul, and whether or not this team, are they in a wild card hunt, or are they just one of a number of teams that's around 500 that's just going to hang in but really not have true postseason aspirations? We'll talk about that as we continue. Paul Zeiss, Jeff Hathorn, in for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson. It's the Fan Morning Show pre-show. We'll get ready for the real show coming up here on 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan.
Win big and have a blast at the Casino at Nemacolin. Newly renovated, the Casino at Nemacolin features 26 table games, 500 slots, and new high roller lounge for the bold. Tickle your taste buds at the Royale, the new dinner restaurant, or stop by the bar for a bite to eat. Dining is available 7 days a week. On Friday and Saturday nights, stop in for live music with no cover charge. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. From the everyday essentials to your must-have branded favorites, Deals for Days has low prices on more than 1,000 items across the store. Don't delay. These discounted prices on your go-to groceries will only be available for a limited time. Learn more about Deals for Days at GiantEagle.com or dive into savings today at your local Giant Eagle or Market District.
Would you buy a car without knowing the brand? Of course not. Then why settle for undisclosed windows from a window installation company? What else are they not disclosing to you about price, warranty, or installation method? With Pella, you're getting trusted quality. Don't gamble with your home. Choose Pella for clarity, quality, and peace of mind. And right now, get 10% off your entire project and no payments for 12 months. Call 855-77-PELLA, PellaPittsburgh.com.
Phantom Fireworks, lighting up backyards of America from coast to coast. Visit your nearest Phantom Fireworks store today. Click fireworks.com for showroom specials, coupons, and a location near you.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they won 5-4 yesterday. They played into extra innings with the Cardinals and came back two different times in the game to win. Rowdy Tellez went 3 for 4. He had a home run in the game. Also, Cruz went 2 for 5 and got the game-winning hit in the bottom of the 10th inning. Rubber match of the series is today, 12:35, between the Cardinals and the Pirates. If you want to listen, you can. Right here on 93.7 The Fan. 4th of July matinee action for you that you can listen to. Coverage starts at 11:40. That coverage is presented by Pella Windows. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Base hit. Could win it. The pitch. Swinging a liner into right. Base hit. Here comes McCutcheon. He's going to score. O'Neill Cruz with the base hit off the lefty. The Pirates walk off the Cardinals. 5-4 Buccos.
Pirates win. Pirates win. Buccos over the Cardinals last night, 5-4. As you heard, O'Neill Cruz. It's after the Pirates were down 1-0. They go up 2-1. The homer by Tellez makes it 3-1. And then the best reliever, the most consistent reliever that the Pirates have had this year, Colin Holderman, gives up a 2-run homer. That ties it. It's the Cardinals. You think back to all those damn games against St. Louis that got away, or the years that you just couldn't beat St. Louis. You get into the 10th. There's a ground ball to first. Chapman forgets to cover first. It's first and third, nobody out. Get a sac fly. You're going into the bottom, probably with negative thoughts. Runner starts, get the runner at second. You get it first out, McCutchen draws a walk. You get the game-tying hit, and then from Brian Reynolds, and then the game winner from O'Neal Cruz, and the Pirates come back to win. Paul, at least they, Jared Jones pitched well, only went 5. We'll talk about his injury coming up, but it was a gutsy win for them.
It was a good win for them. It absolutely was a good win for them. They need to validate it, though, by winning today. That's the biggest thing, They got to win the series now. But that was good. What are your thoughts? I tell you what I hate. I don't care that it shortens games and all the other garbage.
Oh.
I hate the thing where you put a second guy on second base.
It's a ghost runner.
Because at the end of the day, if you're the home team and you only need 1 run, you should be able to score a run every time just about. You know what I mean? Like, that's why even though they got down 4-3, I thought they got down 4-3. I think there was one guy on, right? And they struck out Goldschmidt. And I thought, if Goldschmidt, gets a hit here, I never think that, put it this way, I never think the visiting team, if they only score 1 run in the top of the inning, I never think they're going to win. I always think that it's going to be, at the very least, it's going to be tied at the end of the 10th. And, and then what happens is what happened with the Pirates. You get a couple of guys on. Now they got to play defense completely different, right? Because they could lose the game.
Well, there's a strategy of it, too. I mean, they try to have Michael A. Taylor bunt, and he strikes out because he fouls off the bunt. You bunt a guy over to third, you should be able to bring somebody in. I'm with you, man. Listen, I know that they're trying to save pitchers or whatever. Isn't that part of the game? Like, if you've got to use somebody you don't normally have, it wasn't that every extra inning game before the ghost runner went 15 innings.
Right.
They make it seem like all of these games happen all the time where we had to use all of our pitching staff. Well, here's another idea. Maybe expand the roster so you can add another pitcher. Or just deal with it. It's part of the strategy of the game. How are you going to be able to make up for the fact that you used your entire bullpen in this game? It's part of the strategy. Test your depth. I'm with you, Paul. This ghost runner thing stinks.
Right, exactly.
I mean, what are we going to have a home run derby, like a shootout? We going to have a home run derby to decide games if it gets past 11? Bring out your top 3 hitters, and whoever hits home runs, that's going to decide.
Again, that's sort of that's always been my objection too about hockey. I'm not a fan of the 3-on-3, but I get it. Okay, but why not let's just let the 3-on-3 play out? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let it play out. Give it 20 minutes. I guarantee you in 20 minutes, 3-on-3, they're going to probably score 1 goal. But just make it 20 minutes. Get rid of the shootout, which is just silly. And the other part of it is, here it's the same thing. Okay, if it goes, realistically, I remember the year before the Pirates, the year before they went to the ghost runner thing. What did the Pirates have? 1? Maybe 2 games that went more than like 13 innings. I mean, what are we talking about here? It's not like once a week they had like 19-inning games, right?
Right. Well, they had remember the one game in Atlanta that had the controversy.
Right.
It was 19-inning game.
Right. Yeah, I was there.
Were you really?
I covered it. The Jerry Meals game. Yes, I was there. I covered that game. My point is.
Oh, you poor.
Yeah. My point is those games are rare.
Here's the other thing about them. They're memorable.
Right. Right, of course. They're rare to me. And so, we changed all the rules because out of 162 games, maybe 3 times we had to go more than 13 innings. That's silly. I don't like it. I don't like it because to me it just completely changes the entire game. in the way that you have to play. And, there's some strategy involved. I get all that stuff. But the other part of it is, like the Ghost Runner, those runs shouldn't count on, like, the number of runs a guy scores.
Right.
In other words,
they don't count as earned runs for the pitcher.
Right.
So Chapman, you'll look at his box score, and you'll see he didn't give up any runs, and he earned runs.
Right.
And that's the reason why.
Right.
But
what I mean is, whoever was the Ghost Runner at second, you didn't earn your way onto second, so why should you earn a run?
I don't think they actually do. I don't think it counts at all in the run column. Like, it literally is just a ghost. There's no stat that gets recorded for that run scoring other than it's a tally in the overall runs column.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure.
Well, Triolo did get credited in the box score with a run.
So I was wrong. I'm sorry.
No. Now, do you want the RBI to count? I mean, you still have to drive in the guy.
You at least have to drive in a guy. And you know what? I don't have a problem with the RBI counting, but the run should count, but it shouldn't count on the individual, who actually scored, because he didn't do anything to get there. At least during the rest of the other 9 innings, you have to find a way to get on base in order to score a run.
What do you think, Nicholas?
I agree with that. No, that makes sense. You put in an effort to drive in the run, that's fine. But you didn't get on base to get the run scored.
Should there be a runner at second base to start the 10th inning?
I think it was justifiable when it was put in because you didn't have a pitch clock back then. And so you wanted games to get done quicker because regulation was taking way too long. Now you have a pitch clock, games are being shortened immensely, and you still have the pitch clock and extras. So it doesn't make sense anymore.
Well, and also I think the other part of it is there's not nearly as many of these kinds of games as people think, where you go 19 innings or 18 innings or whatever. The other part of it is with the proliferation or whatever the word is of being able to bring guys from Indy or Altoona or whatever. Okay, so say you unload your bullpen one day. I would actually be in favor of, if you have a game that goes, get rid of the second base thing. And if you have a game that goes like 13 or 14 innings, say 13 innings or more, you're allowed to bring 2 pitchers from the minors for the next 2 days, and they don't count towards your 26-man or whatever, 26-man roster. So you can bring 2 pitchers up just to have 2 arms for your bullpen to reset for 2 days if you have like a 13 or 14 inning game.
And they don't count against when they become a free agent.
Exactly.
It's just like a free move, like they do for doubleheaders when you're allowed to bring another player up.
Right.
Because you have a doubleheader. That makes a lot more. Let these guys settle it. Or I never understood this. Like, guys have side sessions, right? If you're really hurting, instead of a side session for Mitch Keller, well, he can come out and pitch an inning or 2 for you. If you're really behind it, I mean, put some strategy. Make these guys think about it. Put some nuance into the game that's unique. Something that's different. You don't want guys, blowing their arms out. But I don't know. Like this, anything is better than that. But the Pirates found a way to get a win. Brian Reynolds with the hit to tie it as they pushed him over to the right side, and then had the lefty in for O'Neill Cruz. And Cruz, to his credit, he said his thought process was he wasn't going to screw around, and he was going to look first pitch, and was able to line it down the line. And so those are those guys that have to get going if this team is actually going to be some type of contender.
Right. Well, I mean, the biggest thing the Pirates have to do now is string wins together. They haven't won 3 in a row since early May. They do this thing where they win 1 or even win 2. People get excited. Everybody's all excited now about Rowdy Tellez. But at the end of the day, if they don't win, start stringing wins together and actually making a move in the standings, all they've really done is tread water. I wrote a column for the Post-Gazette 2 days ago. It's uncanny, right? But I want to say, and of course, we've always got, text message or a texter that has to, wrong again. So I preface this by saying I'm not looking at it in front of me, but I want to say on May 6th, they were say 16 and 19. Then on May 23rd, they were 25 and 28. Then on June 7th, they were 32 and whatever, 35 or something. And today they are what?
41 and 44.
41 and 44. 3 games under. It's uncanny if you look at how many times over the last 2 months they've gotten to 2 games under and then lose. And they've gotten to 4 games under and then win. And it's just when you think, okay, 4 games under, on Monday night, and even, until the bottom of the 10th inning last night, the bottom of the 10th inning, going into the bottom of the 10th inning, you're thinking, okay, now they're going to go 5 games under. But it's funny, if you look, if they go 4 games under, they win. If they go 2 games under, they lose.
I'm really disappointed, too, because if they wouldn't have lost, they'd look so much better if they wouldn't have lost those 7 in a row back to the end of April and to begin May. And they haven't made up for that. And I agree, Paul, it's very frustrating to just watch them stay in the same place.
Right.
Because if they would go on even the slightest streak, if they would win 5 in a row, they'd be right back toward the top and maybe even have one of those wild card spots. The monotony of it is just so frustrating.
Well, I think that's the thing. Jeff, when the last time they won 3 in a row was?
I don't know.
They were 5-0 to start the season. That's it. The first 5 games of the season is the last time they won 3 in a row.
And the thing is, they've wasted, and I know Zangrilli he tweets this out a lot and talks about it a lot, how many starts they wasted. I mean, Paul Skeens 4-0. He could be 7-0 or more. And Jared Jones has 5 wins in 16 starts. To think that there are a few more wins out there if they just hit for average. And that's why when I look at this team and I'm like, are they just a team that's hanging around 500 with really no shot to do anything that you should invest in? Or is this a team that is hanging around because now with 3 wild card spots, it seems like if you're around 500, you and 7 other teams are going to have a chance to have some playoff talk in September.
Right. I mean, I think that's the thing. If they had a chance, here's the fear: if they don't get on a run soon, and don't get moving, and they get closer to the trade deadline and they're still hovering around where they're at, I think the greatest fear is, the front office basically and the ownership group saying, well, this isn't our year to go for it. This isn't our year to go all in. We're not there yet. We're not close. Next year, we're a year away. Next year will be our year. So we're not going to make any moves of significance to get better. And their entire trade deadline is, well, we traded Aroldis Chapman, we traded Perez, we traded maybe Marco Gonzalez to save a few bucks, and we brought back, we also traded our 10th best prospect and a bag of balls for Jacob Stallings or something like that. And that's going to be the trade deadline. You know what I mean? Which, to be honest, if all of these other guys get off the DL, You know, with Holderman and Majinski and this Nicholas kid, I mean, you might be able to trade Aroldis Chapman and be okay. But the optics of it are terrible. You're basically selling when you've got an entire fan base that kind of is hoping that you're going to be buyers.
Well, here's another thing. Here are the teams in the wild card right now. You got the Braves and Padres. There's no argument, I don't think, that those are two playoff rosters. They've got superstars on teams. They've got young superstars. Braves are contending even with the loss of their stud pitcher. I don't see them going away. So do you look at it as you could catch, right now it's the Cardinals or the Mets or the Diamondbacks or the Giants who are all in front of you, or the Reds that are a half game behind, or the Nationals that are a game behind, or the Cubs that are currently 2.5 behind? Like, do you have the roster, or can you make a move that can get you into that last playoff spot? And if you make a huge move and get into that last playoff spot, where are you going to go from there? Like, what's the risk of rolling the dice now? And what's the thought of, all right, we've got these young pitchers under control. We've got key players under control. We just need to be more aggressive in the offseason.
Right. That's what they're going to do. I think that's what they're going to do. I think, honestly, the more we go through this, the less I'm convinced they're going to go out and make moves. Like, make real moves. You know, forget about the Vlad Guerreros and all that stuff. Forget about that. There's no chance they do that. But I'm starting to become convinced, and, of course, we have on our show with Joe, with Joe Starkey, we always have on Tuesdays, you know how Joe's got a nickname for everybody, Destiny's Child, who is Andrew Destin from the Post-Gazette. And he was actually making this point that you and I are both basically saying is a real possibility, which is they look at their roster, and if they're still, say, 1 or 2 games around, maybe hovering, maybe a little below 500, maybe they're, okay. They look at their roster and they say, we're not quite ready to win. So because we're not quite ready to win, let's try and see if we can maybe get a couple of prospects for some of our guys and save some money so that we have more money to spend next year. And what we're going to sell our fans on is the idea that, we've got a few more prospects now and some more money that we can, in the off season, go and try and acquire players either via trade or, free agency, because we feel like next year is going to be our year, which I think is the absolute wrong approach.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Let's get into more of that as we continue. And what record or how far back of the wild card do the Pirates have to be at the end of the month to try to make a deal? And what are the challenges of that because of all the teams that are involved? It's 6:20 here on Independence Day. It's time to stop blindly paying those insurance and audio home premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. Jeff Hathorn, Paul Zeiss, Nicholas Callis, and for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson here on the 4th of July.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates beat the Cardinals yesterday in Game 2 of the 3-game series in 10 innings. 5-4 was the final score. Rowdy Tellez had a big game, had a couple solid defensive plays, and got 3 hits in 4 at-bats. One of those was a home run. Pirates and Cardinals will play in the 3rd and final game of the series, the rubber match, today at 12:35. If you want to listen, you can, right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 11:40 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. For more fan headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room
he's got weapons.
nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. DQ presents Picture This. Picture the DQ freezer, home to all the Blizzard flavors of the past. Picture it opening to bring back the salted caramel truffle blizzard for a limited time. Picture that salted caramel truffle blizzard in your hands. It's all yours. No, really, it's all yours. This treat is too good to share. Everyone will have to get one for themselves. Hurry in to get this flavor before the DQ freezer closes. DQ, happy tastes good.
Get Bosch Pure Vision wiper blades, buy one, get one free at O'Reilly Auto Parts, in-store only. We'll install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchguard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like you heard about a July 4th sale. It's a great chance to red, white, and do that job you've been putting off. Like an oil change with full synthetic motor oil. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Pennzoil Platinum with an STP extended life oil filter for just $34.99. Save on oil, wash and wax, and more this weekend at AutoZone.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Lowe's knows owning a project means owning the right tools. And during Craftsman Days, you can save big on what you need from a brand you trust. Get a free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select Battery 2-pack. Plus, get your choice of the V20 string trimmer or leaf blower for only $99. Find these savings and more today. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 7/10 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like you heard about a July 4th sale. It's a great chance to red, white, and do that job you've been putting off. Like an oil change with full synthetic motor oil. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Pennzoil Platinum with an STP extended life oil filter for just $34.99. Save on oil, wash and wax, and more this weekend at AutoZone.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We got a real good show for you.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Jeff Hathorn, Paul Zeiss, Nicholas Callis on Independence Day here in the Berg. Pirates 12:35, and you'll hear it today right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame starting at 11:30-ish. 11:40-ish with the 12:35 first pitch. Martin Perez starts for the Pirates. Jared Jones started for the Bucks yesterday, and after 5 innings, you thought, all right, they're pulling him. They had skipped his last start. Now they're pulling him after 78 pitches. They're just doing this to save the arm. Then we find out after the game, we're sitting there that Derek Shelton says there's a little bit of a lat issue.
Right. And what does that actually mean?
So Jones said he's not concerned. They use the extreme caution.
Right.
Jones, I think.
But wasn't a lat injury with Bednar at the beginning of the season?
Was. And a guy that's got that much torque that throws that hard, you wonder, how is he going to – we'll find out over the next couple of days how, especially when he gets into a side session, how he rebounds from this little lat tweak. That's not a word they used, is just lat issue. But he said he wasn't overly concerned about it after the game, and he said he could have continued if he needed to, but as he said, that would have been stupid.
Right.
Like, why take a chance?
Well, that tells me, it won't shock me. And, of course, I have to preface this by saying I'm not reporting it because somebody might get upset on the Twitter line. Here it is. So you figure this. He's listed to start twice more before the All-Star break. Would it shock you if they shut him down until the All-Star break?
It wouldn't shock me.
If he's got any soreness at all, he's not going to pitch.
Here's what Jared said after the game.
Is that something just going to be a evaluation moving forward? Get more details on it, probably starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Are you concerned about it?
No, I feel great. No, obviously not great, but it's nothing to be concerned with. I don't think.
You continue pitching if you needed to.
I think that'd be really stupid, but yes, I could have.
Listen, when a guy's sitting there in an interview in the locker room, like you can't really read too much into his health, but there didn't seem to be an overwhelming amount of concern. But, Paul, to your point, they already skipped a start.
Right.
So is this your opportunity to A, use abundance of caution, and B, play into where now he can pitch until September because he gets a couple of rotations off? Here's the issue. There are no off days before the All-Star game.
Right.
And you got the Mets in town for 4 after the Cardinals today. Then you go to the Brewers. Now the White Sox stink, but you'd like to have your best starters out there, which obviously Jones is one of them, for what? I guess he would get the last of the Mets game and then a game against the White Sox. Maybe, I don't know. I get what you're saying, but it's not like they can afford to just say, well, they're not the Brewers where they've got a 10-game lead and can just, we're just gonna roll somebody else out there.
Right, but the way that they're going to treat him and Skeens is different. And isn't Marco Gonzalez close?
He's starting to pitch.
He's starting to pitch. Quinn Priester, I saw through the other night. You can do the whole bullpen game thing. You know what I mean? So on Monday, that's weird. Why is a Monday 12:35 game? That's really weird.
Yeah, it's a 4-game series, and it's not. I guess it's kind of holiday weekend, but
that's a weird.
And it's a scheduled. It's not a rain. Most of those times it was an off day and it was a rain out or something like that.
Yeah, no.
So yeah, you got 4 different starting times for the Mets series: 6:40, 4:05, 1:35, and 12:35. Maybe they feel like they'll catch people, taking a day off on Monday, coming off the holiday, and I don't know. It is a goofy series.
So I'm just saying, okay, so you skip that start. It's a 12:35 start, and you go with Ortiz or whatever, the bullpen game thing. Okay, now you've bought an extra 5 or 6 days for Jones to get.
Well, then he would be scheduled to start the game before the All-Star break.
Right.
Then I guess you could do another bullpen game and empty out the bullpen because there is no game for the next week or at least 4 days.
Right. And then you bring, now you've bought basically 2.5, 3 weeks without putting them on the DL. I mean, I'm just saying I'm not saying that's what they're going to do, but they're going to exercise so much caution and they're going to be so careful that at the end of the day, it will not shock me. Will not shock me if that's how they go, where they decide basically to shut them down for until the All-Star break, just out of an abundance of caution.
You're at 91 innings right now, and I don't know if they've set an actual number of what they want to limit him to, but obviously he's not going to get to 200 because that's when your arm falls off number. But yeah, maybe that does make a lot of sense. But to that point, here you are in the wild card chase, and you could potentially be without one of your key starters. You're 3 games out. Where do you need to be if one of those guys is dangled out there? If Guerrero's dangled out there and they're asking for the world, you don't think Pete Alonso's going to get traded now because the Mets are back in it. So that talk or thought process seems to have gone out the window. And here's the other thing, Paulie, when you're dealing with this trade deadline, Miami and Colorado. Those are the only 2 teams out of it in the National League.
Right. Maybe the Cubs.
That's it. Yeah, but they're only 6 back, and they were running high before they've swooned here.
Yeah, they've completely tanked.
And then in the American League, I mean, the Rangers and Blue Jays don't look like, even though the Rangers won it last year, teams. But if you're the Rangers, you're probably thinking, oh, we've got this miracle left in us. Blue Jays are probably out of it. The Angels, A's, and White Sox. Now, if the teams were that good, they would have a lot of good players you could pick from.
Right.
But obviously they don't have a lot of good players, which is why they're sitting in the position they are. But the competition to try to pick off one of those really good players is huge, not just in the National League, but all the teams that are in Boston, Houston, Tampa, that are in this wild card race, along with Kansas City and the Twins. I mean, right now the Yankees are the wild card. Baltimore and New York are getting in the playoffs. So one of those wild card teams is going to be spoken for. But, I mean, Boston gets desperate. They're going to offer more than anything the Pirates can, when you think. I mean, that's where when people say, oh, get Vlad Guerrero or get this pitcher, well, there's 10 other teams that are also thinking about guys like that, and maybe their playoff positioning is – really is one player away.
Yeah.
So where do you have to be to try to make some kind of blockbuster deal and go all in this year?
Well, I mean, I would say that's just it. I don't even know if it necessarily has to be a blockbuster deal. You're probably not going to get Vladimir Guerrero. You're just probably not. That's probably unrealistic for the Pirates. But, I mean, there are deals to be had for, maybe one of the outfielders. There's like one of the 2 outfielders that probably is going to be available from the Marlins. Like we said earlier, Jacob Stallings is probably going to be available. I mean, there are areas where you can get a little bit better without going all in. I just don't know that that's even in the cards for the Pirates, to be honest. Honestly.
Do you think Rowdy Tellez, as good as his month of June and start of July has been, does that make the Pirates sit back and think, well, if Rowdy could do it, Brian can do it?
Well, they've already said that. They've already said as much, that their internal options getting better is a far more viable and realistic plan than going out and getting others. You know what I mean?
But because of Rowdy, does that make it not laughable and make it like, hey, they were right with their first baseman, They could be right with Hayes. They could be right with Sawinski. That these guys are going to turn it around.
They could be right with them. You know what I mean? But if they're not, they're going to have a lot of explaining to do.
The tough thing is you're so desperate for a winner here.
Right.
It's been so long.
Right.
Sometimes you see this opportunity being 3 games out on July 4th of a playoff spot, and you want them to go all in, but they've got a lot of these guys under control. No guarantees. Injuries can happen. It may not work out the same way. I get all of that. But is it now the time, or do they need to spend that money in the offseason where they're not giving up a Bubba Chandler, Tamar Johnson? Not that I'm against giving up prospects. That's why so many of these franchises succeed. They use prospects, for the most part, as trade bait to get better players.
Well, again, I think that's going to be the most interesting thing, is how many, if any, of their prospects are they going to be willing to part with? Because I don't think there's any way in heck that we're going to see any of their top prospects be traded. I mean, Tamar Johnson is no chance, right? Bubba Chandler, no chance. Solomedo, probably no chance. Ashcraft, probably no chance. You know, Harrington, probably no chance, but maybe. If the right deal comes down, he might be, you know, the best prospect the Pirates have that has a chance to be traded.
I'd trade Priester, but I don't know what you'd get for him.
I would trade Henry Davis.
But what's his value right now?
I mean, but I think it's probably higher than it's going to be. Someone is probably still going to take a chance on a guy, you know. I might trade Sawinski too, if because he's a young guy that's got power. Young left-handed bat's got power. There might be a team that might be willing to overpay for him. Those are guys that they will not trade though. But like for instance, you've got Mitch Jebb, Sung Chae Cheng, and Jack Brannigan, basically 3 shortstop middle infielder types among your top 10 prospects. Why do you need all 3 of them?
Well, their hitting prospects are dismal.
Right.
I mean, it's pretty much Tamar Johnson. I mean, this McAdoo kid, I think he was 11th or 12th rounder. He's having a nice year, but look at the Double-A hitting.
Right.
Like, there's nothing there. And in Triple-A, Gorski. I mean, you know, there was all this to do about Josh Palacios coming up, as if, you know, he were the hitting equivalent of Paul Skeens. Right. No, he's a kind of a journeyman quad A outfielder that couldn't win a roster spot in spring training. I mean, they just don't. There isn't that. Well, they have a couple of. You mentioned a couple of the pitchers there, especially Chandler is pitching lights out. I think he pitched 8 innings, 2 hits last night, shutout for Altoona. There is no magic hitter.
And the funny thing about the whole thing with Palacios, if it's really as simple as they were going to bring him up, and then Sawinski went 3 for 3 and had a home run, and so they said, well, we're going to give Sawinski another couple of days. Okay, first of all, that's absurd. They should have basically just brought up Palacios on Monday, sent Sawinski down. But the other part of it is, I have yet to hear one single person, other than Zangrilli, make a case for why DFA Michael A. Taylor wasn't the move. In other words, Palacios, you're coming up. Either we're going to send Sawinski down, or we're going to DFA Michael A. Taylor.
Well, Paul, you know they don't do that. Come on now.
Right.
We got to trust people. We got to be patient.
Be patient. Yeah.
Well, and that comes back to because Rowdy had the big month and is off to a good start. Are they now going to think with any of these other guys? Well, you know what, Michael A. Taylor's he's got that in him. And seriously, like
I don't think they're using Tellez as the bar. I think they just blindly think that overall with any player. We'll just wait.
Listen, the guy can play defense.
They've had that notion this whole season. It's not just because one guy is starting to do better.
He's a really good defender. But if I have options, if you're going to stay internal, either Palacios or giving Bay another chance. And Bay's been
Jason
or G1.
Oh.
But hell, Jason Bay could bring that power
That's
that you've
what
been
I'm
looking
saying.
for.
Hell, I'd rather see Jason Bay, and however old he is, I'd rather see him than pretty much every name that we've thrown out here right now.
Look at the tickets he'd sell if they actually did that. That's funny.
I mean, Michael A. Taylor right now, his slash line is 190, 243, 247. He's an outfielder with speed. You presume that he, is going to be able to do some damage when he gets on base, except for he never gets on base. 243. That's what his on-base percentage is. His OPS is 490. He's as close to a useless hitter as there is in your lineup. And the bottom line with him is, and I don't care what anybody says, this dude should never, ever take another at-bat unless he was put in the game as a defensive replacement late and somehow his place in the order came up. They should put him in the game the way they used to do
like last night.
They should put him in the game the way that they used to put pitchers in the game whenever pitchers hit. Remember? So, okay, you're the last guy in the lineup, which means, you're the one that made the final out. You come out.
You're going to bat fifth.
We're putting the pitcher in your spot. That way we have entire – that's how he should be put in. I mean, 243, for God's sakes. And at the end of the day, I'm looking at it. The only people who are worse at getting on base, speaking of another useless guy, Grandal. And I'm convinced is just stealing money. He's just getting a paycheck. You know what I mean? I don't even know. It feels like he's just going through the motions at this point. But Grandal, his slash line doesn't even feel like it's real. 174, 207. 207! 261, 467 OPS. But the only two guys worse at getting on base than Michael A. Taylor are Alika Williams and Yasmani Grandal. Oh, I'm sorry, and Grant Cook, or whatever his name was. Grant Cook, Coach, Cock, whatever the hell his name was. The catcher. Those are the only three guys that are worse at getting on base than Michael A. Taylor. Think about that.
Well, and in May, Tellez's line looked like that. So are they, again, does the Tellez thing buy these other guys time? Now, they have issues at catcher. I get maybe why they have Grandal. You can't have Cook coming up. I mean, he was just overmatched at this level. At least Grandal's done something in this game and maybe can help a pitcher. Henry Davis, you never know with the concussion. I mean, he's around the team right now, but the last time he went down to AAA, couldn't hit anything, or AA, couldn't hit anything.
No.
So he's going to need some time. That Andy Rodriguez injury really hurt.
Yeah, absolutely.
If they had Rodriguez, they wouldn't have had to make the Grandal move at all. They wouldn't have had to acquire Joey Bart.
Who, for what he is, hasn't been horrific.
He's been all right.
You know what I mean?
Not a high bar.
He's fine. I mean, 239, 325, 463, but is that going to continue is the question. By the same token, he's Johnny Bench compared to the rest of the guys they've had at catcher, if you think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, what's Joe's nickname for the human rain delay is what he calls it. Delay. The human rain delay. That's the thing about working with Joe.
Everybody's got a nickname.
It took me about a month to figure out who the hell he was talking about when he threw out all these names. You know what I'm saying? And like, for instance, we got the two producers, Joel Nelson and what's his name? Charles
Nelson Riley. Charlie Borges.
Charlie Borges, yeah. They're both nicknamed Nelly. So according to Joe. So I was like, who the hell is Nelly? Right? But he kept referring to the human rain delay, and it took me a while to figure out he was talking about Jason Delay. I'm like, who is he talking about? Which, by the way, who the hell is T-Bird? I'm driving around yesterday, and I'm like, I actually missed the actual contest. I turned it on at about 3:20, and I hear them talking about how T-Bird won the hot dog. Who the hell is T-Bird?
His real name is Tom. Do you remember Tom Nolfi, the original T-Bird? I
remember
glasses.
Tom Nolfi, yes.
So
that's my guy.
So Joe just gave the nickname to this Tom because they both have the same name.
Right,
that's how. Yeah.
You mentioned that. It was a first annual event.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hear how it all went down. The hot dog eating contest.
From my perspective?
We're going to hear about it coming up.
Okay, gotcha.
Fan Morning Show brought to you
hold on. Before you do that, real quick.
by Guardian Protection.
I'm still confused. Who the hell is T-Bird?
He was hired
He's a remote
month
producer.
or two ago. He's an on-site producer and an engineer. He works
what does he look like?
He looks he blends in well. I don't know. He's got glasses.
Well, he's got a cup now.
He's got long hair, but he slicks it back a lot.
I think I know who this
And he's
guy
very
is.
softly spoken.
You've
probably seen him around.
I think I know who he might be. Because really, when I was looking at the video, and we'll talk about this in a minute, but I was like the only person I thought, what's the tall kid's name? Sean,
don't call me Seth Meyers.
Yes, him, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, is his nickname T-Bird?
No.
And I didn't know it?
It's Don't Call Me Seth Meyers.
All right. I digress.
We're about to hit the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We'll hear that exciting conclusion and figure out, Nicholas, what happened? We'll discuss that as we continue. It's Fan Morning Show on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates won yesterday 5-4 in 10 innings over the St. Louis Cardinals to force a rubber match today. 12:35 is the scheduled start time of this game today. If you want to listen, you can. Right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 11:40 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm Dirty Mac with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to fight pain. We've crowned 3 champs in the 2024 calendar year, the Chiefs, the Celtics, and the Panthers. What do they all have in common? Well, the year before, they were all in their league or conference championship round. If the trends hold, who do you have for this year's MLB crown? Rangers, Astros, D-backs, or Phillies? Will a previous deep playoff run pay off again? I'm Dirty Mac.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium Saturday, July 6th for another home game during their 25th anniversary season. The Riverhounds host Monterey Bay FC at 7 p.m. Come early and enjoy their 4th of July block party, along with an appearance from WWE superstar Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Also, enjoy their food and drink specials, family activities, and of course, professional soccer. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Serious savings at your local Parmar store. Dan Zang really reminding you to download the Parmar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Parmar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Catch 2024 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year, Cam Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and many more celebs smashing softballs for charity at the 4th annual Three Rivers Celebrity Softball Game presented by the Corey Firm at Wild Things Park Saturday, July 13th. Tickets are available now.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. HM3 Partners Independence Fund presents Celebrity Care Fest. It benefits UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment, July 26th and 27th. Pat Benatar, Smokey Robinson, and a superstar artist so big we can't even say him yet, or her. Learn who it is at hm3.org. Tickets on sale at hm3.org. They've had so many different artists come through there. Chicago played there, Nicholas, a few years ago, and it was awesome. I mean, to hear them in person with all the horns, like it was so much fun. You can check that out, hm3.org. Pat Benatar, Smokey Robinson, a random superstar artist that we don't know of yet. That sounds like a lot of fun. You guys had a lot of fun yesterday. The first ever PM team hot dog eating contest, and here is how it all went down.
Cal is shaking his head no. Seth Davis. 9, 8, 7. Here they come. 6 for Cal on the bite left. Callis, get there. To the wall. It's over. T-Bird wins. The footlong finisher. The wiener whisperer. Down goes Callis. I think he just lost his lunch. Callis has thrown up. Oh, my God. Well, but T-Bird is the winner with 6 hot dogs. Well, now.
All right, Nicholas. So now that you're here, you've had a little time to digest this and other things. What happened?
So they were quarter-pound hot dogs, and nobody really expected that. And when I looked at them, I was like, oh, this is going to be a lot. And so I didn't eat anything that day. I just had apple juice because I wanted to get a little sugar in me, but I figure an empty stomach would increase my appetite. And I was the first to 4. So I got through 3 of them pretty strongly. The 4th one was a slight struggle. The 5th one, though, was rough. And they tasted bad after that. They were great hot dogs, but you eat 5 of them in that time. And I felt like I was going to throw up.
Were you doing the hot dog in the bun, or were you doing it separately?
I held the wiener in one hand and the and the bun in the other. Oh, put it in the right context. All right, Jeff. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's what I did. The hot dog was in one hand, the bun was in the other, and I ate them kind of together, but in separate hands. And I would down a bunch of water to kind of dissolve it in my mouth because I didn't want to waste time dipping it. The problem, I think, with that, though, was that I was intaking too much water over time, and I think that's where my gag reflex was starting to come in. I chose early speed over pace, and that's what happened. And
Did you get overconfident?
No, I don't
Were you
think.
Feeling it halfway through, like, hey, I got this?
No, I didn't slow down because I thought I was confident that I was going to win. No, I slowed down because I thought I was going to throw up, and I said that in my post-game interview. I chose to not be on social media throwing up. I chose, 5's fine.
Chose dignity.
Yeah, I chose a little dignity in there. I'm like,
if there is such a thing in a hot dog eating contest.
Right, and I told the guys too beforehand. I'm like, listen, I'm the favorite in this, and even I will listen to my body in certain circumstances, and I just did not want to throw up. Now, what they thought was me throwing up at the end, I had a hot dog and I was chewing it in my mouth. I still had like a bite to go that was on the plate, but like there was that portion of my mouth that I didn't want to swallow because then I thought I was going to throw up eating that too. So as soon as the clock struck, I went over and I just spit out what was in my mouth. It wasn't a throw up. It was just, I'm not eating this because it means nothing at this point.
So did it tick you off that Dom just ate a hot dog like he was eating a hot dog at some kind of random meal? No,
Dom pisses me off for a lot of reasons in just his existence, but this one in particular was, he just makes bad decisions that are hilarious. Do you hear what he did the night before? He went into practice the night before.
Yeah, that's.
He ate 6 hot dogs and they all had pickle and relish and condiments on them.
So I guess T-Bird ate chia seeds, which he had done some studying about what you need to do beforehand.
Yeah, he ate a lot of foods that give you natural energy, like the chia seeds. He was drinking a lot of water, and he had something with sugar in it too. But yeah, he ate a lot of natural, healthy foods for you that give you the energy that you need, and the water I think helped expand his stomach over a short amount of time there. And when you have it in you at first, I was consuming too much in the moment. He was so pre-prepared, or just prepared. I think that's the word. He was prepared to take it down, and he was an underdog. He had the third best odds, I think, third or fourth best odds. Yeah, he did it right. I think he had the best preparation out of any of us that competed there.
You guys get anything for second place?
Nope.
You and Donnie?
Nope.
Just the dignity of not throwing up on camera.
I'm happy Donnie and I tied. I think it was very interesting, and I'm glad that we kind of tied because everybody was like, it's going to be those two down to the wire, and it actually was. I got to 5 first, and then I just kind of tapped out, and Donnie had a nice methodical approach to get himself to 5, but then Tom just T-Bird. He didn't have a Twitter account, by the way. People were asking for it. They wanted to congratulate him, and they couldn't because he's not prominent on social media.
Wow.
Yeah. But he did it the right way, man. He paced himself well, and he prepared properly.
The new guy comes through.
Mm-hmm.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's Chevy summertime at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. KDTV has a look at our weather. When we come back, more thoughts on the Buccos as we continue. Paul Zeiss, Jeff Hathorn, Nicholas Callis, Fan Morning Show for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson here on Independence Day.
Good morning. You're going to want to stay weather aware today with an isolated to scattered rain and storm chance occurring for most of the day. I'll keep your rain chance very low before 10 o'clock this morning, but then after that, I expect there will be at least some rain, if not storms, on radar for the rest of the day here locally. Highs today should hit the mid-80s with morning temps near 70. We should be in the low 80s by noon. Skies today will be mostly cloudy. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley at the KDK Weather Center.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the land, your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Chris Muller here, fresh from the Awaken 180 open house at their new location in Mars, and let me tell you, the vibes, absolutely electric. And what really blew me away was meeting listeners who've shed 30, 40, 50 pounds or more, and they were thanking me and Donnie. It gave me a new perspective on what it really means to share our success stories. Feels like we're changing lives because we are. And I also realized something huge. Keeping the weight off wasn't just a phase for them. It was a total lifestyle overhaul. Like this one listener, she was inspired by her husband who lost 50 pounds with Awaken 180. She didn't even think he needed to lose it, but after she saw his transformation, she went for it and dropped over 45 pounds herself. That's incredible, right? The real kicker for me was seeing how the Awaken 180 coaches interact with clients. They're reviewing results, planning next steps. It's more than motivation. It's a personal connection. They're genuinely invested in our success just as much as we are. Working with Awaken 180 feels like teaming up with a friend because, well, you are. Team up at awaken180weightloss.com.
You know, it's called spring cleaning for a reason. You don't want to be clearing out that junk in July. Enjoy a clutter-free summer and book us online. 2menandajunktruck.com.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You make the world fun. Fago makes it pop. Visit MakeTheWorldPop.com to register for prizes delivered directly to your door. Come back weekly for your chance to win. Don't forget it's Fago time at your local Giant Eagle location. Visit them for weekly specials.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane. That's Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster
Extra business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates beat the Cardinals yesterday 5-4 in the second game of 3 in the series. Rowdy Tellez got 3 hits in the game and a home run, and he's been hot lately here. Pirates and Cardinals are going to play again in the third and final game of the series, with it tied 1-1 right now. Third and final game is going to be today, 12:35. If you want to listen to that game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 11:40. And that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. And headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Jeff Hathorn, Paul Zeiss, Nicholas Callis. And for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson, happy Independence Day. You heard from KDK TV. There's chance for some showers. Sounds like they're going to be pretty spotty. It may work out that it's nothing at all. Let's hope that's the case, especially for all the fireworks shows that are planned for later today. But it's 4th of July. You're going to be out. Ideally, you're outside playing some games, grilling out, eating a lot of food, maybe throwing a few drinks back. So, Paul, if you're out there, you got a lawn game. There's several options. Bocce.
Bocce.
Cornhole. The old school would be croquet, but that seems to take – it seems to be too involved. I used to love lawn darts as a kid, but I guess now, you're going to stab people with them and kill them so you can't have them. Can jam. Wiffle ball.
What is can jam?
Can jam is the Frisbee into the little circular thing. With, it's got the little wiffle ball, spike ball. I guess that's more, if you're young and agile, spike ball is a thing. You see that on a lot of college campuses. My daughter was into spike ball. What are you going with? Like, what's your...
You know what? I like, I was always into, like, volleyball outdoors. You know what I mean? That was always fun.
Well, you must have had a decent yard if you're playing volleyball.
Yeah, volleyball was always fun. I never got into the cornhole thing. I know a lot of people love it. I've never, ever really liked it or even played it that much. There's not a whole lot about it that interests me. It's a slow game in my mind, I remember back in the day we used to play lawn darts, though. That was always fun. With the circular thing that you threw at the end. Now, that was always
two
fun.
hoops and some darts. It was...
Right. But generally, like, if I went to a picnic, say we went to a picnic in the park or something, I would generally go find the basketball courts and play pickup basketball. There'd always be, at any picnic, any given picnic, there'd always be enough, You only need 4 people, really, to play, but you get really 2. You and someone else can play one-on-one, but usually you'd get like a 3-on-3 or a 4-on-4, you go play, and you have a good time doing that. But if you're at the house, we had a basketball court in our backyard. In our driveway, but we would play. Lawn darts was always one of the things. I keep going back to that because that was the game we would always play. Again, you'd think that playing that, I would have made the natural transition to cornhole, but it just doesn't really interest me that much.
I mean, the nice thing about that sport, I don't even want to say it's a sport. That's what you see on the Ocho. But you can have a beer in one hand and the beanbag in the other. You know, so it's more laid back. Any age can do it. You know, grandpa can compete against the little kid. You know, whereas some of the other, like spike ball, you know, you try to play spike ball, I'd tear an ACL.
Right, exactly. And that gets violent. Even a game, you know, in backyard volleyball gets violent. You know, if you
Did you ever do badminton?
We played it a little bit, yeah, a little bit. And that game was always fun. But I could never, ever really get good at it for some reason. You know, and I always hit the thing too hard. And, you know, I tell you when I was young, right out of, you know, like in high school or right out of high school, I played a lot of tennis. You were talking about tennis before.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. And I started getting pretty good at it on a recreational level, you know? But once you start getting into the point where you're working and you've got a family and all this other stuff, you got to start cutting some things out, you know? And so that kind of went. But I enjoy that too. But that's a completely different sport than badminton. And I think it's a completely different sport than pickleball. Like, I think you could be really good at tennis and stink at pickleball and vice versa.
See, we would do badminton because you didn't need as much space normally than you did for volleyball. The thing what we would get if we would start playing volleyball is you start the fights about like somebody carrying it or somebody, and not fist fights as much as just the arguments.
Right.
Like, hey, that's illegal or that's a carry. You have someone in our family is the sister who was a volleyball player and she was pretty good. And so she get ticked off at everybody carrying the ball or whatever. And then there are people that are just basically grabbing it and scooping it over.
Right.
So you get into those discussions. The one I didn't get into till we moved down here to the city was bocce. Like I really didn't. We didn't have. I mean, everybody seemed to have like a hilly yard, so there was no good yard to set up bocce.
Now, is bocce? I honestly can say I don't know that I've ever played bocce. I don't know that I've ever really seen it played. Is bocce what is it? Is it basically like something where someone rolls out a ball and then you got to knock the ball, or what's the? How do you?
Yeah, that's essentially.
What do you do to play bocce? How does that game work?
So you knock. There's a ball they throw out, and then you try to knock the ball. You try to get closest or knock people away from that ball, and you get points in that regard, right, Nicholas?
It's like closest to the pin in golf, but you know you get points based on how close you are to this.
And you
ball.
can knock somebody else's ball out of the way.
Yeah. So you each have a certain amount of throws, and I think they alternate. But yeah, your job is to roll the ball, get it close, and you can knock other balls away from opponents to make sure that yours gets closest. And then they do rough measurements and give you points based on how close you got.
What's your lawn game?
I'm big on croquet.
Really?
I have a croquet set, and I always wanted one when I was little, and I finally got one, and it was a more interesting game than I had thought, and it was really cool. And so yeah, I'll play that every once in a while.
Seriously?
Yeah.
You set up all the. What are they, wickets?
We don't do exact measurements, but you set it up like in a figure eight style. And, you know, you have to hit the ball through each of the wickets, and you have to do it in a certain order. And the first one to get them through all of them is
And then you hit the
winner.
stick at the end or whatever.
Yeah, so there's a stake. Well, there's a stake on one end and a stake at the beginning. You have to go up and back in order to win first. Up and back, not just up and back.
Well, I mean, wiffle ball used to be a fun one.
Yes.
You didn't need a ton of room. You hit it over the clothesline or, you know, certain trees or bases. And I guess Bechtold is in, what's he in, some league, right?
He's I think he's in the South Hills Wiffle League, and he also participates a little bit with Wiff His Life, which is one in Washington.
He's the president of the league.
He's one of the top guys. I don't know if he runs the league.
I don't know. According to him, he runs the league.
Oh, Well, no, I believe him. I mean, I've seen him play. He was in a national wiffle ball tournament last year, and I met a guy in college when I was in 2020, and he had me announce their national championship because it was in Washington County in 2020, and then they came back in 2023. But I've been announcing for his league in Washington and then the national games sometimes. It's a big thing now. They're professional wiffle ball players.
Now, is it the same ball with the holes in it, or is it some kind of fancy?
So they have the holes are on one side. You know those ones with like the curved holes, and they're only on one side.
Well, yeah.
Because it always used to piss you off. You get the one, like the cheap one, that
Right.
didn't have holes, and it'd be dented by like the third
Those
hit.
ones were bad, but if you talk to Austin, that whole thing is very competitive. They're serious about it, you know. Like
I announced the national championship on ESPN Plus when it was here in Pittsburgh, or it was they played at Wild Things Park. It's legit. It's legit.
What are the dimensions?
The I want to say 60 feet away.
They throw
and the
a
bases
wiffle ball
are
that far?
Yeah, the bases are 45. It's like Little League, except the mound's a little farther away because you can't have it that close for those guys. But they some leagues, the one in Washington has a pitch speed regulation, but the national guys don't. And the way they move the ball is nuts.
Wait, pitch speed regulation?
Yep. So some leagues, because some of the teams are weaker, and if you don't, they'll get smashed. But the national guys don't play around. When that national tournament comes here, no pitch speed regulation. It's just they're sizzling.
And they probably make that ball dance.
Yes.
Because that was the beauty of wiffle balls. Even if you couldn't throw a curveball with a baseball, you could with a wiffle ball.
But they master they got sinkers, screwballs. They can make a move any type of way, and I've seen it. It's nuts.
Huh. Well, that's the thing that they were talking about. That's the thing Austin was talking about was how good the pitchers are. Basically they can do almost anything with the ball.
His team
sink it.
I saw his team play once in the national tournament. They struggled a little bit.
Sink it.
Yeah.
Make it rise, make it curve, make it make it dive from left to right. I mean,
it's difficult.
The guys that basically are good pitchers know exactly what they're doing for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So much for the days where you're just like imitating the Pirates lineup.
Well, you could do that at your house or in your local area. I mean, nobody said you can't have fun with it.
Damn.
It just depends what level of fun. I mean, if you don't want to organize a team, you shouldn't. Yeah, just have fun with it. But these guys have fun with it, and they do it at the highest level.
It's probably, ACL injuries and injured lists, and there's a salary cap in this league.
No.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection here on Independence Day. But Paul, I'm with you. I think lawn darts is the old one that could. And then there's that one where you've got the. I don't know. I've seen them homemade where you just take, pipe and make those where the three lines and you've got the string with the ball on each end.
Oh,
and you fire it across a distance, and then you try to get it to wrap around one of the three levels, and each level you get a different. I always thought that was just like we had an uncle who was a plumber, and I just thought he took some old pipe and just. But I guess that's the thing. Like other people have. They're like this. You could buy these sets of whatever the hell this game was called.
Ladder toss.
There you go.
Ladder toss.
I've never called it that. That I've never known the formal name, but that's what it is, according to the internet. Ladder toss.
Well, internet's never wrong.
No.
An opportunity right now for you to be caller number 3, and win a pair of tickets to see Bret Michaels and Chris Jansen at the Pavilion at Star Lake on Saturday, July 13th. Next Saturday. Third caller right now to win 2 tickets to see Bret Michaels with Chris Jansen at the Pavilion at Star Lake. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll get back into some Pirate talk. Coming up at the top of the hour, Penguins have had a busy week and a half. They've got prospect camp starting in a couple of days. Dan Kongursky from Pittsburgh Hockey Now wrote an interesting article about Sidney Crosby not yet signed and what that might mean. So we'll talk a little Penguins at the top of the hour. Coming back, a little Buccos here. Jeff Hathorn, Paul Zeiss, Nicholas Callis here on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates won yesterday, and they won by a final of 5-4 after 10 innings. Pirates and Cardinals are going to play again today. It's Game 3 of the series, third and final game, rubber match. And if you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have coverage beginning at 11:40 this morning, and that coverage is going to be that coverage starts at 11:40, hosted by Dan Zangrilli. It'll be the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more Fan Headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com. And now this message from Doran Dickerson.
Maximize the efficiency of your HVAC equipment with the Southside Plumbing and Heating Technician Inspection. Whether it's HVAC equipment or a new hot water heater, Southside Plumbing and Heating will give you a shoulder to lean on. They're not just a family-owned business that's been around for decades. They make you feel like you're a part of their family from the time you give them a call until the job is done. Their quality and intent to get the job done makes them the absolute best plumbing and heating company in the city of Pittsburgh. Give them a call today, 412-431-7455, or go to their website, SouthsidePlumbingandHeating.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapit Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes.
Made to order and get free tucks. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
This is Chris Muller with a message from Paige and her entire Awaken 180 team. They want to wish all our 93.7 The Fan listeners a happy and healthy Independence Day week. Having a party? Find your free recipes at Awaken 180 on all social media channels.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Dead battery on America's birthday? America's #1 battery destination is here to help. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging at every store, and batteries starting at just $79.99. With our 4th of July sale, we have savings to help you red, white, and do any other jobs you've been putting off. It's everything you need to get back on the road at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
O'Reilly.
You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes, because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than what paper towels and kitchen grease and soaps come. Use as directed.
Summer's on, and so are the deals at Target's 4th of July sale.
Let's go.
Celebrate with 30% off 12 packs of soda when you buy 3 with Target Circle. Or get Doritos chips on sale, 2 for $6.
I love it.
Then make it a party with sprinkles. Select favorite day treats dressed in red, white, and blue are 20% off with Target Circle. And save even more. We've lowered prices on many summer faves like Up and Up Sunscreen, Tillamook Ice Cream, Honest Kids Juice Boxes, and more. Target's 4th of July sale ends Saturday. Restrictions apply.
I love it.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk, listen live, or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
.93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send us an email at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Century 21 Fairways Real Estate, our proud sponsor. So, heading into June, hitting 177, you never would have thought there would be a day, considering all the boos that he heard at PNC Park, that there would be a day or night where people were chanting for Rowdy Tellez, that he is... The fans were excited when he was coming to bat in the, 8th or 9th?
Yeah.
Hit that line drive. Like, people are like, all right, we got a chance to win because Rowdy's at the plate. He went from hitting 177 to 244 here on July 4th. 15 of his 23 RBIs have come in the last month. He also had a good defensive play yesterday where he made that diving stop.
Yeah, and he's had a couple of really fun base running. He stole base, you know, went first to third. He's done some things in the last few weeks. Listen, if he continues to do what he's doing, I mean, obviously the Pirates will be vindicated for bringing him here. And, you know, I think that really there's been an incredible turnaround.
He says he's just kind of been the same guy. He's stuck with what he's done. You know, he kind of kept that mindset that, hey, I'm going to pull through this. And, you know, he's getting – not everything he's hitting has been lasered. I mean, he's getting some things to drop. He had that one off the end of the bat that trickled up the line that where he got on base 2 days ago. But, hey, credit to the 29-year-old. I mean, it never was personal with him. It was just the fact that he wasn't producing.
And that and also the stuff where he basically tried to tell – He arrived in town for like 10 seconds, and all of a sudden he's trying to tell us what we do here. This is not what we do here. To which most people said, how the hell do you know what we do here? You just got here. Please shut up.
Which the thing
and then the thing is, then he went out and stunk. Like this town, if you talk trash to fans, or you better produce. Because if you don't, they're going to let you hear it, which is what happened. He brought it on himself because he shot off his mouth when he shouldn't have, and there was no need for him to. David Bednar's a big boy. He can handle it. And quite frankly, David Bednar gets it and understood it. Okay, these guys, you know, the fans, you know, they expect me to go out there and win every game. So my thing was, Rowdy brought it on himself. He put a target on his back when he decided that he was going to tell us how we are supposed to act as fans in this town and how we're supposed to. No, you just got here. Please shut up.
And a quick aside about that, like Bednar was ready to meet with us. I think there was this impression that, you know, Rowdy went into the back area of the clubhouse and brought Bednar out and Bednar was getting set to speak to us, to face the music, and then Rowdy kind of came in and put his arm around him and had that little thing. But for him, I mean, to have this turnaround, it's all of a sudden now you've got a guy that can. I mean, he's shown off a little power. The things that just seem laughable that he might be able to do, he's actually done.
Right. Here's what's concerning to me. In 2021, when he was with Toronto, he hit 209. 2021, the second half of the season, he hit 270. Okay. 2022, he hit 219. 2023, he hit 215. So I think there will be a regression back to somewhere between 170 and what he's done in the last month. And if there's a regression of some sort, given that the fact that this team doesn't have a whole lot of other guys that hit.
They have no other first baseman.
You know, I'm just saying, even in the lineup, you know, when I hear, okay, our guys improving is going to be, you know, the plan. Well, Rowdy Tellez for the last 5 weeks has been really good. So he's a lot more likely to regress than he is to continue to improve. You know? Okay, so where is the improvement coming? I think Nick Gonzalez has been pretty good. You know what I mean? He's doing what he's doing. O'Neal Cruz probably is what he is right now, which he's been okay. He hasn't been great, but I think he's been okay, right? I don't know that there's a whole lot of room for him to. I mean, I think he'll grow eventually over the course of his career. Obviously, he's got a lot of potential, but as far as this year goes, I don't know that there's a ton of space for him to get back, like to him to markedly improve.
Although the talent is there.
It is.
Like you see it with
no
Cruz.
question. No question. You see it. But my point is, I don't know that it's the kind of thing where he's just going to, you know, the light bulb's going to go on one day and all of a sudden he's going to go crazy. I actually think he's been okay. I haven't had a problem with him. Yeah, he strikes out a lot because he's got the kind of swing. He's probably going to strike out a lot. You know what I'm saying?
But the problem is they don't need him to just be okay.
I get it.
They need O'Neal Cruz to be an all-star.
I get it. No question. I'm talking about this year, what's realistic in terms of the plan that we're going to just have to have guys improve as opposed to go out and getting other guys. Brian Hayes had a 2-month stretch last year where he played really well and hit the ball really well. For the most part in his career, he's not been a good hitter. For the most part in his career, he's had injury issues that have held him back.
Yeah, and two specific ones. The thumb,
right,
which can affect your grip, that could affect your hitting, and then the back, which affects everything.
Right. So, I mean, you want to tell me Jack Sawinski can get a little better? Okay, fine. I'm just saying, I don't know that there's all this room for growth among the guys they have here that's going to offset the fact that they're just not very good or not very consistent. Rowdy, like I said, for the last 5 weeks has basically carried this offense, him and Brian Reynolds.
And big picture, you need more than 23 RBIs from your first baseman.
Yes.
I mean, it has been nice, and that's been good. The one to me is Hayes, and I know the back injury. I know he's had multiple hit games now in like 3 of his last 5 or something like that. But I mean, they expected. You know, you hear from prospects of, well, when he gets bigger, those doubles that he hits in the minors are going to become home runs. Well, they've never really become home runs. He had 320 in August last year and had like 13 extra base hits in September. So there was a thought he's figured something out. He's gotten loose. It's gonna click for him now. I don't know if it's just the back injury, which has obviously bothered him even before he went on the IL in May. But if he doesn't do something better than, 230, they're not going to go anywhere. I mean, this is one of the guys he's locked up till 2029.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good to have a guy with a nice glove at third base.
I didn't realize how bad he is until I just looked at his numbers. 296 on base.
Right.
605 OPS. Wow.
And that's come up. I mean, it was below 600 before the game, which is just, I mean, it's bad.
Right.
And that's a guy you're looking at like, well, this guy we want to get some reps in the minors. I'm not suggesting that's going to be the case for him, but those are numbers that you'd start questioning why you would keep that guy on a major league roster. And this is a guy you identified as a key part of your core going forward. He has to hit. And more than just occasional singles, he's got to drive and runs. He's got to be a difference maker in that lineup.
Here's what I'm going to tell you right now. I'm looking at this. To your point about Rowdy, and, hopefully he continues to hit, and it's been wonderful. In 31 less at-bats, Nick Gonzalez has as many home runs as Rowdy Tellez. I'll take it one step further. In 31 less at-bats, Edward Olivares has as many home runs as Rowdy Tellez. In 135 less at-bats, Joey Bart has one less home run than Rowdy Tellez. So, that's not good. Sawinski has the same amount of at-bats as Tellez, and he has two more home runs than Tellez does. I'm just saying, Tellez needs to hit for more power, and, he's obviously hit a couple home runs now the last few weeks, and you hope that gets him started. By the same token, he's on pace to hit, about 13 home runs?
Right. And they need more guys like Nick Gonzalez who are kind of left for dead, lost out on the second base opportunity in spring training.
Right.
In 46 games, he's fourth on the Pirates with 27 RBIs.
Yeah.
In just 46 games.
It's because he drives the ball, and he hits the ball, and he puts it in play.
But I don't, and even Gonzalez is starting to come back a little bit, much like Connor Joe. I mean, for people that thought Connor Joe was going to continue to hit at 290, he's back under 250. He's a utility player.
Right.
I mean, he's not a guy that you throw in the everyday lineup. That's just not his role. It's like, back in the day with Craig Wilson.
Yeah, all those guys.
Who was the center fielder, the outfielder?
Chris Duffy?
No. Mikowski, no. Damn it.
Ron McCowiak.
Yeah,
or
Makoviak.
Yeah.
If this guy gets 500 home run or at bats, he's going to hit this many. Well, no, there's a reason I use him as a platoon guy.
Yeah.
I think it's the same way with Connor Joe's a nice player, but he's a guy that you use in different situations. He's not a guy that should be hitting cleanup in your lineup.
Never. That's the problem. And so, the thing about Connor Joe is, again, and I said this a long time ago, like a month ago, 2 months ago. The problem with the Pirates is they've got too many guys like Connor Joe, Jack Sawinski, and Nick Triolo back when he was actually starting every day or playing every day. It was like they've got too many guys like those guys who should be coming off the bench, situational players, but they're starters.
I think Trillo is a guy that, probably could use at bats at AAA.
Right.
Instead of sitting here and playing once a week or being a ghost runner in the 10th inning. He's hitting, 202. It seems like there is some, maybe a little bit in that bat, at least more than I know Peguero is playing a lot. I don't know if Peguero is a major leaguer, but I would say for Triolo, maybe give him a shot to go get a bunch of at-bats and see what his future might be with this team. And if Hayes has another injury or something happens, you can bring him back up.
Yeah. You were thinking of utility guys. The ultimate utility outfielder, which was the ultimate, oh, boy, if he played every day, I don't know why they don't play him every day. R.J. Reynolds. Do you remember him? There's a name for the past.
Yes.
I always remember that.
Yeah, and that's They need more depth in that lineup. They need Cabrian Hayes to start hitting and get that going. You can check out the story about Cabrian Hayes and his value to the team at 937thefan.com, as well as game stories and audio from last night's Pirates win over the Cardinals in 10 innings. Bucco's on the Fan today at 12:35. Pregame coverage, Dan Zangrilli at the North Shore Tavern leadoff show coming up at 11:40. Coverage on the Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. When we come back, it was a breaking news story everywhere yesterday that I think anybody could have predicted and put their money on it, and it would have happened. That, as we continue, Paul Zeiss, Jeff Hathorn, and Nicholas Callis on the Fan Morning Show on the 4th of July.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates and Cardinals going to play again today at 12:35 in the third and final game of the series, with it being tied 1-1. That makes today the rubber match. Cardinals right now have the third wild card spot in the National League. The Pirates have inched closer. They're 3 games out now of that third and final wild card spot. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage is presented by Pella Windows, and that coverage begins at 11:40 for Pirates and Cardinals at 12:35. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm Dirty Mac with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to fight pain. We've crowned 3 champs in the 2024 calendar year, the Chiefs, the Celtics, and the Panthers. What do they all have in common? Well, the year before, they were all in their league or conference championship round. If the trends hold, who do you have for this year's MLB crown? Rangers, Astros, D-backs, or Phillies? Will a previous deep playoff run pay off again? I'm Dirty Mac.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject.
Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school.
Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue.
You got it.
And markers?
Of course.
Oh, geez.
Can we get a cart, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 30.
Celebrate July 4th with the hottest deals at Lowe's. Right now, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for $10. And buy 2, get 1 free on select paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Annuals offer in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/rebates for details while supplies last.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchguard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Green Tree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District.
A stacked July at Wild Things Park continues July 5th through the 7th with weekend fun and high-level baseball. Enjoy fireworks, Jimmy Buffett night with a Hawaiian shirt giveaway presented by Coons Floor Sanding and Finishing, and Superhero night with a Kids Coin Bank giveaway presented by Chrome FCU and a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
All right, so there we were, cruising through the new open-air zoo, when I realized that the park was closing in like 15 minutes. Luckily, we were in my Nissan Rogue. With its powerful VC turbo engine, well, we had time to see all the animals. Whoa! And outrun a few!
Drive the Nissan Rogue.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We got a real good show for you.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Doran Dickerson, Adam Crowley enjoying the 4th of July. Jeff Hathorne, Paul Zeiss, Nicholas Callis here with you. Bucco's coming up. 12:35, Martin Perez starts for the Pirates. They have not listed the starters for the Mets series, but you've got to think that Paul Skeens is going to start on Friday. That's where it fits. We'll see about Jared Jones, if he'll be able to go on Monday. We'll learn more about that as we continue. Probably we talked to Ben Cherington on Saturday, the beat reporters, and then on Sunday, of course, the Ben Cherington Show right here on 93.7 The Fan at 12:35. We'll find out more about where Jones is after that lat issue. I mean, it wasn't termed a pull. There was nothing. Jones and Derek Shelton said afterwards it was precautionary, and that's the reason why he was pulled from the game after 78 pitches in 5 innings. 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Wimbledon going on right now, which I guess I always thought it funny that, it goes on during the 4th of July time, which, obviously isn't something that's celebrated over in Great Britain. But that it's kind of a 4th of July event is the big sporting event over that time is over in England. And that is continuing. And actually, they have some decent weather for the first time in a little while. You know, there's a breaking news, Nicholas. You question some people that throw out stuff as insider tells me this, source tells me this, and you wonder if they're just throwing stuff at the wall.
Mm-hmm.
You or I, after the Lakers drafted Bronny James, could have made the designation that LeBron James was going to sign back with the LA Lakers.
Absolutely.
And I'm looking at ESPN yesterday as huge sources say LeBron James re-signing with the Lakers. There are times to be very proud of insider information. Insider that Klay Thompson's signing with the Mavericks. Insider that whatever, that Saquon's no longer going to be with the Giants or whatever it might be. This one was pretty easy.
Yeah.
I mean, they drafted his kid. His kid had signed a 4-year deal. And I saw that they backed a little bit by saying it was 2 years, $104 million. That it's actually going to be 2 years, maybe now $102 million, so they can have some money to sign some people.
That's amazing to me. $2 million makes that much of a difference.
It doesn't.
In the NBA.
I tell you what, we don't follow it as much here. You ever look at some of those deals? Like, just the transactions go through and you see some of the money these guys are making?
I think Donnie was touching on it a bit yesterday. So how colossal the deals are.
You know, Donovan Mitchell, and the cap works that you can bring guys back you can retain your own players, but pay them more, but it doesn't kill you on the salary cap. So, like, the Cavs keep Donovan Mitchell, but this extravagant contract isn't killing them as much of the cap, which, in a way, when you look at hockey, you think, man, if the Pens could sign Crosby and sign him to a legit contract and then not have to worry about what that is coming back, that would be advantageous for them.
Yeah.
Maybe not for the whole league, but advantageous for them. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan weather, high of 86 today, low of 71, 65% chance of rain. But it's likely going to come a little later, so it hopefully doesn't affect the game today, and hopefully it's more like the 35% is right and won't affect any of your outdoor plans. It is going to be warm, high of 89. Tomorrow, very warm, potential of a morning thunderstorm. Then in the afternoon, some heavy thunderstorms could bring flooding, downpours, hail, damaging winds. Now that we haven't seen that over the last couple of weeks. High tomorrow of 88. Saturday looks like the day. Saturday and Sunday look awesome. 87's the high on Saturday. Periods of clouds and sun. Less humid and breezy. Sunday, 88. Some sun and clouds. Very little chance of precipitation either of those days. 88, 87, and 88 are the high. 87 is the big number as we move forward. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. 87, a very big number in Pittsburgh. And coming up next, Dan Kongursky from Pittsburgh Hockey Now just wrote about number 87. And is it a slam dunk that he's going to sign an extension after this season to remain with the Penguins? We'll discuss. Jeff Hathorn, Paul Zeiss, Nicholas Callis. Fan Morning Show. Happy Independence Day on 93.7 The Fan.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's Design Studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Ah, the sweet feelings of summer. The kiss of warm sun on your skin. The softly scented breeze blowing through the trees. Don't worry, you have Off Clean Feel, fragrance-free mosquito repellent that feels good on skin, so even mosquitoes can't ruin those sweet feelings of summer. Off Clean Feel. Prevention is the best protection from mosquitoes.
Okay, the hot summer months. You got to get to Schultz Ford and get that great deal. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And how about always online at schultzford.com? They have a gigantic selection of inventory, everything that you want for this summer. Hey, how about a Bronco? Take the top off, cruise around. Mustang, convertible, great summer car too. And maybe you're going to the beach. What about an Explorer? That gets it done for you. Great family car to, get all the way down to the beach and back. So again, those great locations and always online at schultzford.com. The customer service cannot be beaten. You go into Schultz Ford, you are treated like family all the time at all the locations. Again, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, now in Wheeling as well. And check it out online too, schultzford.com.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
Hey, here with Patty Byrne from CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply. Patty, summer is here. What's new at CGR Wholesale?
CGR Wholesale is fully stocked and ready to rock with Owens Corning Duration shingles in all the colors you want. We can also order West Virginia metal panels and Provia windows and doors to size. And if you need a deck upgrade, CGR can get your Trex and TimberTech decking with quick lead times to upgrade your outdoor space.
That's awesome, Patty. And tell my contractors and do-yourselfers out there why they should buy from CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply.
We are the premier destination for everything you need from start to finish to complete your next project. Our goal is to save you time and money on every project.
Stop by and see them on Route 51 South in Ross Straver or check them out online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
I've had a number of health issues throughout my life, but at 39, I was in need of major open heart surgery. I chose the UPMC Heart Team because of their reputation.
UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute has performed more than 20,000 heart surgeries in the last 5 years.
And now, thankfully, as a survivor, I want to instill how precious life is in my students and my family.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Hey everybody, it's Andrew Filipponi. Do you want to protect your car from bugs, UV rays, rain? Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes you need to get to WetGo. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates beat the Cardinals yesterday 5-4 in the second game of 3 in the series. Rowdy Tellez got 3 hits in the game and a home run. He's been hot lately here. Pirates and Cardinals are going to play again in the third and final game of the series, with it tied 1-1 right now. Third and final game is going to be today, 12:35. If you want to listen to that game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 11:40, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. And headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis in Monroeville, now open. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Stanley Cup final ended about 3 hours ago. Then they had the draft and free agency. So the NHL is, they're trying to same model in some circumstances as the NHL and be relevant year-round. The seasons continue to expand. And Penn's prospect camp will begin on Saturday in Cranberry. So some news with the Penguins, obviously, with some signings. And Dan Kongursky from Pittsburgh Hockey Now joining us. And Dan, it's the headline across PittsburghHockeyNow.com about where's Crosby's contract. And I get it. I mean, I think that of any contract of any athlete I could think of over the last, decade or two, that seems like a slam dunk, it would be Sidney Crosby remaining with the Penguins. Is that something that is a little bit more of a question mark than we all think?
Well, I think the fact that we've made it to July 4th and there's no contract, obviously let's just say there's at least T's to be crossed and I's to be dotted still after more than a month of talking. Perhaps it's more than T's and I's, right? So, they've done a nice job of keeping things private. What they haven't done, I was waiting for Dubas to use the word, and I was waiting for Crosby when he spoke at the draft via Zoom about the Four Nations tournament being named one of the top 6 Canadians. No one used the word optimistic. Everyone just keeps saying, we'll keep it private, we're talking. You know what? I'll go out on that limb and say, obviously, there are some issues being discussed that haven't been resolved. So obviously it's not the blank check, here you go, fill it in, let's get this done situation.
Well, I think the big thing with that is really what choice do the Penguins have? They have to get this done, don't they?
Paul, cold, hard thinking, no, they don't. And neither does Sid. And that's, I think, the interesting thing. If you really step back and take all emotion out of it, Crosby's really only reason to stay a Penguin would be that legacy, that loyalty, that be a one sweater for life guy, and that really seems to be special to him. He lived with Mario Lemieux when he was 18, 19 years old, and of course Mario owned the team and was a Penguin for life, and his hero growing up, Steve Yzerman, was a one jersey guy. So fulfilling that sort of destiny obviously is very appealing. He did a lot to keep Evgeny Malkin and Chris Letang in the fold. So those things all matter. But if you take the emotion out, I'm hard-pressed to find any other reason.
It's tough, Dan, because you want to win as a player. And if you look, you objectively look, and I'm sure he has. He's not going to say it publicly, but he's probably looked and thought about where the Penguins sit right now in this division. This is not a team that seems primed for another run at a Stanley Cup. And I would imagine, to your point, that's the issue from Sid's camp would be, and if I want another title, I don't know if I could do it here.
Well, let's even dial that down a couple notches. Competitiveness. there's Washington, kind of going for it in a very rebuilding, interesting sort of way. They get Jeff Chikrin and goaltender, and for years they actually kept their first round pick. So they've got some kids like Connor McMichael coming into the lineup, and all of a sudden there's Washington kind of not stinking around Alex Ovechkin. And, with respect to NHL players, you look at the Penguins signings, Anthony Beauvillier, Ryan Shea, Holloway, who's a depth defenseman from Toronto, and you start to, and Blake Lizotte, a really nice fourth liner. Kevin Hayes, a guy who, whose usefulness is a little bit debatable. You have to just, I'm sure he has to kind of look at the team and what it will be next year. And then in 2 years, when Evgeny Malkin is done and the core is done, and say, well, what am I saying here long-term for that? Or at least ask Dubas that question. If I stay long-term, what's how soon can you get us there?
Well, you made mention of a number of the guys that the Penguins signed, and it kind of felt like it kind of feels like they're sending mixed messages with this group. I mean, are they trying to win or are they trying to rebuild? I mean, I know that some people would say they're trying to do both, but I don't know that you can do both. So are they finally to the point where they're admitting they're at least using the phrase retooling, or are they still under the delusion that they're one or two moves away from being contenders?
Kyle Dubas is shrewd enough not to use either of those terms. What he kind of defaults to the explanation for a rebuild, I think would be the more appropriate word, saying, listen, I don't want to squeak into the playoffs next season. That doesn't appeal to me. We want to be contenders. So we have to, and then the second sentence that he has, gone to after that is, I want to get younger, hungrier players in here into the lineup. I want to get draft picks as urgently as possible so that, Sidney Crosby can mentor them and, that sort of thing. So that to me says rebuild. It is absolutely no longer about winning right now, because clearly you're not going to sign Anthony Beauvillier and claim to be winning now.
Dan Kingerski from Pittsburgh Hockey Now joining us on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Let me ask it to you this way, Dan. Post-draft, few days of free agency in, did the Penguins' chances to get back to the playoffs, based on not only their moves but by other moves, get better or worse?
I would say significantly worse. I don't even think this team as constructed today is as good as it was last year at this time. We know too much, right? We kind of know what they got in Ryan Graves. We saw the struggles in goal. Despite a great season, we saw the goalie tandem sort of fall apart in March until Nedeljkovic kind of went on a run there at the end. We know that everyone's a year older. We kind of know where Evgeny Malkin, where he's trending, right? And we know all of these things about the players, and so there can be no optimism in some of those things that were probably there last August after the Penguins got Erik Karlsson and generally looked like a pretty good team on paper. So it's like, okay, now what happens with the team? They're going to have to really, Jeff, rework, rethink some of these things about, the on-ice product and even the on-ice philosophy. You have Erik Karlsson. You have Chris Letang, who had a pretty good three-quarters of the season until some unspecified injuries kind of ganged up on him. So you have some real interesting corner pieces on the blue line. You bring in a guy like David Quinn, who is a bit, renowned for getting the best out of defensemen. When he had Adam Fox in New York, Fox won the Norris. He has Erik Karlsson in San Jose. Karlsson wins the Norris. Perhaps the Penguins, maybe change some philosophy, rely on their, all-world defensemen a little bit more. I don't know quite what they will do. They have a couple of options, but certainly I don't think the talent level in the bottom six especially is even as good as it was a year ago.
The interesting thing is, and we talked about this yesterday actually with Joe on the show. If you took it, Graves, Karlsson, and Jari, and basically committed to we're trading them regardless of the return, you could free up some cap space. And I get it. It's probably going to be hard to move those contracts. But to me, it's a much better plan than this thing where you're just going to sort of try and slowly but surely rebuild while you're holding on to, these big contracts. I don't know, Dan. I mean, how realistic would it be that you could move those three no matter what the return is?
Well, who was the third one? Jari, Graves, and
Karlsson.
Oh, Karlsson. You can't move Ryan Graves. That would cost assets that the Penguins are desperately trying to hold on to. Draft picks, prospects, what have you. He has 5 years remaining on his deal. I've heard different things about the Jari trade talk. I've heard, everything from nobody else will bite to, the return wasn't good enough. I've heard everything in that spectrum. There still is that Crosby issue, and I think that was maybe important to expose or talk about that factor in all of these decisions. Whereas they do want to maintain a competitiveness out of respect for the core. They don't want to just hang those guys out to dry with nothing. And I don't think you get a whole lot for two of the three. Erik Karlsson, on the other hand, Paul, I do think you'd get probably a first and a second round pick at least for him. Cause that's what the Penguins gave up, and there's certainly a lot of meat on that bone still, even at 34 years old. He's fantastic in the right spot, the right situation. So. But if you trade Erik Karlsson, now what do you do on the right side of your defense? Because then you have Chris Letang and Jack St. Ivany. There's not anybody left out on the free agent market, at least off the top of my head, that you could go get. So now you're sitting on all of this cap space with no assets to trade and a significantly weakened team that's just sort of paddling water to get to the next summer, and that wouldn't, I think, make anybody happy.
Dan Kagurski from Pittsburgh Hockey Now joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Jeff Hathorn, Paul Zeiss, Nicholas Callis. Dan, you mentioned obviously the running mate or the other defenseman that ran with Karlsson for a bunch is Marcus Pettersson. He might be one of the young players that you're looking to lock up. But you got to wonder where his head is, too. I mean, it's a two-way street. Do you think Pettersson and the Penguins – and it's not like the Steelers where they once the season starts, they don't talk contracts. You see contracts signed all the time in the NHL during the season. Do you think that's something that will get done?
I don't know. It's funny you say young player. I think we all kind of still perceive Marcus Pettersson as a young player. But
young by Penguin standards.
Jeff, I'm almost young by Penguin standard. He just turned 28, and you'd like to think that he sticks around. I mean, he certainly had a wild ride, hasn't he? I mean, he went from kind of heralded young guy that had to eat a bad RFA contract for a year. So Jim Rutherford lavished maybe an overpay on him as a make good. He kind of has a down season and a half. Everyone's like, oh, trade him. And now by the end of this 4-year contract, he's back to, untouchable. I don't know if they're truly going to amass draft picks. I look at the trade deadline coming up, and he would have quite a bit of value. If the Penguins are out of the playoffs January, February, I would actually expect Marcus Pettersson to be traded rather than re-signed.
Well, I mean, I think, back to the whole discussion about Jari. I mean, it sounds like
You and I have had this before, haven't we?
Well, yeah, we have. It sounds like they're stuck with him. Are they stuck with him?
I don't know if they're stuck with him. But I do think his value to the Penguins exceeds what his value is on the trade market right now. If he doesn't kind of have that slump in March, I think he has a very high trade value. But that's, slump. That makes it like 2 in a row, maybe 3 in a row, where at the end of the season he wasn't, available for the Penguins at the right time. And so that factors into GMs. I mean, a goalie who kind of muddles through the year and then is fantastic at the end is worth a lot more than a goalie who is great for 3 quarters and not so great at the end. So I'm not, in these conversations with the GMs, and, all I hear is maybe the reverberations. So stuck isn't quite the right word, but certainly I don't think they would benefit by trading him today.
Well, Dan, one of the best prospects, if not maybe the best prospect for the Penguins, is in net, but will not be at prospect camp. That begins on Saturday morning, runs through Wednesday for the Penguins up at the UPMC Lemieux facility in Cranberry. Who are a few names to look for, and is there anyone in there that could make even minimal impact on the roster this coming season?
I think Ville Koivunen is something that the Penguins fans are going to want to see. He put up huge numbers in Finland last season. I saw him in Wilkes-Barre for the couple of playoff games. He has a ways to go before he makes an impact in the NHL. But still, I know Penguins fans want to get their eyes on him. Braden Yeager, their 23 first-round pick, will be in camp. He's got a bit of an outside chance, especially with the way the bottom 6 is constructed now, to make the roster next season. At least get one of those 9-game tryouts where he sticks around a little bit. He also had a really good year with Moose Jaw. They won their first ever WHL championship, go to the Memorial Cup, and that sort of experience can, I think, accelerate. And it certainly elongated his season. It allowed Tom Kostopoulos and Matt Cullen to work with him just a little bit more, to keep adding some tips and try to grow his game. I don't think he's ready from what I saw in the Memorial Cup up in Saginaw, Michigan. But you never know with a summer of work again, and that summer of work really kind of begins this week with the Penguins development camp, getting your feet on the ground here in Pittsburgh with direct contact in person with the coaches and all the facilities. So I think Yeager's ascent to the NHL, be it this coming season or in 25-26, begins this weekend.
Dan Kingerski from Pittsburgh Hockey Now. You can check out all the things we just discussed. Plus, if you're just getting kind of caught up on some of the moves the Penguins made because you've been looking at other things or whatever it might be, check out their bios of all the players they've signed, different moves, talks about where the Penguins might go at PittsburghHockeyNow.com. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Paul.
All right, buddy.
It's 8:20. It's time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. We'll kind of react to a little bit of what Dan was saying there as we continue. It's the Fan Morning Show on Independence Day on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates and Cardinals play again today at 12:35. Pirates won yesterday in 10 innings by a 5-4 final score. Now the series is split 1 game apiece, and that third and final game is today, again, 12:35. Coverage on the Fan begins at 11:40. That'll start with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. You can listen on the radio, or you can listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Join Mark Patrick's seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium Saturday, July 6th for another home game during their 25th anniversary season. The Riverhounds host Monterey Bay FC at 7 p.m. Come early and enjoy their 4th of July block party, along with an appearance from WWE superstar Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Also, enjoy their food and drink specials, family activities, and of course, professional soccer. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get Go Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorites, smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Road Hog rib sandwich are back. Download the Get Go app today to order and get free tots. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Head to the mountains to win big and have a blast at the Casino at Nemacolin. Newly renovated, the Casino at Nemacolin features 26 table games, 500 slots, and new high roller lounge for the bold. Tickle your taste buds at the Royale, the new dinner restaurant, or stop by the bar for a bite to eat. Dining is available 7 days a week. On Friday and Saturday nights, stop in for live music with no cover charge. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give MVP's Pro Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not an MVP's Pro Rewards member? Join today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWIN.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We got a real good show for you.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Jeff Hathorn, Paul Zeiss, Nicholas Callis, Fan Morning Show, brought to you by Guardian Protection here on Independence Day. And Dan Kongursky, I mean, I can't imagine. I can't picture like Sidney Crosby playing for another team. Like I can't begin to think. However, if his thought process is, I want to win another cup before I'm done, it ain't going to be here.
Yeah, I don't think there's any there. I don't think there's much to read into here. They're going to get a deal done. I don't think there's any chance that Sidney Crosby plays somewhere else. Honestly, I think he's going to play here until he's done. And I think the hope for him is that something happens where they're able to rebuild quickly and give him one more shot. But if that doesn't happen, I think, Dan was talking about legacy. I think that means a lot more to Crosby than going somewhere else. I mean, he won his 3 cups. Yeah, it's not like he hasn't won cups. They're going to pay him whatever he asks. That, to me, is probably the more significant thing is what does the deal look like?
I mean, he's so superstitious. Does he stay with this $8.7 million thing that he's done? I mean, there's so many little idiosyncrasies that he does that are big to him. Like, I don't see him taking less than that, but I don't see him demanding, like, hey, look at the season I just had, and look what I mean to this franchise. Look at how I still put butts in seats.
Right.
I don't see that from Crosby. And to be clear, I agree with you. I don't see him in another uniform. I don't think he's content with where the team is, but I don't think he's wants to be, one of those traveling mercenaries that goes to another team to be, the veteran guy that can help get somebody over the hump. I don't see that. Now, to your guys' point and what you and Joe discussed yesterday, I think there would be interest in Tristan Jarry. I would think there's going to be a team, maybe not at the beginning of the year, but it's going to happen in camp. It's going to happen at some point during the season where a team that's either really good loses a goaltender to injury or they have a goalie situation that's just not working. Whatever it is, Bloomquist is just waiting.
Right.
He's one of their better talents. It's not that Jarry signed to this extravagant contract. The key for them is he's got to have a good start. He has a good start. Man, I'm looking to move him as quick as I don't care what the Penguins' record is. I'm looking to move him as quickly as I can.
That's the big thing. That's the big thing to me. You move on from him for that reason. You free up money. But again,
and you have a prospect. And it's like you've got somebody waiting.
My thing with that is, and that's why, I've used it a few times over the last week, the Buddy Ryan line, trade him for a 6-pack and it doesn't even have to be cold. Seriously.
Ernest Jackson.
Trade him for a 6-pack. It doesn't even have to be cold. Isn't he a 1,000-yard rusher? Yes, he gets 1,000 yards on 1,000 carries. It's another Buddy Ryan about Ernest Jackson. But, you know what I mean? The whole point is I'm looking to move Tristan Jarry's contract off the books. Now, I don't know if you're going to find someone that's good, but he's a goalie. And I think if the price is low enough, someone might be willing to say, I tell you what, we'll give you I don't care what it is. You got a young guy in the back, waiting in the wings, but you free up what, $5.5, $6 million.
But I think of it like starting pitching. Like you're always looking for options. You're always looking for more. I don't know if you can have enough goaltending in the NHL. Not that you need to have the high-end goaltending, but you need to have competent goaltending. And what you see now is it's more a split. I mean, you don't see guys running out there for 70-some games. You see more of a two-goalie system with a lot of teams. And, yeah, I think there would be to a team that, again, deals with an injury or just crazy ineffectiveness. He's a veteran. Has he done it? Can he do it in the playoffs? Nobody knows. The one time he was in it, he was hurt over the last few years. I think he's a better goalie than he showed his first time through. But, yeah, I look at him. There's a guy that you could move, that you could get a little something for.
Right.
And and you have an option right behind him. Your best prospect is sitting right behind him.
That's why you could move. That's why you can move on from him. And again, obviously trying to get Graves off your books is probably going to be a lot harder.
Well, you're probably going to have to, I think Dan was alluding to this, if you move Graves, you're also going to have to move other assets just to get somebody to pick them up.
Right. That's the key. What would that take? If it's too much, you obviously can't do that. But, what if we'll give you a couple of second-round picks. And, I don't know, pick one of your young.
And maybe you have to eat like 50% of the salary.
Or we'll give you a couple of second-round picks and pick, one of our young, third or fourth liners or whatever, and we'll give you one of those guys. And then Graves, and then 2 second-round picks for
you give
whatever.
us some guy that will never play in the NHL.
Yes. Give us some guy who, you know what I mean? And then we've gotten rid of Graves, gotten his numbers off the books. I mean, if you look at what him and Jarry are making to get, combined over the next 3 years or 4 years or whatever, it's insane. It's insanity.
Well, the term for Graves is horrid.
Exactly.
I mean, 5 more years. And I guess you could hope that, hey, in year 2, that he finds something in his game, that something happens this offseason that makes him a hell of a lot better player, and a reason that you decided to sign him to that contract that he didn't show at all last year. But, you see some of the other moves that are made, and even, Carolina losing Gensel. I don't see any of these other teams really falling off. And Philadelphia had a run for a while. Like there's some talent there. Jersey's gotten tougher. They've made a number of moves in the offseason, including a new head coach. I don't know if Columbus is ready to challenge. But the rest of the teams in the division, and I don't think Washington. I know Washington has been aggressive. I still look at them as kind of in the same boat as the Penguins, with an aging superstar that's just not ready to compete. But the Rangers aren't going to fall off.
Right.
The Islanders are decent. I mentioned Carolina, and then, Boston is always good in the East. Florida obviously is really good, and Tampa looks like they've just kind of repositioned some of their people, but they're going to be good again.
Right. There's just not a lot of room for the Penguins to move upwards. And that's part of the problem.
And I thought towards the end of last year that if they would have gotten in, maybe they would have been able to win a series. But there's a difference when You're talking about a team that has the potential to win a series and a team that can win the Stanley Cup.
Right. That's the key in many ways. They're not really close.
They have to have.
The interesting thing is they finished behind Detroit last year.
And Detroit's got.
Right.
And they just signed Tarasenko.
The Devils, the Sabres, and the Flyers and the Red Wings are all right in the same boat with the Penguins. I mean, I just feel like the Penguins are – this is – if they had started legitimately just agreeing or accepting that they were going to rebuild 2 years ago, they'd be in a much better place right now.
Yeah. Well, it started with those long-term deals to Letang and Malkin.
Absolutely.
That's where you had to make the decision. Do we still think that a tweak here and there gets this team back in the Stanley Cup decision, or do we need to rebuild? And they decided that they could still win with this older group. And so far they've been wrong.
Well, here's the other part of it that nobody wants to acknowledge for some reason. I keep hearing about how, well, they've got high-level stars and they're the kind of guys that are going to push them and propel them to the top and all this other stuff. The last 2 years, they've gotten, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 163 games from Crosby. They've gotten 164 games, I think, from Malkin. They've gotten, they got 82 games this year from Carlson. And over the 2 years, they got 82 games from Letang this year. And last year he had that injury early, but he still played 59 games. So essentially, they've had their big four. This year they had all four of them for every game. And then last year they had the big three. And they basically had, they had two of them for every game, and then they had one for, 3/4 of the season. My point is, with those guys played well and played for the most part every game, and you still missed the playoffs.
So what you're hoping is that Todd Reardon was the problem with the power play, and all of a sudden that power play is going to be top 5, and that all these guys are going to stay healthy again, and that one or two of these younger guys are going to make an impact, and you're going to get a Lars Eller to have a big, presence on a third line, and Ricard Raquel is going to have a bounce back, and Brian Rust is going to be consistent all season, and all these things that you're banking on to happen all have to happen.
Well, yeah, and they all have to happen, and all of these guys now for the third year in a row have to stay completely healthy, which at their age doesn't seem very realistic.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up, we'll get back into the Pirates. Buccos 11:40 North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli. 12:35 first pitch. Martin Perez starts for the Buccos against the Cardinals. Final game of the series right here on 93.7 The Fan. In the last decade or so, the Pirates have had a few memorable games on Independence Day. We'll look at those as Kevin Gorman from the Tribune Review will join us at the top of the hour to discuss this Bucco team.
All right.
It's Independence Day here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates do play today at 12:35, and they forced a rubber match because yesterday they won in extra innings 5-4 was the final score. Rowdy Tellez had 3 hits in the game. He also hit a home run, and O'Neill Cruz had 2 hits, one of which was the game winner in the bottom of the 10th inning. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. Klay Thompson's time with the Warriors is over. LeBron James is on the phone trying to land Klay, but the 4-time champ plans to sign with the Dallas Mavericks. It's a good move for Clay, and going to Dallas puts him in a better position to win another championship. But now all eyes are on the Warriors to see how they'll put Steph in a position to win another title again before he calls it a career. I'm Zach Gelb.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
When you get nachos, tacos, empanadas, spicy queso with jalapenos, Pepto-Bismol's there. Pepto-Bismol provides fast, effective relief from nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, and diarrhea. All the things that can happen unexpectedly on vacation. So before you travel, pack the Pepto. Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Catch 2024 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year, Cam Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and many more celebs smashing softballs for charity at the 4th annual Three Rivers Celebrity Softball Game presented by the Corey Firm at Wild Things Park Saturday, July 13th. Tickets are available now.
The preceding message has been made possible by Bell's Oberon American Wheat Ale. It's officially Oberon season. America's definitive wheat beer is made with only the finest wheat malt, hops, Michigander water, and Bell's signature house ale yeast. Oberon is easy drinking and refreshing, citrusy, and slightly hazy. Sunshine in a glass. Oberon pairs well with baseball, softball, golf, other sports, picnicking, tailgating, and sitting by the pool. Look for it wherever good beer is sold. Reach for the sun with Bell's Oberon. Cheers.
Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This is Chris Muller with a message from Paige and her entire Awaken 180 team. They want to wish all our 93.7 The Fan listeners a happy and healthy Independence Day week. Having a party? Find your free recipes at Awaken 180 on all social media channels.
What a perfect day for a small business loan. Wouldn't you say so, Robert?
Absolutely, David.
And they're off. Right away, Big Bankarama has disqualified the loan.
Yeah, sadly, that is just all too common.
What's this? Suddenly, Owners Bank, the bank made for small business owners, pulls ahead.
The big banks don't even look like they're trying.
And Owners Bank approves the loan in record time.
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
RE/MAX Heritage on William Penn Highway in Murraysville handles all residential and commercial real estate in the eastern suburbs of Pittsburgh. Whether it's Murraysville or any Westmoreland County community, RE/MAX Heritage has got you covered. RE/MAX Heritage is the most trusted name in real estate. Nobody in the world sells more real estate than RE/MAX. RE/MAX Heritage are the professionals that excel in the process of your purchase of a new home or selling your current home. Contact them at 724-519-7505.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Are you struggling to protect your business because your security technology is outdated? Then consider switching to Guardian Protection. As Pittsburgh's hometown security company since 1950, Guardian has protected business of all sizes with expert installation of surveillance, access control, intrusion, and fire alarm systems. Guardian makes switching easy. For a complimentary security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System. This is The Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Listen to the Starkey Show with Paul Zeiss every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. That's always one of is that Joe's. You know, it's not Roethlisberger where it's my favorite time of the week, but he does like the Baseball Card Castle.
Yeah, he likes
with General Patton.
Yeah, he likes also to try and guess what the card is going to be, based on what's happening during the week. You know what I mean?
Maybe it'll be a Rowdy Tellez card.
Yeah, next week it could be.
Wouldn't that be something?
It could be if he keeps hitting. This week it was. I think it was because it's the. It was like the anniversary of Jackie Robinson, so I think it was a Jackie Robinson card this week.
But that has to be worth something.
Yeah, I forget exactly. It was. I think it was a Jackie Robinson card. You know, over the course of the last few weeks, we had a Connor McDavid rookie card. We had
Paul Skeens.
We've had a McCutcheon card. I think maybe, you know. So yeah, that's what makes that segment fun, is just sort of trying to guess what it's going to be.
Did you see the movie 42, by the way?
Yes.
Did you like it?
Yeah.
I thought it was well done.
Yeah, very well done. There was another one about what was the name of the other one that I watched that I thought was really good? It was not specific about Jackie Robinson, but it was a movie about the Negro Leagues in general. What was the name of the movie? I thought it was well done too. You know?
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills.
Yeah. Oh, you done with that?
Yep.
The do you like baseball movies?
I mean,
Joe and I got into this really. It was a heated argument. That's the only reason I'm asking you. You brought up 42, but obviously 42 is good. And the other one, I'm trying to think of the name of it.
I mean, The Natural was good. I got into The Natural. Sandlot is a good one. I don't know. Bull Durham is a good movie.
It's okay.
mean, if you're into
Bull
comedy,
Durham-
like when Major League came out, I thought that was funny.
Yeah, it was good. The second one was okay. The third one was dreadful.
They're just trying to drag that name through a few more dollars.
Did you see the third one? It was dreadful.
I probably did.
Back to the
but
minors.
I don't even remember it. It was so bad.
It was so bad. But Joe and I get into it, though, about Field of Dreams. He thinks it's great. He loves it. Everyone loves it. I hate it. I think it's so overrated.
I'm more with you.
Yeah,
I don't know if I hate it, but it's like my sister went out to the field.
Right.
And she kind of was like,
okay,
why the hell did I drive to Iowa?
Right.
To see
Exactly.
this? But I mean, the movie was, I don't look at it. Like if I'm doing an all-time top 10 or best sports movies, I don't put that at the top, near the top. I'm with you.
I'll tell you I'll tell you the other movie that drives me crazy. See, that movie drives me crazy for a lot of reasons. And starting with the fact that it's insanely overrated in my mind. The other one that's a baseball movie that drives me crazy is Moneyball. Have you ever seen that?
Funny enough, I have not.
Okay. Well, if you did see the movie, right, it's the story of the 2002 A's and Billy Beane. And, of course,
Smartest man on earth.
Right. Trying to make, some sort of a case that, he was changing baseball and doing baseball differently. And so, if you watch the movie, you really come to the conclusion that the reason that they were able to win 101 games or whatever it was that year was because he went and got Scott Hatteberg based almost 100% on his on-base percentage. Even though he was shot and done, he couldn't throw anymore, so he couldn't play catcher. He went and signed him bargain basement and made him a first baseman because he on-base percentage. And basically they go on, and on and on and on, like him and, this boy genius played by Jonah, whatever his name is.
Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill. They go on and on about how these two guys, they got this, reliever that, he was really pretty good. And Scott Hatteberg and his on-base percentage and everything else. What they fail to ever mention, not even in passing, is if you remember anything about that team, they had 3 legitimate Cy Young Award candidates and 2 legitimate MVP candidates. I mean, Hudson, Zito, and Mulder, all 3 of them were ridiculous that year. So,
did Tejada win the MVP that year too?
Yeah, I think Tejada won the MVP, and Chavez was the other guy? Yeah, Chavez was the other guy. Yeah, Eric Chavez. 2 guys that hit 34 home runs. And oh, by the way, Jermaine Dye was on that team as well, and he hit 24 home runs. I mean,
so they're not necessarily dealing with like the Pirates 2019 roster and making them a playoff contender or playoff team.
No, they're basically. Again. The movie's somewhat, it's somewhat intriguing a little bit, and of course, they make Art Howe out to be the old crotchety old manager guy who hates everything about analytics, and the head scout, which did not happen in real life, but the head scout gets into it with Billy Beane and gets fired. That didn't happen in real life, and if you really do a deep dive, you realize that Art Howe wasn't nearly the curmudgeon that he was made out to be. I don't know. That movie just drives me insane, too.
All right, if you had to pick, since we're down this rabbit hole, if you had to pick a sports movie.
Well, I always make the argument that poker is a sport, so rounders.
I'm a big Hoosiers fan.
It's a good one.
The thing I liked about Hoosiers is a lot of the drills they did, like, are actual drills.
Right.
Like, are actual things that you do. Or when you have small teams, you use chairs and like that part of it I thought was I thought that movie was and it was like I guess relatively cheaply made.
Yeah, The Hoosiers is a good movie. Here's the thing. It's not a movie I can watch all the time. You know, it's not a movie if it's on, I got to watch it because it's on. You know, it was a great movie, but it's not, there's a shelf life to how many times you can actually watch it and still appreciate it. You know, like for instance, I'll give you a great example. Any Given Sunday or Varsity Blues or The Replacements, anytime those movies are on, I'm going to watch it. You know, if I'm flipping through the channels and they're on, I'm going to stop on them and watch them. I think there's a element of silliness to those movies that lend itself to watching them over and over again.
I'm with you a little bit. Like Roadhouse is one for me.
Yes.
I'm flipping through. Not this new one with like the jacked up Jake Gyllenhaal.
No.
Like Patrick Swayze Roadhouse.
Right.
And it'll drive Leslie nuts because she'll walk through the room and she's like, what are you doing? Like, why are you watching this movie again?
Yes.
It's like, I can't help it.
It's on.
Ocean's 11.
Yes.
I can get caught in that too, even though I've seen it a few times.
What's the one with Morgan Freeman in prison?
Oh, Shawshank.
Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah, that absolutely.
The beauty of that one is you can turn it on, fall asleep for 3 hours, and you wake up and you're still like an hour left in the movie. I mean, it's the longest thing. But that's one that I watch. If that's on, I'll watch it every time. Goodfellas is another one I've probably seen.
Yes.
How many times?
The Martian is one that I'll watch.
Yeah. What?
The Martian. You ever see that with Matt Damon?
No, I've never seen it.
It's like that he gets stuck on Mars and Leslie's, I'm sure, listening at home laughing about it.
But I mean,
like,
Goodfellas
stop at that one.
If Goodfellas is on, don't you stop on it every time?
Yes. You know who's a big fan of Goodfellas? Capel.
Oh, really? Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, we had a discussion about that during a show.
I mean, it's kind of a dude's movie, isn't it?
And it's got a little Pittsburgh, the guys in Pittsburgh,
my Pittsburgh connection. Yes.
Yep.
Which, by the way, the Pittsburgh connection was from Sharpsburg. Colin Dunlap, always talks about the Pittsburgh connection, So, because he's from Sharpsburg and his family's from Sharpsburg. But the other part of it is...
I can't hear that song, the one at the end where they're killing everyone. I forget the name of it, but if I hear that song,
Yeah.
da 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 da, and I think of all those like...
Yeah, is it an Eric Clapton song or who?
Something like that. Yeah, somebody will text us, I'm sure, the name of the song, but
the name of the song. But yeah, Goodfellas and Roadhouse are two that you always. If Roadhouse is on, how can you not stop on it and watch it?
I mean, it's just.
I tell you the other day I was flipping through the channels, and Above the Law with Steven Seagal. Did you ever get into any of those Steven Seagal movies? If one of those is on, I stop and watch it. There are some movies that. Oh, and then of course there's my real addiction. Any of the Fast and Furious movies.
Really?
I
can't.
Here's what happened. So the first one comes out, and what year was that? Well, no, let me just look real quick. Yeah. So the first one comes out, and that is in 2001. So at that point, I was into my, into my single dad state. So, of course, I had to drag my boys to the movies. So it became a tradition, like every time the new Fast and the Furious came out over the next, 8 to 10 years, me and my boys would go to see the movies.
Right.
Well, they kind of dropped off after about the fifth one. They're like, okay, Dad, these are getting silly. But I stuck with it. So anytime, and those movies are on all the time. Anytime they're on, I will flip through. I'll watch them.
And because it's 4th of July, I mentioned the one movie that you don't see on very often, and it was long as hell, the Ted Turner Gettysburg.
Yeah.
Is a damn good movie.
It is, but it's so long.
It is long, but it's really good. The actors that played I think Martin Sheen was like Robert E. Lee, and
that was a very good movie.
It was a very good movie. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 86, low of 71, 65% chance of rain. So a 35% no rain today. Tomorrow, high of 87, 60% chance with a possibility of some violent storms in the afternoon tomorrow. Kevin Gorman from the Tribune Review covers the Pirates. He was at the game last night. He'll join us next as we continue. Bucks and Cardinals come your way, 12:35 here on 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call. 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and place to watch all the summer sports action. Mike just upgraded with over 20 larger TVs, so you don't want to miss any of the exciting games, including soccer, the summer games, and of course, Pirates baseball. Every great sporting event is on at Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's premier destination for over 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium Saturday, July 6th for another home game during their 25th anniversary season. The Riverhounds host Monterey Bay FC at 7 p.m. Come early and enjoy their 4th of July block party, along with an appearance from WWE superstar Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Also, enjoy their food and drink specials, family activities, and of course, professional soccer. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
Hi, it's Steve Mann. Have you heard the commercials for the Mark Patrick Stop Smoking seminars? And they said only $49.99 and it could work for you. So I thought, that's not even a week's worth of smoking. So I went. And guess what? It did work for me. You know, my friends and family are still amazed. I quit smoking. I didn't have cravings, anxiety, or weight gain. Listen, I don't know how it works, but I know it works because I'm living proof, and it's 100% guaranteed. So what do you got to lose? I'll tell you what you got to lose. A very bad habit.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking without cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Early bird special, only $49.99 guaranteed. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all, or your money back. Seminar 8 p.m. on Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh in Greentree, or 8 p.m. on Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center on Rodi Road in Churchill. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Bucko's weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pittsburgh Pirates have a game today at 12:35. It's going to be the rubber match of the 3-game series with the St. Louis Cardinals. If you want to listen to that game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage will begin at 11:40, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. Pirates coming off a win yesterday. They won in 10 innings by a 5-4 final score. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis in Monroeville. Now open. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection.
Let's do this.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
So we spent the entire break discussing more movies. I think we could probably discuss that for like an hour. Let's get back to the Buccos Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan's Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And we are joined by Tribune Review Pirates beat writer Kevin Gorman, we were at the game last night. And Kevin, that was a nice win. I mean, you know, when the Cardinals came back to tie it, and then took the lead in the 10th, you kind of had the feeling, man, they're going to let another really good start slip away, but they're able to figure out a way to get a much-needed victory there.
Yeah, and you know, Derek Shelton has always talked about how in extra innings you need to have the ability to score 2 runs, and that's what the Cardinals didn't do. So you got to give Aroldis Chapman some credit for shutting them down in the 10th after giving up, you know, the first run, because he was in a jam and got out of it with a couple of strikeouts. But, you know, I think it's good to see the Pirates' bats come through, and I think in extra innings, O'Neal Cruz is showing that he's a guy who can come through in the clutch.
Well, the thing about it is, the thing about that is, as you said, you have to be able to score 2 runs in order to win. That's why, you know, we were discussing, Kevin, the whole put a guy on second base thing. Do you like that rule?
I don't love it. I understand, you know, they're trying to speed up the game and try to finish games off. So, you know, I think it's kind of a cheap way to earn a win when you've had a game that was so, you know, played so close through 9. It does, you know, add to the intensity of the extra innings, is that you're not just droning on through, you know, three batters over and over and over, going deeper and deeper into games. But, you know, it's like having a shootout. It's kind of gives the feeling of a cheap victory, especially, you know, if a team gets a single. You know, I think how the Pirates lost in Atlanta. You know, you give up a single, which is an unearned run for the pitcher, and that's the game. So I don't really care for that, but I also do think, you know, at some point, you know, baseball can drone on and on and on, and I think they had to come up with some type of solution. But I'd rather see a runner on first base than second.
Kevin, there have been 1 or 2 or maybe 10,000 opinions given on this radio station about the Pirates and what they should do before the trade deadline. What do you think we should expect from this team? Will they be aggressive? Are they going to make any moves? Do they believe more in just, you know, what we've heard from Ben Cherington, that, you know, our internal options are the best options?
Well, internal options are the best options, only because you know what you're getting if you get a guy to play at his best level. I mean, you know that if Jack Sawinski can figure things out, you know this is a guy who has 25 home run power. If Ke'Bryan Hayes figures things out and starts playing at a higher level, you know you got a guy who's a gap-to-gap hitter, who's capable of being like a number 3 or 5 hitter in your lineup, and is an elite defender. If you figure things out, you know that Brian Reynolds is going to be your most consistent bat in the lineup, and you know that you've got some depth pieces. The problem for the Pirates is that I think everybody feels like they don't have enough bats, or at least enough bats that are clicking consistently and really syncing up. And so that seems to be the biggest problem. Is this is a team that's had, you know, above average pitching this season and hasn't had the offensive support to go with it. I could actually see the Pirates trading some of the guys that are on 1-year contracts and doing it without waving the white flag, doing it from maybe a position of not necessarily strength but of depth. And so I could see a Martin Perez or a Marco Gonzalez being a guy that they're willing to deal to a contender, maybe for, you know, a depth piece or for a bet, and you're finding someone who wants to dump a guy and is willing to absorb his contract and is willing to take on a contract. I could also see, I think a lot of people get caught up in the big names, and they say, oh, this is the best guy available, or this is the guy that would be the perfect piece. And if we look at the Pirates historically, they haven't gone after the big names, no matter who was running the front office. That just hasn't been their MO. And to be honest with you, when they did go out and get a former MVP in Justin Morneau, it didn't work out. So I see the types of guys that they feel could be reclamation projects, like a Jay Happ. I feel like they could go out and get a guy that they feel can be a glue piece, like a Marlon Byrd. I think they're going to look for types of guys, if they're in contention, look for types of guys that maybe have a World Series or a lot of postseason experience on their resume. And I also, I've mentioned this in the past week or so, but I could see them, trading with a contender that's looking for a certain type of player. Like, if they're looking for a starting pitcher or looking for a reliever, and the Pirates feel like they have depth in that area, that I could see them maybe trading for somebody who's on an expiring contract, but fulfills a positional need for the Pirates. And I've mentioned the Baltimore Orioles would be a good trade partner because they have guys like Anthony Santander, who's on the final year of his contract and is going to hit free agency, and they have guys in the minors that are kind of, their paths are blocked. And so, if you look at what the Orioles did last year when they traded their most popular player, Trey Mancini, and they traded an all-star closer because they felt like they had another one, right behind him. I could see that the Orioles being the type of team that is willing to trade either a guy that they feel is a piece of their thing, but not a key, or a top prospect if they're getting something really solid in return. And to that matter, maybe a Bailey Falter becomes a trade chip as well. I don't know that the Pirates want to trade a guy who has been successful in their system and has years of control, but that certainly becomes a valuable trade chip when you're talking about a contender that wants those things, that wants a guy, if they want a left-handed starting pitcher who could also work out of the bullpen if necessary, and if they want a guy who has years of control beyond this season, that makes him maybe as valuable to the team you're trading with as he is to the Pirates.
Well, I think that the other thing about it is, the name that I didn't hear you mention was Aroldis Chapman.
Well, I mean, that's if you're a contender, if you think you're making a push for the playoffs, and that's the only, that's why I'm talking about not waving the white flag. If the Pirates are sellers, everybody that's on a one-year deal is on the table, as far as I'm concerned. That's everybody, including Chapman. But if you're trying to make a push for the playoffs, and the Pirates, as much as they're 10 games behind in the NL Central, they're only 3 games out of the wild card, and they just closed the gap on one of the teams that's ahead of them with the Cardinals beating the Cardinals last night. I would think that Chapman is one of the pieces that you want to keep around because he's a guy who has a couple World Series championships under his belt. He's a guy who has shown that he can be a setup man or a closer. He's willing to work the 7th, 8th, or 9th. And you don't know what David Bednar's long-term health is. Very short-term, he's on the injured list. Long-term, you hope that being down for a couple weeks doesn't set him back the way it did in the spring. But I don't know if you can afford to trade Chapman at the moment. Things could be a lot different, 3 weeks from now, and the Pirates could have a pretty nice trade piece. And Chapman, if you recall, when the Royals traded him to the Rangers last year, they got a front-of-the-rotation starter in Kohei.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. We're joined by Kevin Gorman, Pirates beat writer from the Tribune Review. Kevin, you mentioned a couple of names. Of the in-house people, who would most likely or who do you believe could have a resurgence like Rowdy Tellez has had in the last month?
Well, I'm waiting for Ke'Bryan Hayes to come around. I mean, I think he's probably the most important offensive piece. And defensively as well. I don't think he's playing at his standard. I think he's still playing good defense, but he set the standard. He set the bar very high at his position and for all positions the last 2 or 3 years. But I think that's the number one. I think the Pirates would love to have Ke'Bryan Hayes play at a very high level, and I think that would mean a lot to their team. I'm not sure if it's in there right now. I wonder about Ke'Bryan Hayes, where his head is. I wonder how much the back is bothering him. I wonder how much the Pirates firing John Nunnally, who got him on track last season, if that's still in the back of his head. He's not been around the clubhouse a whole lot, so we haven't had much of a chance to talk with him. But he doesn't seem like he's in the same place that he was last September when he finished the season strong, was named team MVP, was on the verge of winning his first Gold Glove, and we were talking about this as a guy who might be coming into his own as an All-Star. We're not seeing that Key Brian Hayes right now, but that could be a huge thing for the Pirates. I think if they could get Jared Triolo going, I think if they can get Connor Joe back on track, those would be important pieces. And I think more than anything, the guys that the Pirates signed to one-year deals that were veterans that have a lot of experience and some postseason experience, guys like Yasmani Grandal, Michael A. Taylor, if they can start hitting at least, I wouldn't say even their weight, if they can just hit above the Mendoza line. And the batting average thing is, they don't care as much about the batting average as the on-base percentage, but you'd like to see these guys come through more often than not from what you've been getting. So, I don't know that there's one guy that you say, okay, this guy is the key to the whole thing. I mean, to me, the guy that's the most important hitter in their lineup, and I think he showed it last night, is O'Neal Cruz. If O'Neal Cruz plays to his potential, we're talking about a guy who has the talent to be one of the best players in the game. I don't know if he's anywhere near that in terms of, polished product, but in terms of the power potential, the speed on the base pass, the arm, the athleticism, he's a guy who this is really, getting a chance to play his first full season. And then we have to remind ourselves of that, but he's also 25 years old. He's not a kid anymore. He's a guy who's entering the prime of his career. And if O'Neal Cruz can play like that, the Pirates are a different ball club.
What did you make of the whole Palacios is coming up? Well, actually, he's not coming up. In the discussion of the fact that basically Sawinski staved off the baseball version of the Grim Reaper by going 3 for 3. What did you make of that whole story?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it was. I think Jack Sawinski was about to get demoted to the minors, and Palacios was probably on his way up to replace him, although that means that Taylor has to play center field almost exclusively because, unless you put Reynolds there a little bit, which is not his preference. But, I think Jack Sawinski saved his job that night with the 3 for 3 and the 3-run homer, and that's the Jack Sawinski the Pirates have been banking on. That's the one they're holding their breath, hoping that he can find that again because they know it's in there. We've seen him have, I think he led the team in homers last year with 26. We know that he has that type of power potential. We know that he has the ability to be among the team's leaders on on-base percentage and OPS as well. But he has struggled this year, and sometimes I wonder if it's a confidence thing. Sometimes I wonder if it's just Jack up there guessing that he's maybe not as much of a polished hitter as we would like him to be. And this is a guy who didn't play much in AAA in all of his career. He was rushed to the majors and figured some things out. But it's just that the word leaked before the move was made is where it can be a dangerous thing. And that's why I didn't write anything about it, is because it wasn't a move that had been made. I kind of look at it unless I'm told by someone I trust, and you also have to factor in, okay, is this move actually going to happen now that Jack Sawinski went 3 for 3? There'd be a heck of a time to demote him.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Last one for you, Kevin. I know you got to get down to open locker room. Who's the name of a prospect or two that might draw interest that the Pirates would consider parting with, and who are, a couple of prospects no way that they're going to trade?
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of guys. The Pirates farm system is more about depth than it is about star power. I think the guy that has elevated himself now that the graduation of Paul Skeens from he's no longer a prospect, he's now a major leaguer. I think the guy that's the number one prospect now is Bubba Chandler, and he's been absolutely dealing in AA Altoona. He's the type of guy I wouldn't be surprised to see head up to AAA in Indianapolis sooner rather than later, although I wouldn't expect it to be imminent. He's still kind of figuring things out at AA, even though he's dominating. I would think that most everybody else would be on the table, although the Pirates would probably it would take something special to part with a Tamar Johnson and a Braxton Ashcraft maybe. Braxton Ashcraft's probably closer to the majors out of any of the pitching prospects, and he's a guy who really impressed me in spring training. Leover Peguero is a guy whose position is blocked a bit. I mean, he can play shortstop. That's his natural position, but he's kind of outgrown that position, to be honest. You know, he's gotten bigger and stronger and thicker. He might be more of a second baseman. He's the type of guy that I've talked to scouts about that could transition to the outfield. He's got the power to play the corners and the speed to play center field, but that's not his natural position. There would be a learning curve there. I like Ji-Hwan Bae. I think that other teams probably like him too. I'd be curious to see who the Pirates are willing to part with. But I would imagine that outside of Bubba Chandler and maybe Tamar Johnson, that nobody's off limits. It'd be interesting to me to see what other teams think of guys like Thomas Harrington and Hunter Barco, what they think about Anthony Solomito, who's having a tough year and is going through some growing pains. They're a bit down on him right now. But I think the Pirates have been very cautious to the point of almost afraid to deal their prospects. And that's why you build a strong farm system, is that you can deal from a position of strength when you need to add a bat or when you need to add a pitcher, that you have that system to draw from and say, hey, we're willing to give you a top 10 prospect and a top 30 prospect to get that major league bat.
Kevin, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th to you guys and to all your listeners. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Kevin Gorman from the Tribune Review. Pirates Cardinals 12:35 on the Fan this afternoon. 11:40 we take air with North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli on your home of the Pirates, 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost the first game of the series 7-4, won the second game of the series 5-4 in 10 innings, so that creates a rubber match for today's game. Third and final game, 12:35 today. The Cardinals have moved back. They're now in the third wild card spot in the National League. They were second yesterday, and the Pirates are 3 games back of the Cardinals for that third wild card spot in the NL. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300.
Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. As a player, you want the most advanced equipment to keep you safe on the field. As a professional driver, safety behind the wheel should always be a priority. PGT Trucking has invested in over 200 new trucks and is hiring drivers for both regional and local flatbed routes. Begin your new career with the leader in the flatbed trucking industry. Great pay, top benefits, and new equipment. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Need parts fast? O'Reilly Auto Parts has fast. Need them now? We've got now. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. We're O'Reilly Fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Kelly Burris, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. We run a lot of ads about our firm, but often we don't discuss the resources Cordell & Cordell has available for men facing divorce. We provide many webinars and town halls on YouTube that contain a wealth of information, including our Men's Divorce podcast. Visit cordellcordell.com/resources for the latest news and to download our guides.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Kelly Burris, licensed in Texas and Oklahoma only. Online at cordellcordell.com.
If you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, guess what? You're eligible to join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Great rates, including their ultra-competitive HELOC product at just 3.99% for 6 months. Terms and conditions at allegiantfcu.org.
My friends at Craig Galker Roofing stand behind their work. They've been in the business for well over 30 years, and here's something unique. Craig has never asked for a down payment. What does that mean for you? It means they'll complete the job to your satisfaction before you pay a dime. That's how confident they are in delivering top-notch craftsmanship and results. Craig Alker Roofing is all about quality from start to finish. When you reach out to them, you receive excellent customer service. It sets the stage for the whole project. Their team works with precision and care, ensuring your roof is built to last. And Craig's reputation speaks for itself. That's why they've earned the trust of so many satisfied customers over the years. So if you want peace of mind with your roofing project, give Craig Galker Roofing a call at 412-664-7679 for a free, no-obligation estimate. You can also visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Licensed and insured, Craig Galker Roofing is where the details make the difference.
Dunkin' dropped a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. Available in Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. Order ahead on the Dunkin' app and get a medium Sparked Energy for $3 in July. Fruit flavored, contains 0% fruit juice. Caffeine from caffeine and guarana. Participation may vary. Limited terms apply.
Summer's here and it is hot. Don't sweat it. Stay cool and comfortable with McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your honest local experts for any type of cooling solution. Whether it's a blazing hot day or a sticky, humid night, McVeigh can do it all. All installations, repairs, and maintenance. And right now, McVeigh offering up $2,000 off energy-efficient Lennox and Bryant systems with multiple financing options to fit your needs. Stay chill this summer. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit McVeighPlumbing.com. Some restrictions may apply. Call for details.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo. Order this smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch. This smokestack will have you coming back for more all summer. Plus, the Roadhog rib sandwich is back. A juicy rib patty with sweet and smoky barbecue sauce, cheddar, pickles, and crispy onions, served on a King's Hawaiian bun. Order the smokestack or Roadhog in the GetGo app before you hit the road. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Green Tree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Hey, it's Marty. We have an older house, about 80 years. We need windows. Guess where we're going? Universal Windows Direct. I'm telling you, amazing company. Lifetime warranty as long as you own the home. And 20 years for the next homeowner. Check this out. 0% financing for 60 months, which is amazing. 412-545-6003. Universal Windows Direct. I'm telling you, folks, Amazing company. Universal Windows Direct.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We got a real good show for you.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
That's the song right there. Layla Clapton.
Yes, I was right. It was Eric Clapton. Yeah.
I mean, just think of that scene.
Anytime you hear that, exactly, you think of the guy in the freezer hanging in the
yes,
the freezer.
The dude with the hair.
Yeah, in the freezer,
or the dude in the pink Cadillac.
The guy in the dumpster. The dumpster, you know what I mean?
Oh,
the garbage man's pouring.
Yeah.
The dumpster's being poured.
Celebrate Christmas in July with us, Segway. Odyssey and the Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh Harp invite you to join Stuff the Doghouse on July 13th and 14th. Drive through and donate pet supplies at Harp's North Side or East Side locations and help make a difference for our furry friends.
Well,
items to donate include dry dog and puppy food, treats, and more. Visit the events page at 937thefan.com for a full list.
Well, isn't it shortly thereafter that Joe Pesci's character meets his untimely
when
demise? He's a maid guy.
Goes in. I mean, you have to think. You're going into the basement of that. You pull into the garage.
Yeah.
And then open the door, nobody's there, and he immediately is like...
He's like, oh, no.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, Goodfellas is a true story, loosely based on, Henry Hill. What's interesting is, have you ever seen I think it was a 30 for 30, where they got Henry Hill and his Pittsburgh connection, that Paul Mazie from Sharpsburg. They got them together and they sat down and
really
at a little diner and ate. Yeah, they discussed the old days and they talked. He's walking down the sideline. Paul Mazie's walking down the sidewalk and he's like, "Is that you, Henry Hill?" They sit down and they talk about everything. But he was the Pittsburgh connection, this guy Paul Mazie. But my point is, if you think about it, some of the story is Hollywoodized or whatever.
Sure.
But the one truth part of the story is that Tommy's character, Pesci's character, I guess, was it Tommy? Is that his name? Tommy, right?
No, Tommy was De Niro, right? I don't know.
No. De Niro was Jimmy.
Oh, you're right.
Right. Tommy, but anyway, Tommy killed this guy, Billy Batts, who was a made guy. And it was like, well, you didn't have permission to kill him, so it's only a matter of time because you can't kill a made guy, especially when you're not a made guy. So that is actually true. He killed a guy, a gangster by the name of Billy Batts, and that ended his time on this earth.
Yes. Pirates play today, 12:35.
Well, can I give you one other?
Yeah.
You're like this guy.
No.
I'll give you one other, since we're talking about Goodfellas, one other interesting little nugget. In real life, Karen,
Yeah.
the wife,
Yeah.
and Big Paulie, Sorvino's character,
Yep.
Paul, the boss.
Why Paul always plays Paul? I don't get it.
Right.
Like he's Paulie in every movie.
They actually had an affair when
Oh.
Henry Hill went to jail. Those two
Oh.
hooked up and had an affair. True story.
I love the scene where he's in jail and he's cooking and he's using the razor blade to cut the garlic.
And it's like, for wise guys, jail was a different thing.
Yeah.
Then of course, there's the classic line that gets every male in trouble when they recite it. Well, Saturday was for the wives, but Friday night at the Copa was always for the girlfriends.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Pirates have had success on July 4th. Last July 4th, a 9-7 win at the Dodgers. Luis Ortiz gave up 6 runs in 3 1/3, but the Pirates came back with Josh Palacios. Who knows? Maybe he'll be here for this July 4th.
Maybe today.
2-strike pinch hit double in the 9th as the Pirates win at the Dodgers. They didn't play in 2022. They were off. They won 2-0 over Milwaukee. Tyler Anderson sealed his trade value with 3-hit shutout over 7 innings. Kevin Newman homered in that game. 2020, of course, COVID. 2019, an 11-3 loss to the Cubs, where Jordan Lyles and Clay Holmes got roughed up in that game. Holmes ended up doing some better things. In 2018, a 6-4 Pirates loss at the Dodgers. Yasmani Grandal drove in 3 runs for L.A.
Wow.
Maybe his last 3 RBIs.
I mean, Yasmani Grandal.
And he did that off Clay Holmes, who doesn't like the 4th of July, apparently. In 2017, a 3-0 win over Philly. Andrew McCutchen hit a pair of home runs. So in 2017, at July 4th, McCutchen had 16 home runs. He has 12 this year. In 2016, a 4-2 win at St. Louis. Gregory Polanco hit a pair of home runs in that game.
Wow.
Polanco drove in 3, and we forget about Polanco. We think about like the baby deer, trying to run in the outfield or trying to slide. He had 50 RBIs at this point of the 2016 season. In 2015, a 1-0 win against Cleveland. Neil Walker drove in the only run. I'm sure you would guess who had the 1-0 shutout.
In what year?
2015.
Garrett Cole.
Jeff Locke.
Oh, Jeff Locke, All-Star.
2-hitter.
Jeff Locke, All-Star.
In 2015 and in 2014, an 8-2 win over the Phillies. Andrew McCutchen, 4 hits. Jordy Mercer drove in 4.
Jordy Mercer.
And Garrett Cole gave up no runs over 5 innings for the win. So the Pirates have done actually fairly well on the 4th of July.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens today.
Well, absolutely. I think the Yasmani Grandal, when you brought him up, right?
Yeah.
Just for the heck of it, I had to remember back in the day when he was a really good player. Do you realize in 2021, he had an OPS of 939?
Really? 939?
And OPS plus of 155.
Wow.
How about that? His on-base percentage, are you ready for this? 420. 420. And then in Milwaukee, remember they signed him? And people were talking about the Pirates maybe should think about trying to sign him, and Milwaukee signed him or whatever. And 28 home runs, walked 109 times, 246, 380, 468, OPS of 848.
So he walked that many times. What's his on-base percentage right now?
207. 207. In other words, that year that he was 939 OPS, his on-base percentage was more than double what it is right now. More than double. His slugging percentage, more than double what it is right now. I mean, 174, 207, 261. He's almost useless.
One more segment to go on Independence Day Fan Morning Show, and we'll bring up.
I was going to say, this is real quickly. You'll enjoy this, Jeff. The Marlboro, New Hampshire Police Department issued a little thing on their, you know how all these police departments have their Twitter feed.
Mm-hmm.
This is the time of year people always ask us about obtaining a fireworks permit. Marlboro does not have a fireworks ordinance, so permits are not required. If you insist, you can issue yourself a permit using the template pictured below. And there's a policeman with a paper that says, "I can do what I want, Ron." And then it says, and this is the funny part, this is why I brought it up. This is for everybody out there right now. Please keep safety a priority as freedom is best celebrated with 10 fingers. I thought that was pretty fun.
Paul, I've actually was at a bachelor party up by Kane at a camp, and they hired these volunteer fire guys to shoot off fireworks.
What?
3 fingers.
You?
Dude, no. This dude lost 3
I was going to say, they grew back pretty good.
And they were like, not professional, but they were like firefighters you brought in just for that. And, you know, you're having a party, you're hanging out. It's everybody's drinking. And then it just like halts.
Yeah. That's the whole point. Like, you know, on this day, there's a lot of people that, back when I was young and stupid, I used to mess with fireworks all the time. But now I let the professionals do it.
Dude, somebody was looking out for you.
Oh, absolutely. We used to actually run around chasing each other around the neighborhood. You know those yellow wiffle ball bats?
Yeah.
We used to put those, what are they called, bottle rockets? We used to put the bottle rockets and shoot them at each other running around the neighborhood. We wore goggles. Yeah, we wore goggles. And we would have goggles and, like, long-sleeve shirts. And, you know, we would run around the neighborhood shooting bottle rockets at each other out of those yellow wiffle ball bats. That was probably not the brightest thing we've ever done.
No, and, you know, somehow you made it through there.
Yes, we made it through without anybody getting killed. We had a couple of burns, you know, burn incidents and things of the such. And then, of course, we got the great idea. Let's do the same thing, running around chasing each other, shooting Roman candles, you know, those Roman candles, those fireballs at each other. And we did it in the woods, not knowing or not understanding that, you know what, when it's really dry out, the woods might catch on fire. So we had a problem where we caught the woods.
There's a statute of limitations on this?
There has to be, hopefully.
Yeah, there better be.
I caught a field on fire, too, a whole big field on fire one time because we were jerking around with WD-40. Did you ever do that with the lighter and the WD-40? You shoot it. It's like a flamethrower.
Yes, I actually have.
And, of course, it caught it like a cornfield on fire. And then the whole thing just went up. We ran out. We ran all the way around the neighborhood. And by the time we got back up, all the fire trucks were up there.
All right, we're going to take a break before Paul gets arrested here on the Fan Morning Show on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates play today at 12:35 against the St. Louis Cardinals in the rubber match of the 3-game series. The Cardinals have fallen back to the third wildcard spot in the National League. Pirates at 3 games back, entering the third and final game. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage starts at 11:40, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This is Zach Galbathon, obviously Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. Tyrese Maxey's a budding star. Joel Embiid is a top 5 player, but with all the wear and tear on his body, you don't know how many elite years he has left. We know Ben Simmons and James Harden didn't work in Philly, and Daryl Morey knew he needed to make a big splash this offseason, and did so by landing Paul George. And a trio of Embiid, George, and Maxey puts the Sixers in as good of a position as they've ever been in since Embiid became the face of the franchise. I'm Zach Gelb.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16. And get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Excluding supply. See Lowe's.com for more details. While supplies last.
How many Rock and Roll Hall of Famers have been on the Talk is Jericho podcast with me, Chris Jericho? Well, gee, let's see how many I can name off the top of my head. Metallica, Kiss, Slash, and Duff from Guns N' Roses, Angus Young, Brian Johnson from AC/DC, Chad Smith from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. You want more? I got so many more, but I'm all out of time right now. So come rock with me, Chris Jericho, on Talk is Jericho. Listen to and follow now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16. And get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount, excluding supply. See Lowe's.com for more details. While supplies last.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani, and I have a question for you. When is the last time you've looked at a price tag and smiled? Well, if you visit your local number 1 Cochran store, you are sure to break out in a grin. That's because their red, white, and new celebration is going on right now. Listen to this. Select vehicles have been marked with special tags, indicating extra savings of up to $1,000. That's in addition to their already reduced prices. Along with the freedom to save, you can also pick up Western PA's largest selection with 19 number 1 Cochran new car brands available. You can check out their inventory online at Cochran.com, but you'll only see the extra saving tags in number 1 Cochran stores. So visit your preferred location before the red, white, and new celebration ends on July the 6th. Up to $1,000 off MSRP applies to select new models in stock while supplies last. May not stack with other offers. End 7/6/24.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
DQ presents
Picture this. Picture the DQ freezer, home to all the Blizzard flavors of the past. Picture it opening to bring back the salted caramel truffle blizzard for a limited time. Picture that salted caramel truffle blizzard in your hands. It's all yours. No, really, it's all yours. This treat is too good to share. Everyone will have to get one for themselves. Hurry in to get this flavor before the DQ freezer closes. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Hey everyone, it's Boomer Esiason here. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your game, all with the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Postgame sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Praise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Dunkin's dropping a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. It's energy for the fun of it. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. It's what you need when your afternoon needs you to get going. Participation may vary. Limited time offer. America runs on Dunkin'.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. And, you know, it's 4th of July. We're all Americans. We're all together. So instead of actually a loser tweet, there was one that made me smile. It was one that was posted. It's a picture of Thomas Jefferson, and it says, Thomas Jefferson, July 3rd, 1776. And the quotes are, crap, that's due tomorrow.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yes.
There's your little chuckle of the day.
Yes, there you have it. That's a good one. Usually the social media's biggest loser is actually Joe makes it Mulsey or Donnie, because they have their Awaken 180. So he also makes it a positive, not a negative.
There you go.
Right?
There you go. Oh, this has been fun. This is cool.
Absolutely. Tomorrow I got something pretty cool. I'm solo tomorrow again because I'm sure Joe has, you know.
A golf date?
A golf date. You know, I don't know if he's playing Pebble Beach or, you know, Augusta, but I'm sure it's one of the best courses in America, or, you know, because he gets invited. He gets invited to more courses than anybody I know. But tomorrow at noon in studio, I will be joined by Scott Blasey, who is the lead singer of the Clarks. Yeah. So that'll be a pretty cool.
Oh, that's
segment.
cool.
He did a segment with me, did an hour with me on KDKA when I was on KDKA a couple year and a half ago. So I figured a holiday weekend, you know, what's something a little different that I think people will enjoy. He's great. Did you know he's a really good basketball player?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he was a really good guy. He didn't play for the varsity team, I don't think, at Indiana, at IUP, but he apparently was a legend in, like, the intramurals and all that other stuff.
No kidding.
Avid swimmer, golfer, you know.
9 straight threes?
He's never made 9 threes, but he's tried.
I will say this. I actually believe that Chris did that. I do.
How many people have you ever met? How many people have you ever met that have made 9 straight threes?
This side of the NBA, not a lot. So I was rebounding for him during our 5-alarm marathon over at the court by where we were at the Green Tree Volunteer Fire Department. And he had the worst rims. It was those double rims.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You know, they keep from trying to bust backboards. So, I mean, there's no give. Like, it's either going straight in or you're getting no roll. So, yeah, he had it tough.
I have an announcement.
He had it tough that day.
Joe's running late, so you two may continue.
All right.
Well, that's good.
That's good. That is good.
I mean, it's a holiday. To be honest, we might just I might just stay here for the next hour and a half and hang out with him. How about that?
He might be. You got to make sure you're out on time for Dan Zangrilli. He's got a lot to talk about. 11:40 North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Bucks and Cardinals 12:35. And you knew with the Cardinals, Paul, that they had a bad year last year. You just knew that they weren't going to be down for long, even though they don't have a ton of names. I mean, Goldschmidt and Arenado, but they don't have like, oh, wow, they've got this guy in the rotation, or they find it's that organization that just finds ways to win. And last year, for the first time in forever, they didn't. But here they are again in the last wild card spot. I mean, they just – and I'll say this for their fans, of the ones that come to town, and maybe it's just because they've had so much success against the Pirates.
Yeah.
But they're the ones you don't mind. Like, there are some that come to town, Philly, that just drive you nuts. Like, they're just over the top.
And you know what? If you ever go to St. Louis, it's a great place to watch baseball. Hey, it's City Limits in there. Tell him to come in here real quick.
It's IT right now. Austin left for a moment.
What is he doing?
Oh.
You want IT?
No. I want City Limits.
Okay, I'll send him in whenever you're.
We got to ask him his perspective on the.
Oh yes.
And I mean, we're able to do it stalling here. So.
Right. While we're waiting for that, let's do fan weather. Brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 86 today. 65% chance of rain. Good chance it will miss the ball game, and then tomorrow, high of 87, a chance of some storms.
So you'll be at
in
the
the
game
afternoon.
today?
I will be, and then the weekend looks great. Here he is.
I'll be at the game as well.
Look at that USA hat.
Hello, Jeff. Hello, Paul.
Hey, so we got Callis's perspective on the hot dog eating contest. How did you fare in this event?
Well, going into it, I know that the over-under for me was set at 2.5, which seems like a pretty low number, especially thinking that we were going to get, like, regular-size hot dogs, not the ginormous hot dogs that we got. So Mueller pretty much equated it to eating double. Like, whatever number you ate, double that number. I ate 3, which is the equivalent of about 6, and I hit the over, so I feel pretty good about myself.
Did at any point during that contest you think, damn, these are pretty good? Like,
they were good hot dogs.
Right.
They were
like, I
very
just
good.
want to enjoy these hot dogs instead of trying to shove them down my throat.
Well, I knew that I did not have a very good shot to win it just because I don't eat a lot of food naturally. Like, I get stuffed pretty easily. So I knew that as long as I hit my personal goal of hitting that 2.5 over, which seemed pretty disrespectful from the start, then I'd come out a winner. And Pony and Mueller graded me an A-, so I'll take it.
So the funny thing is, and I was talking to this with Jeff and Callis, is I did not hear the contest. I was in, I had gotten out of my car, and then like about 3:20, I got back into my car in time for whoever was Borges, was Nelly doing the producing?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, to hear him do his update, and he says T-Bird wins the hot dog eating contest. To which I said, who the hell is T-Bird? I didn't even know who he was.
Well, Paul, you would have met him at the 5-alarm marathon he was producing overnight. When Callis and I did that show,
Right. So
T-Bird was the producer.
They said they described him. He's the guy with the glasses.
Right.
Right. He's newer.
He's a newer guy.
Right, newer guy. So I didn't even know he was a part of it. That's the other thing. Callis was giving me a hard time. I heard him on the morning show yesterday giving me a hard time because I picked Nelly to win it.
Who didn't even participate.
Right, but
that's why it's
Well,
funny.
I thought at the time that he was.
He gave me the list.
Oh, it's Austin's fault.
It's his
It is my
fault.
fault.
He gave me. I said, "Who is in this thing?" And he said, "Nelly." And I said, "Which Nelly?" Because Joe has two Nellies. And he said, "Both." Both of them, right? And you and Seth.
Seth Davis.
Did we get the right
AKA
Seth?
Seth Lundy.
Or were both of them on there?
I think there's only one Seth.
No,
One
there's
actual
Sean. There's
Seth.
Sean.
Oh, Sean. Yeah, don't call me Seth.
Yeah.
They were both in.
Seth. I said, you know what? I'm going to go with a dark horse candidate here. That would be Nelly. And then
Nelly was a late scratch.
And then he was a late scratch, and you blew me up on the morning show there.
I thought it was funny. Now, if you would have picked a dark horse in T-Birds, you probably could have bet 10 and won 500 for that.
I didn't even know who he was.
He was a late addition to the party in the competition.
Me, I didn't know. I didn't know who he was. And Jeff, would you ever participate in a hot dog eating?
Not at this point in life. Like back in high school when you could eat everything, and your metabolism is going like. No.
Do you think you could eat? Did you see the hot dogs?
Yeah.
Do you think you could eat
I actually
three
got
of them?
hungry looking at them like, damn, these look good.
They were very good.
Would you be able to eat three of them?
I think I'd be able to eat three. No more. And I'm not going to do the wet the bun.
No, some people were.
And I'm going to ask for
Seth
like
was.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for some condiments. Like I'm going to enjoy these things.
Yo, Dom T. Tomaso was asking before it started. He asked Podium Muller, he's like, can I put the condiments on beforehand? A little ketchup.
Wait, how did he do?
So, by the way,
he won.
Dom didn't win.
Dom ate one hot dog.
I thought you said how many.
And it took him about 9 minutes to eat one hot dog.
After he decided to practice and ate a bunch the night before.
That was his problem. Like, why would you do that? Try to train yourself. Aren't you supposed to fast before the contest?
And by the way,
you need a balance, and I kind of fasted. It didn't work out for me. So you need a balance. You need to eat enough. You need to fill your stomach enough to expand it. Yeah, Tom prepared elegantly. It was great.
Well, I think
you missed what Callis said was his secret, and he did finish in second place. As he described it, he held his wiener in one hand and then had the bun in the other.
Right.
Well,
Those are the
congratulations
words
on all
of
your
Callis.
success, Callis. Whatever floats your boat, buddy.
Well, I mean,
whatever
again,
tickles your fancy.
Tickle. Okay.
I'm just saying, I don't think I could eat three of those things.
No.
Those hot dogs?
I used to be a legendary eater, but I can't do it anymore.
Once I got to the end of the third, I was like, this is it.
Man, there's a car that just flew into this parking lot. I'm guessing it's Starkey. It so much so it caught my attention flying. It was I won't say what kind of car it is because, you never know. Is it true, by the way, Austin, I heard today from Cal, there are like miles per hour pitch limits in wiffle ball?
Yeah, there are. It depends on what league you're in. Our league doesn't have one.
So how do you know?
Some places have a radar gun where it'll set up. I'm not kidding. I don't know the name of it, but they'll set up like a radar behind the strike zone a little bit to the right or left of it, right by the pitch back, and it'll automatically tell you how fast the pitch is. And some people will give a pitch violation or a pitch warning. I don't know because we haven't had to deal with it yet because we haven't played in a game or a tournament or a league where it's affected something like us. But I know that other leagues do have it in effect.
So we had a thing, like we played our church league, we played modified fast pitch. So you couldn't wind up. Your arm couldn't go over your shoulder.
Yeah.
Was basically it. But however much power you could get from that. But radar gun.
We have guys that legitimately probably throw 85 from 40 feet.
Really?
I'm not kidding. Like, in terms of the distance, like if it was 60 feet, it'd be probably 75, 70.
They throw 80 miles an hour with a wiffle ball?
That's what we're seeing, yeah. Well, we use different wiffle. We don't use the wiffle balls with holes on just one side. We use basically baseball training balls. They're called Steerike 3 balls, and they have holes on either side. It's a firm plastic.
Yeah.
It's basically baseball with plastic equipment in our league, at least, which is different.
A bucket hat just walked in.
Even late. Fucking Harry announces it to the
Oh, we're on the air. Hey, have a a seat, Joe. We're on the air. Have a seat.
We're on the air.
I dumped him. Was that the right thing to do?
Yes, that was the right thing.
Hey, Joe. Hello, Joe.
Comes running in. He's yelling. He's got a bucket hat. He's screaming and yelling.
Good job, Harry.
Kicking things. Telling everything.
Happy 4th of July to you, Joe.
Joe, come on, have a seat before we get out of here.
Wow, and before you get fired. Hey, come on in.
We had your back. We had your back, Harry. I mean,
unbelievable.
What?
I call city limits.
He called me 4 times in the last 2 minutes.
Right
and he
on
left
the
a
cusp.
voicemail.
If you can buy me a minute, the unspoken part is nobody will know that I'm running. It'll seem normal, right?
Right.
So then Harry gets on the air and says,
"Yeah, hey, he's running late." So
Starkey's running late, so that's why I came in and cursed Harry. Did we dump it?
No,
Harry did. Yes.
The biggest thing, the biggest thing, Joe, as you always say, if you're right on time, you're not late. So you know what I mean? Like our show starts at 10:04.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, every day.
10:03, 10:04.
I was here at 10:04.
10:04, and the reason.
So you're getting a lecture about time from Zeiss.
No. I'm saying he was on time by me. I'm saying
he's on Zeiss time.
Harry over here, right? Because he doesn't run the morning show correctly, and he lets them just run over the clock all the time. You know what I mean? They sign off at 56. And then he's got like 15 minutes of commercials that he didn't get in that he was supposed to get in during the show. Then he jams them all in at the end.
Paul, can you tell a story about?
Now Harry outed me.
He's back there laughing about it.
The truth of the matter.
He knows.
Wait.
Yeah, he knows.
Talk about your time doing the night shift before with the PM team. They treated you very well, didn't they?
The PM team. Right. The
PM team doesn't get out until 6 o'clock.
Every single day, Jeff. Pony's in there breathing fire down his neck that we get out on time so they can start their show on time. So yesterday I finally had enough, right? They did that yesterday. And then Pony comes in like, Eddie Haskell from Leave It to Beaver. What? Me? What? What are you talking about? And I said, yeah, I think it's hilarious that you are here giving us a hard time for going 30 seconds long, considering most damn nights I would get on at 6:19 because you guys wouldn't get out till 6:04, and then you had 15 minutes of commercials that you had to catch up from. So don't ever lecture us if we go 30 seconds too long. Listen to this guy.
Harry's losing it in there.
That's what happened there. Joe,
he can't stop laughing.
The truth of the matter was that I was on a golf course with Mulsey.
Yes.
And I had a chance at in the 80s. So
did you get it?
Yeah, I got an 88.
There you go.
That Moon.
Very nice.
So I didn't want to.
Oh, this is warm up for
the Moon Open
for Colony's balls. Find Jim's balls, isn't it?
When is that?
That's this weekend, isn't it? I'm going to be away.
Find Jim.
I will say this though, Josh Roundtree. Speaking of that, was amazing during that call yesterday. The Wiener Whisperer. He called. Who won the thing?
T-Bird. The dark horse.
I'll tell you this. Are we still going here?
Yeah,
we're still on the air. Still watch the language.
Am I fired or?
No, we're good.
Roundtree was unbelievable. Here's a little known story. And the post-game interviews from the Wiener roast yesterday were amazing from the hot dog eating contest. I left here and saw T-Bird coming in. I was the first person who encountered the eventual winner. I think he was baked, but I won't. I won't definitely say that.
So he was on PEDs from hot dog standards
for testing. I don't know, but he also said he ate chia seeds.
Yes.
What's that?
To expand his stomach. I don't know what they are.
He said that publicly in the post-game interview.
Did he?
He did.
He said I read a piece on competitive eating, and that's how you expand your stomach.
Chia seeds?
Chia seeds and a bunch of water or apple juice, something like that. And he seemed very calm. Like he knew he was going to win.
Well, Chia. So, were you the name that? Are you the person that gave him the nickname T-Bird, or is that his actual nickname?
No, I gave him that. T-Bird.
Okay. Because, like I said, that's what I said to Jeff. I said, Jeff, we were talking earlier. I said, working with you it took me about a month and a half to figure out who the hell everybody is. You know what I'm saying? Because you had a nickname for everybody.
I still don't think Ron knew my name until the last week of the show.
I still don't think he does.
He just walked by and I go, hi, Ron. And go, all right now, good to see you. And that was it.
Yes.
No name, no anything.
Look, was that your phone?
No, it's my wife. She doesn't know that I'm.
Well, on that note, we have some spots we have to play before you can start.
We can get the show started at 10:20.
We got Harry once again, letting the host run all over him,
run amok,
and not play all the spots he's supposed to play. So you've got some time to call your wife back right
now. Oh, you're one of those hosts then, though. So
what?
That's running all over me.
Well, maybe, but I my point is, it happens to you every day.
So Nicholas, it's you and me tomorrow morning. Paul. Then after,
I'm at 10
I don't know
tomorrow.
what the PM team is.
I want you to have the spots set so that I start at 10:04.
10:04?
That's when I start every day.
Aye, Captain. You got it.
How come that screen doesn't have all of us separate there? Is that the way it is? Because it's a holiday? What's happening here?
No, it's the wide shot because we only have 3 cameras for 3 microphones. So that's so you.
Thank you, Harry. You know, it's great, Harry. We still don't have Austin in the shot here.
I didn't set up the cameras. I just cut to the right one. Yeah, so you can see his hand. There it is.
Can you give us the 3 shot just real quick, just for Joe's sake? Can you do that real quick before we get out of here?
For people watching on 93.7 The Fan. Harry, are you down? There we go. Very nice.
There he is. You can see his hat.
Harry, are you okay today? You sounded down in the postgame. You were a heavy favorite, and it just seemed like you wilted late. I heard you talking about your strategy. It sounded like an Olympic runner who got out too fast and didn't have a finishing kick. Am I right about that? And how are you today?
Yeah, you're right about that. I downed about 4 in 3.5 minutes, and that hurt. I went to the bathroom aggressively this morning, and it wasn't fun. So that's all you need to know about my morning. Yeah.
All right. On that note,
Jeff, thank you, and I'm sorry I kept you this morning.
No problem. No problem.
You understand. You understand as well as anyone.
Golf is. I've always told you this even during the week when we were on the show together.
Yeah.
If you have a round going and you're going to be a few minutes late, I'll start the show and you get here when you get here.
Hey, Paul, real quick, it was a horrible round. Taking direction of things, we got to go. It's time to get out.
Bye.
We're out.
Thank you.
Joe's next.
Thank you,
Bye,
Harry.
Nick.
Thanks.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
In 1776, President John Adams predicted July 4th would be celebrated with fireworks across America. Well, Phantom Fireworks has been perfecting backyard celebrations for 50 years. Phantom has over 1,200 locations with every type of fireworks available by law. Our fireworks are brighter, louder, and the safest your family can buy. Phantom Fireworks, lighting up backyards of America from coast to coast. Visit your nearest Phantom Fireworks store today. Click fireworks.com for showroom specials, coupons, and a location near you.
Chris Muller here, fresh from the Awaken 180 open house at their new location in Mars, and let me tell you, the vibes, absolutely electric. And what really blew me away was meeting listeners who've shed 30, 40, 50 pounds or more, and they were thanking me and Donnie. It gave me a new perspective on what it really means to share our success stories. Feels like we're changing lives because we are. And I also realized something huge. Keeping the weight off wasn't just a phase for them. It was a total lifestyle overhaul. Like this one listener, she was inspired by her husband who lost 50 pounds with Awaken 180. She didn't even think he needed to lose it, but after she saw his transformation, she went for it and dropped over 45 pounds herself. That's incredible, right? The real kicker for me was seeing how the Awaken 180 coaches interact with clients. They're reviewing results, planning next steps. It's more than motivation. It's a personal connection. They're genuinely invested in our success just as much as we are. Working with Awaken 180 feels like teaming up with a friend because, well, you are. Team up at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
The Pittsburgh Riverhounds are back at Highmark Stadium Saturday, July 6th for another home game during their 25th anniversary season. The Riverhounds host Monterey Bay FC at 7 p.m. Come early and enjoy their 4th of July block party, along with an appearance from WWE superstar Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Also enjoy their food and drink specials, family activities, and of course, professional soccer. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG injury lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit lgkg.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey. I love talking sports with you, but I'd like to talk to you about where I got my start, Westminster College. I was a student athlete on the Titans baseball team and graduated with a degree in broadcast communications. It's a place that means a lot to me. Not only did I learn from great professors, I got hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. 300 beautiful acres in New Wilmington, just an hour from Pittsburgh. 98% of students receive financial aid. Visit westminster.edu to learn how real experiences lead to real success.
You've been walking around and tripping on those things for years. You want freedom? You want space to move? You want peace of mind? You want to book us online. 2menandajunktruck.com.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
A stacked July at Wild Things Park continues July 5th through the 7th with weekend fun and high-level baseball. Enjoy fireworks, Jimmy Buffett night with a Hawaiian shirt giveaway presented by Coons Floor Sanding and Finishing, and Superhero night with a Kids Coin Bank giveaway presented by Chrome FCU and a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 10% off your entire project. No payments for 12 months. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit. PellaPittsburgh.com.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle. This back-to-school season, Tide and Downey are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. Well, it's official this time, or at least it's going to be. Josh Palacios is being recalled by the Pittsburgh Pirates, according to Noah Hiles of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette and Alex Stump of MLB.com. We do not know the corresponding roster move yet, but the Pirates do play today at 12:30 at PNC Park. Buccos are looking to try to take the rubber match against the St. Louis Cardinals, and the Pirates are currently 3 games back of St. Louis in the wild card race and 3 games under 500. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. It's a 4th of July edition of the Joe Starkey Show.
We got Joe. High five. With the Joe Starkey Show. All right. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I got to be honest, I didn't expect IT today. I'm thrilled to have him.
I didn't either.
He comes in on the 4th of July. IT, intern Trent.
He's a dedicated man.
This is impressive, man. IT, why don't you open the show just by saying how you are and what you're doing later today? And this is, you deserve this.
Hello, Joe.
Hi, IT.
Happy 4th.
Happy 4th to you. Are you going to a cookout?
I believe so, yeah.
May I stop by?
Yeah, of course. Come through.
We never go to cookouts. My wife never wants to do anything. We always wind up sitting at home, even on the 4th of July. I want to get invited to a cookout.
Would you like to come to my cookout, Joe?
Yeah, where?
My house.
Sure. What time?
3.
Are you serious?
Right after the show.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Sure. I'm sure my dad wouldn't mind.
If that, or I'd love to meet your parents. And
That'd be
people
great.
always think that I'm just, and IT, thank you for your kind offer. Don't be surprised if I stop by there as well. People think I'm just grousing for food, and I kind of am. But really, I crave the company. I don't want to sit inside on the 4th of July, even if it's raining, and sit there and watch Netflix. I want to get out and have a cookout and feel like I'm living. You know what I mean?
Oh, and the Pirate game's going on, too.
Exactly. Now I'm having stomach problems. God. If I have to, if this goes south limits, then it's your show. And believe me, it's going south.
Already.
I can feel it. Yeah.
And you didn't eat any of the hot dogs yesterday.
No, I was out on a golf course this morning with Malsey and some guy I didn't know. We had a little bit of a tense moment with the music early on. To me, and the music was good. It was Zach Bryan. Does he have a new album out or something?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he was playing that plus some familiar ones. It was great music in the end, but there was a tense moment on the first hole when he started blasting music, and I didn't know him. It was him with Malsey and I. Malsey was walking, so he didn't care. I don't even know if he could hear it at first, but it was blasting. So I said, do you mind turning that down? He's like, you don't like it? I'm like, no, I just don't want to hear it that loud this early. It was a little bit of a tense moment. Your thoughts on that? I think if you play music, and he was a wonderful man.
So you want peace and quiet.
Not
when
necessarily, but if you're going to play it, I think you ask first.
Do we get you a caddy or a chauffeur to hold up that sign, quiet please, when you take a shot?
I think it has to go the way of, do you mind if I play some music? Because I really don't like music on the golf course, but if somebody really wants to play it, then play it softly.
Especially if it's someone that you do not know.
Yeah.
I think the courtesy is probably good to just ask.
I thought so. That's what I thought. I never got a chance to discuss it with Malsey. I don't know what his thoughts were. Palacios is up, yes?
Yes, he has been recalled per Noah Hiles and Alex Stump.
What's the corresponding move?
No move yet, but he is in the Pirates clubhouse, and he has a locker right near O'Neill Cruz, but there is no corresponding move as of yet as to who will be DFA'd, sent down, or whatnot.
I mean, I just wrote this morning that Rowdy Tellez, or Rowdy Tellez if you prefer, is a feel-good story, but you can't wait on everybody. Like, I'm happy for Rowdy. We had him on last week, and he was great. And you can see in the locker room now, he's become the guy that we thought he was, like a jolly good fellow, fun. Last night he was talking about his speed. He said he'd rather have people tell him he has a gut than a belly. The belly is more insulting. He playfully challenged one of the writers to a race. That's the Rowdy we thought we were getting. Little opposite field home run that he hit about, 10 miles an hour, but he hit it, He should have gone 4 for 4. He's so hot that even his outs are 110 miles an hour.
He's improved his average by 60 points in the last month and maybe another week added on.
And it's wonderful to see. It's gone from boos on every at-bat to people chanting his name and him getting a curtain call. It's a fun story. But the Pirates would have been perfectly justified to DFA him 2 months into the season. And the moral of the Rowdy story should not be, from their perspective, see, we were patient with this guy. Now watch how patient we'll be with Sawinski and Taylor and Grandal and Triolo and Olivares. No, it can't work that way. That's not the lesson here. It's a wonderful little story. It is. And I don't think the Pirates need a first baseman now, which is great. But they still need at least one big bat and at least 2 good bats. And some of those other guys got to go. And I don't care what it takes. And Palacios up here is a step in the right direction. We were talking to Zangrilli about that yesterday. And he made the point, bringing in Palacios, it's not like you're bringing in, Frank Robinson. I get it. But at least you're trying something. It's kind of like the Steelers quarterback situation. I have no idea if Russell Wilson and Justin Fields are even going to be an upgrade on Kenny Pickett and Mason Rudolph. I think they are. I think Russell Wilson is going to be good. But the point to me is at least you're trying. At least you're doing something different. And I feel the same way here. Okay, good. Palacios is here. Take your pick on guys to be demoted, DFA'd, traded, whatever. Take your pick. At least they're doing something different. And get somebody else up here, too, from the minor leagues. Bring in an Olivares-like player from some other team. This guy is still batting cleanup in your lineup. Limits. He's still batting cleanup. He hasn't had an extra base hit since Mulsey had hair.
I just can't believe that they're running Connor Joe out there cleanup today. And the Pirates lineup is out. The speculation is going to be that Jack Sawinski is the corresponding roster move. Jack Sawinski's in center field batting 8th.
Yeah, of course he is. And that's my point. That's the point. Just because, and Shelton was kind of tooting their horn last night, see how patient, and I'm paraphrasing, how patient we were with Rowdy and how it's paid off. Well, okay, but first of all, you can't erase the fact that for 2 months, Rowdy killed your team along with a bunch of other guys. You can't erase that, the damage that was inflicted there. And again, not every story turns out this happily just because you're patient.
No, it's part of the reason that they're 3 games under 500.
Did Sawinski? What did Sawinski buy himself in Ben Cherington's world by going 3 for 3?
Probably a week and a half, maybe
month?
2.
A month?
Probably a couple weeks.
What are we doing here? What's the lineup? Read me the lineup.
Here's
Connor Joe batting cleanup.
Boy, here's the corresponding roster move. The Pirates. We've recalled outfielder Josh Palacios from AAA Indianapolis. Not going to like this, Joe. Placed right-handed pitcher Jared Jones on the 15-day injured list.
No.
Because he had that, lat issue yesterday?
Yeah.
That he came out of the game after just 5 innings.
Well, I mean, the only blessing there, and let's hope that isn't anything serious, the only blessing there is that you have the All-Star break coming up. You were going to skip starts with him anyway. So I guess he goes, put him on the shelf for 20 to 25 days, something like that. You know what I mean?
This is what Jones had to say about that injury.
Kind of felt it later in the game. Kind of just got really tight on me in the 5th inning there, and told him, and so here we are.
Is that something just going to be a evaluation moving forward? Get more details on it, probably starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Are you concerned about it?
No, I feel great. No, I mean obviously not great, but it's nothing to be concerned with. I don't think.
You can continue if you needed to.
I think that'd be really stupid, but yes, I could.
Nothing to be concerned about, I don't think, but there he goes to the injured list.
Could you have pitched if you needed? Well, injury lists are sometimes made for different situations.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
This is probably going to be hey, we're going to shut you down through the All-Star break, give you 2 weeks of rest.
3 weeks, listen, I'd rather hear lat than, forearm tightness, crap like that. And it might be just the thing that gets this guy back in position to take a regular turn down the stretch. I'm going to read this one as optimistically as possible, that Jared Jones was probably going to have more starts skipped. He's already approaching his career high in innings. So trust me, this guy was going to miss time, and now he's missing it because of this. So let's hope that he is fine and that he's back and healthy for the stretch run. As great as he's been, this isn't the worst news in the world, because I figure a guy like Marco Gonzalez is coming on. He was really good early. He can pop into that rotation for a bit, plus you get the All-Star break. So the worst news to me is the lineup every day. Can you read the lineup today, Limitless Wonder?
All right, here it is. Andrew McCutchen will lead off. Brian Reynolds batting second and left.
So far, so good.
O'Neal Cruz will bat third and play short.
That was big off a lefty last night. I didn't expect that one. He's
game
almost
winner.
unplayable against lefties.
And
Okay.
Connor Joe is batting cleanup, with a 247 average.
Yeah, as long as that's happening, or Olivares is your cleanup hitter, your lineup can't be taken seriously. But go ahead.
He's fourth. Tellez is batting fifth.
I love Rowdy Tellez. I'm driving the Rowdy Tellez bandwagon. Do you have the Mason Rudolph thing, and can we substitute Rowdy Tellez in there for that? The what would we call it? No, it was the Trubisky train, not the Rudolph train. Do you have the Trubisky train in there, the original one? This is how I feel about Rowdy. And I said it when he got hot out in mid-June. I got on this train. I'm on the Rowdy train. It's the Trubisky train.
There was no doubt about it.
Lanny, it would be more appropriate if he was on a baseball cheer like that. So I'm all about Rowdy. In fact, he should be batting cleanup. But go ahead. Next.
Nick Gonzalez follows Rowdy Tellez batting sixth and lengthens the lineup a little bit.
Yep.
Followed by Key Brian Hayes playing third base and batting seventh.
I'll tell you what. Key Brian Hayes took some great swings last night. He's been the single most disappointing player in a sea of disappointments. But he took two really good swings last night and hit a couple rockets. This can't go on all year unless it's totally injury related. He looked like he was feeling good last night, and he's a guy, if I had to pick one guy for the second half of this season, that's the key to the whole team, it's Key Brian Hayes. Let's not forget what he did last season. Little Limitless Wonder. And I'm about to look it up here on live radio. I'm pulling a Paul Zeiss. Who else we got? Who's after Key Brian?
Our good friend Jack Sawinski, batting under 180.
Hey, he was 3 for 3 that night, so you got to keep him here at least through August. What's his average? 178?
178.
Okay, next.
Batting ninth and doing the catching, Yasmani Grandal.
Yeah.
174.
I don't know. Is Yasmani Grandal, does he look overly interested to you? You know, I don't know. Maybe that's unfair. He's just been horrible at the plate. And his throws back to the pitcher, while obviously not the biggest issue the Pirates have to deal with, are unbelievably annoying. These lollipops, inaccurate lollipops that he throws back to the pitcher. Am I the only one who is annoyed by that? Maybe so.
War. W-A-R. War.
It's about the defensive war. That's why he's playing. Because he's good with the pitchers and game day planning.
So was Austin. Are you defending this?
No, I'm not trying to, but this is the Pirates' explanation.
So was Austin Hedges. Was that his name?
Yes.
Were you named after him?
No, I was not, thankfully.
Here's
good man, not a good player.
Here's Key Brian Hayes in his final 3 months. Okay, he missed July last year on account of injury. So his final 3 months were June, August, and September. And that encompassed it did, about 300 at-bats. That's not a tiny sample size. In June, he hit .337 with a .518 slug and an .855 OPS and 3 homers, which is a pace for about 18 over a year. Then he came back in August and had, I think, the best month of his career, other than maybe when he first started all those years ago. .320 with a .588 slug and nearly 1,000 OPS and 6 homers and 20 RBIs. So you're thinking, all right, he's bound to come down in September. Not so much. 500 slug, 800 OPS, and 4 more homers. I mean, that's a legitimately large sample size that had me thinking, and had a lot of people thinking, this guy's coming into this year as a legit, anywhere from 1 to 4 hitter that you can probably count on. Some people had this dude as a low-key MVP candidate. That's 13 home runs in his final 3 months and probably around a 900 OPS, which is on-base plus slugging for the uninitiated out there, city limits. So I don't necessarily laugh or scoff when people like Ben Cherington and Bob Nutting and Derek Shelton say, yeah, internal improvements, we got to have them. Of course you do. but you're not going to get them necessarily from all the guys who completely stink. Brian Hayes, you have to play. I get it. And there's a pretty good chance he's going to come around. Tellez is a feel-good story. Sawinski, Grandal, Triolo, Olivares, even Connor Joe at this point, man, I don't know. You got to be looking for bats. And it's unbelievably infuriating that we have to sit there and watch this on a daily basis. That Connor Joe, who's done some good things here, is your cleanup hitter again today. Thoughts? City Limits?
I'm still thinking back to Jared Jones going on the injured list, too. He would have made likely 2 more starts if both of his turns in the rotation would have came up again, and the last would have been Sunday right before the All-Star break.
Yeah.
So the Pirates probably would have limited that to just 1 start, maybe go with Luis Ortiz. But you're right on the lineup. It just doesn't seem plausible that Brian Hayes can go an entire season and basically not have a hot stretch. Like we saw, maybe not a 2-month hot stretch like last season where he finally looked like the 2020 Brian Hayes when he came up.
Yeah.
2 hits last night. If they don't get him going, I mean, think about...
Palacios not in the lineup then?
Not in the lineup today. They call him up and he's not even in the lineup.
You call him up, he's red hot, and you're going to have Sawinski in there instead. I'm not even like a fan, and I want to break something right now. I really do. For Ben Cherington just sitting there and watching this daily debacle. By the way, when I put City Limits Austin into Google,
yes.
I want to get to the point where you come up before the actual music festival, which is in Austin, Texas in October. Limits. Let me see if I put Bechtold in there, if you come up at all. Austin's, there he is. You lead the league there. You lead the Google search. Austin Bechtold, producer, part-time host. It's on LinkedIn.
Oh,
do you put your nickname on LinkedIn?
No.
Then how does City Limits come up there?
Probably just my name. I don't know if City Limits comes up anywhere else. There's a tweet that I made, the City Limits No Limits t-shirt, the O'Neill Cruz shirt. That comes up.
Unbelievable. Then I'm wondering why City Limits comes up on your LinkedIn.
I don't know. That was from when I was doing the early morning show. I updated that the last time.
It's very curious.
Those early mornings.
And then do you put it on your Twitter profile?
I don't have it in my Twitter profile, no.
I think you should actually have it there because you become like Donnie Football where you're synonymous with your nickname, and your nickname is what's going to make you money.
Do you think so?
Yeah. For example,
I talked to Lanny the other day, and he thinks the opposite. He thinks that I should make sure I stick by my main name.
He's wrong.
I said I can balance out both.
You go ask Donnie Football how he would be doing with his real. I'm sure he would be doing well, but he is Donnie Football.
He is Donnie Football.
He should change his legal name to Donnie Football.
I don't know about that. I don't think Sarah would like that.
Who?
His girlfriend.
Because she would then be Sarah Football?
Yes. Maybe.
What's her last name? Do you know?
Yes. I think it's Woodall, I think.
So Sarah Woodall
I don't know if
Football?
I pronounced it correctly.
Sarah Woodall Football. Yeah, I can see why she wouldn't like that, I guess. But Lanny should go talk to Horse about how that nickname, when he was shaking hands after one of his Pee Wee football games that he coached, the other coaches and the officials would say, "Hi, Horse," to him. Lanny should talk to Folsey, who, last I heard, was thinking about opening his own petting zoo, where he's the object to be petted.
Him and Horse should.
Yeah.
It fits the category.
We were trying to get him, in fact, we were trying to get him a petting zoo endorsement. So if you're going to do endorsements, trust me, it's going to be as City Limits. Or, Austin City Limits Bechtold,
yeah,
right?
that would be the goal.
That's fine. You have to have a stage name.
You don't have a stage name.
I know. They were calling me the Machine on the golf course the other day. Starkey's Machine or something?
The Starkey Machine.
Yeah.
Joe the Machine Starkey. Like IT.
Now, do you want to continue with City Limits? I thought it went well during
It's gone, I think, very well.
During the Wiener Roast yesterday.
It did, yes.
When Josh Roundtree was referring to you as City. I mean, that's just great stuff.
It's caught on for everyone.
Can we listen to that coming up?
Yes, we can.
I want to hear the final minute or two and then some of the post-game interviews from that as we get you ready for Pirates-Cardinals rubber match today. I think it was spectacular radio. I had my doubts. But, man, when Pony was doing the post-game interviews and Mulsey and Pony and Roundtree, he was great, wasn't he?
Yeah, how about the outfit that Roundtree wore? Did you see that? He looked like a carnival barker.
Yeah, he dressed like the guy who does the real hot dog eating contest.
Yes, and he had a nice straw hat and a suit.
And I even thought that Jack Hillgrove as timekeeper, I mean, that was a job that he could have sort of blown off, not given his all. He was great.
He significantly cared.
He dove into that
Which is half the battle.
Like Josh Harrison used to that utility role. Remember that?
Yes, and in rundowns.
Wherever you want to put me, you're getting my best. That was Jack Hillgrove. You'll hear him, especially with his 1-minute call. Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Here's a rundown of what's happening on today's show. Well, it's going to be a shortened show.
Oh, wait, we have Mark Cabali coming on.
We do?
Yes.
When?
Now, like
What?
any minute.
Okay.
So we'll come back and talk to Cabali.
We'll go to the big boy next. We'll get to the yesterday's hot dog eating contest. There's all kinds of treats, and we're taking you right up till Pirate pregame at 11:40. Fan Twitter brought to you by, and that's JP Roofing and Siding, of course. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's talk mustaches. There's a certain Pirates pitcher that has a wonderful mustache. City Limits to my left is going with a mustache patterned after him, or maybe, just maybe, his mustache is inspired by Joe Potocznik, the team owner, the GM, the head coach, and the star player of JP Roofing and Siding. I think it might be. Joe and his mustache many years ago, many decades ago, 43 years to be precise, went into business together. The mustache wanted a non-disclosure agreement. Joe wouldn't sign it. He was sure about that, and he was sure about one other thing, that he was going to succeed. And look at him now, 43 years later. Nationally recognized company, platinum preferred, not an easy designation to get. Listen, you don't want to be Googling this up or things like that where you're basically, trying to get a lottery ticket for work on your house. You want something tried and true. That's Joe. That's JP Roofing and Siding. $500 off right now. Any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Martin Perez will pitch for the Pirates. Andre Palante will throw for the Cardinals. Rubber match of the series. Pirates looking to take 2 out of 3 from St. Louis and move to just 2 games back of a wild card spot, with Andrew McCutchen leading off, followed by Brian Reynolds. O'Neal Cruz batting third. Connor Joe in the cleanup spot. Rowdy Tellez will play first base and bat fifth. Nick Gonzalez will play second base and bat sixth, followed by Ke'Bryan Hayes, Jack Sawinski, and Yasmani Grandal. Josh Palacios has been recalled to the Pirates. Jared Jones has been placed on the 15-day injured list. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
937 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Hickory Heights, Shooters Golf, Southwest Greens at PA, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Old Stonewall Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Starkey here. You know how much I love Shooters Golf and Event Center in Wexford. The Baranowski family owns Shooters, also Barry's Pub, the original North Park Lounge in McCandless, just opened at their North Park Lounge location across from La Roche University. The Chillin' Drive-Thru, specialty coffees using La Prima's coffee from here in Pittsburgh, energy drinks, refresher drinks. The food is delicious, egg sandwiches. I've tried almost all of it, wraps, salads. So check out Shooter's new concept, Chillin' Drive-Thru, open 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, located at the North Park Lounge in McCandless.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk, listen live, or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Free and Gentle. This back-to-school season, Tide and Downy are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give MVP's Pro Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not an MVP's Pro Rewards member? Join today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Rich Herrera with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. Today is the anniversary of baseball's Gettysburg Address. When the Yankees honored Lou Gehrig back in 1939, he was given a silver trophy from the team that day, but something you might not know, when the Yankees retired as number 4, he was the first player to ever receive that honor. His words still ring true today. He was indeed the luckiest man on the face of the earth. I'm Rich Herrera.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16 and get up to 40% off. Plus, save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details while supplies last.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through July 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
I was in shock. How can I be this athlete and end up with a full blockage in my left artery? UPMC was the only one that was doing robotic heart surgery for my particular needs.
UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute is pioneering minimally invasive techniques for robotic cardiac surgery for faster recovery times.
6 weeks after surgery, I'm able to teach martial arts and I'm able to be an athlete again.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
HM3 Partners Independence Fund presents Celebrity Care Fest benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment. July 26th and 27th. Pat Benatar, Smokey Robinson, and a superstar artist so big we can't say it here. How about that? Learn who at hm3.org. Tickets on sale at hm3.org. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry Contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. So get on there and get your chance to win for this week. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Why isn't Caballi on the screen here, Limits?
Because he's currently sitting out by the pool.
Ah, that's like Ron does every day of his life. Do you miss Ron, Mark?
Oh, Ron texts me all the time.
Does he?
Oh, yeah, he texted me a couple times the other day.
What's he say?
I don't think it's really stuff I could use on air, so
interesting.
City Limits might have to dump it, so we'll stay away from that.
You're a pathetic person, you know that?
He's not texting others. There are other people who are telling me, because everybody I talk to wants to know how Ron's doing, and I haven't heard from him in a while, and they say, yeah, I've texted him, and I never heard back. Poor little Folsey texted him a couple times to be on his show, and Ron never got back to him.
Oh, I know he does his 7-mile walk in the morning every day, really early in the morning, so I know that. So
7 miles?
Something like that. He texted me, I just got done with my 7-mile walk, and it was like 9 a.m. I'm like, oh, my. Ron, bored.
Holy corn follicles. It's Mark Caballi of The Athletic. He's on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. So, of all the people out there, Max Brown, you remember him from Pitt?
Barely, yes.
Well, you and everybody else barely remembers him. Apparently, he was on a podcast this week, and it was Guy Haberman's YouTube channel. I'm not sure who he is either. Take the football out of it. In between the years, how does Russell lead? Max Brown asked. How does Russell relate to his team? Can Russell sit with the uneasiest that I'm no longer a top 10 quarterback? How does that work when the Pittsburgh media, he means people like you, Kabali, is on him for being a middling quarterback, and he says the sun is always shining, and we know that's not true? I guess the question in there, Dr. Kabali, is if Russell Wilson is anything less than good, like, a top 10 type guy, how does he handle that? How does he handle the media? How does he handle, everything? Because it seems like the biggest charge against this guy is that he's too positive. Is there such a thing?
You're asking the guy who's the opposite of that, right? I'm not very positive in my life, but, it's not like Russell Wilson has been a top 10 quarterback last year or the year before that or the year before that. So there's history behind him not being a top 10 quarterback. So I don't understand. I don't know, Joe. I don't know how he will react. It's going to depend a lot on, guys like you too, how he handles some of the situations. But everything I've seen from him right now is he's a perfect pro, and I can't see him going public or anything to that matter if he does have a bad game or two. But we know darn well there is some truth to the fact that the first couple of games he does not play well, and there will be some of those. There will be certain people calling for his job. But
it was a joke.
I don't think that he will handle it poorly. And I don't honestly, I hate to say this at this time in July, but I don't see him struggling to the point where people will be calling for him to, Justin Fields to get in there. So, but I don't know how Max Brown knows this. I don't know how Joe Haberman-Klein knows this, but it is July and you're looking for some content, right?
Well, they're speculating. Did you hear City Limits drop that little line of you saying that?
Yes, that's a pretty good drop there.
You didn't
it
seem
was
to
a
take
joke.
I love that.
It was a joke. It's still talking about. It's the funniest thing in the world.
What was it in reference to? I forget.
It was the Cam Hayward going to Cleveland stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He said, well, my family lives in Cleveland. I think he just said on a podcast, or he said to Jim Rome just yesterday or 2 days ago, it's like, well, I'm going to play somewhere next year regardless. Okay, that's what I wrote. That's what you said. He goes, it might not be Cleveland. Yeah, until Cleveland might be the only one that actually offers you if it gets to that point, so whatever. As you said, as the drop would say, Joe, it was a joke.
What time's your first beer today?
Actually, I'm heading home here pretty soon. So no beers today. I'll be driving. I'm out in Hershey, Pennsylvania right now at the Hershey Park doing some stuff there. So about a 4-hour drive home. So no drinking for me, buddy.
Yeah, I took my daughter there a couple of years ago. We accidentally wound up there. She wanted to go, I forget where. Maybe Panera Bread to eat a Panera Bread anywhere. So it was a wild goose chase, and we wound up literally by accident at Hershey Park. I'm like, let's just go to a restaurant here and spend the day here. We were going to drive home, and it wound up being one of those unexpected, really fun days. That place is fun, man.
Yes, it has a lot more rides than I was expecting. Not saying that I went on any of the rides. I went on one. You remember the old Raging Rapids at Kennywood?
It was the best ride ever at Kennywood, in my humble opinion.
There was a spinning wheel that you had to maneuver. So there was something like that here, and I almost fell right on my face. I swear to God. So I'm like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, I can't go on those rides. What's Raging Rapids tops my list. Limits, what's the best ride ever at Kennywood? And I would like IT's opinion too. Limits, of course, not paying attention to the show. IT, grab the mic. What's the greatest ride ever at Kennywood?
It's got to be the Phantom's Revenge.
Phantom's Revenge for IT. Limits, how about you? Greatest ride ever at Kennywood.
Sounds like a 20-year-old talking there.
I gotta say the Thunderbolt.
The Thunderbolt. I apologize for interrupting your phone conversation. Kabali, how about you?
Well, the Log Jammer was always one of the favorites, right?
That was the roller coaster that went into the pool?
That was just it was a big log. I don't know. No, that was the Pittsburgh Plunge.
Pittsburgh Plunge.
I'm talking to you. You don't know what the Log Jammer is, Joe? You call yourself a Pittsburgher?
Was it what? Did it go into the water?
Yeah, it's a water ride.
Yeah, of course I do.
It looked like you were in a log.
Yeah, cleverly called the Log Jammer. Of course I do.
And they took it out to put some kind of goofy Steelers roller coaster up, I think. I don't know.
The one where you're forced to walk through the Steelers store just to get on the thing? Yeah, I know of that one.
Yeah, I have not been to Kennywood in a long time, so I do not know that.
Limits, defend your choice there, please.
Well, I like the Thunderbolt because it's a classic wooden coaster. I like the dips that it has.
Yeah.
I'm not somebody who likes heights, so that's why I don't like the Phantom as much. And I don't like the Skyrocket because it goes upside down, and I don't like going upside down. It makes me nauseous. So I like roller coasters that are like just kind of, I don't want to say gentle because that's not the definition of a roller coaster.
What about the laser loop?
The laser loop.
Joe, it seems like you would never went on a laser loop.
No, I mean, the last time I went on a roller coaster was at Hershey Park, and I started yelling at my daughter because she coaxed me onto there. And then when you go up you're going up real slowly, I started yelling at her that this isn't fun. Why did you make me do this? I hate them.
Cedar Point was not the best experience for me because all those roller coasters do is go upside down and go very high up.
Yeah, how is that fun?
I don't find it fun, but a lot of people do. Thrill seekers or people that are enjoyers of roller coasters.
I know.
I'm not one of them.
I just don't. Did you ever go on the bungee cord jump, Mark?
No. You know what? I don't fit in a lot of those things now. You ever try to go on the racers?
Neither does Limits. He's too small. They have to tie him in there with 8 seat belts to make sure he doesn't fly out.
I fit the height description, not the weight description.
He can't even get on the bumper cars. You have to be 48 inches high.
You go on the racers, and I think if you're 5'7", 140, you're too big. The restraints can't fit you. I sat on it. This was a long time ago, and I tried to put the restraint on, and it hit me in the top of the head. I'm like, well, this ain't working.
Yeah, I wasn't built for amusement parks at all. I hate almost everything in them, but I like being there and watching my kid have fun when she was little anyway. She doesn't want to go. I guess one of the good things about them growing up is she doesn't want to go to amusement parks anymore. I'm okay with that. Or water parks, God forbid.
Or deal with Dad at all.
I know, that part's sad. Fan weather brought to you by Sun. She's not even home today. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates, terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 91 today with sunny skies. Limits, may I engage Mark Cabali in a game of free association?
Yes, you can.
Why, thank you. Ray Fittipaldo says George Pickens was a victim of Matt Canada's game planning. Agree or disagree?
I think.
Agree or disagree?
Well, I disagree with saying that I think the quarterback had some issues getting them the ball as well, so it's maybe 50-50.
The single biggest problem with the Steelers' tragic offense was when Matt Canada was here, was Matt Canada, Mike Tomlin, the quarterback, or the offensive line?
It wasn't the offensive line. I would have to
They weren't exactly the 7 blocks of granite, were they?
I would say Matt Canada, but Mike Tomlin could have helped that out. So I will say Canada, but with a little bit of a side shoot on to Mike Tomlin could have stepped in a little bit earlier.
The answers are way too long, Mark. I hope you take that well. Mike Tomlin will still be coaching the Steelers at 65 years old.
No.
60.
Yeah.
Pat Freiermuth is going to be an all-pro this season.
No.
Connor Hayward will have a bigger year.
Let's hope so, yeah.
Mount Washington over-under touchdowns, 1.5.
Under.
Who's going to have more touches this season? I know I've asked you before, but perhaps you've changed your mind, and I forgot what you said. Jaylen Warren or Najee Harris?
Najee Harris.
TJ Watt's going to be Defensive Player of the Year.
I'm going to say yes. I'm thinking possibly breaking 22.5.
Holy horse milk. The Steelers' biggest surprise at training camp is going to be who?
Biggest surprise at training camp.
Yes, the biggest surprise at training
I'm
camp.
thinking here. Let me think here a little bit here.
He's thinking on live radio.
No, it's hard because it's a surprise.
I know, I surprised you. I'm sorry.
I could say Joey Porter, but that wouldn't be a surprise.
No, it wouldn't
right?
even be close to a surprise.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to...
Give us someone we've never heard of. Some guy you saw in OTAs who might be good that nobody knows about. I feel cranky today.
I'm going to say Cordero Patterson.
Ooh.
Just not for kickoff returns, for everything else.
What do you mean everything else? What did he do in OTAs, and what might we see him doing on the
He didn't
field?
show up to OTAs. He only showed up for like a couple practices. So we don't have a good look on it. Good view, but my point is you're not giving him $6 million to be a kick returner who, they kick it out of the end zone once a game. He's going to have other roles, and I think he's going to surprise some people of some of his roles. So
very interesting. Thank you, Dr. Kabali. Have a great day out in Hershey. Enjoy your 4th of July.
All right. See you, fellas.
See you, buddy.
Bye, Mark.
Did I do the weather? Didn't I just do it?
Yes.
Yeah. Did I say high of 91 today with sunny skies?
Is it 91?
Yeah, it's not sunny skies, by the way. It's supposed to rain.
Yeah.
Where did this weather report come
It's
from?
high of 89 today with cloudy skies.
Thank
that
you,
was
Lemons.
yesterday's weather. You're quite welcome.
Call now to win 2 tickets to see the Pirates game on July 19th at 6:40 p.m. Join us for Yinzer Palooza weekend at PNC Park. Celebrate all the great things we love about Pittsburgh. Kick off Yinzer Palooza weekend with a post-game Zambelli fireworks show. All right. This is exciting. Let's get to a huge event on the station yesterday. It was the hot dog eating contest, and I thought it made for spectacular radio. You're going to hear a little bit of Josh Roundtree's play-by-play. Mulsey and Pony were analysts for this. I thought Pony did some wonderful post-roast interviews. City Limits was one of them. The whole thing, it was a very exciting finish to the hot dog eating contest. We'll play a little bit of that coming up next.
It was a joke.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Martin Perez will pitch for the Pirates today. It's a 12:35 first pitch. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Dan Zangerli has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 11:40, just about a half an hour away. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Let me clarify City Limits on calling now to win 2 tickets to the Pirates game July 19th as part of the Yinzer Palooza weekend. Let's go with caller number 3. And as a bonus, you get to say hello to our dear friend IT. And if you ask, maybe you can say hello to City Limits as well, now that he has become a mustachioed celebrity. Caller number 3 at 412-928-9370.
When you get nachos, tacos, empanadas, spicy queso with jalapenos, Pepto-Bismol's there. Pepto-Bismol provides fast, effective relief from nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, and diarrhea. All the things that can happen unexpectedly on vacation. So before you travel, pack the Pepto. Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Catch 2024 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year, Cam Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and many more celebs smashing softballs for charity at the 4th Annual Three Rivers Celebrity Softball Game presented by the Corey Firm at Wild Things Park Saturday, July 13th. Tickets are available now.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man.
With a 90-year reputation, LGKG is known for its highest standards and ethics among injury attorneys. I promise you, we're different from the others. Fighting for the little guy is what we do. I'm Joe George. Find us at lgkg.com as we expand into Pittsburgh. LGKG, your home team.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane as Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Dead battery on America's birthday? America's #1 battery destination is here to help. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging at every store, and batteries starting at just $79.99. With our 4th of July sale, we have savings to help you red, white, and do any other jobs you've been putting off. It's everything you need to get back on the road at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck. O'Reilly.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's Design Studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com. This is Chris Muller with a message from Paige and her entire Awaken 180 team. They want to wish all our 93.7 The Fan listeners a happy and healthy Independence Day week. Having a party? Find your free recipes at Awaken 180 on all social media channels.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call. 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do...
Let's play something, Grandma.
became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This 4th, we're throwing a 4 for the 4th celebration at Bob's Discount Furniture, spotlighting 4 must-have trendsetters for every room in your home. 4 power sofas that'll charge up your relaxation. 4 best-selling mattresses in multiple feels. Plus interest-free financing if you pay in 4 installments with the firm. Terms apply. Join the 4 for the 4th celebration at Bob's. It's gonna be lit. Oh my God. Payment options are offered by a firm, are subject to an eligibility check, and may not be available everywhere. Terms and conditions apply.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo. Order the smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch. The smokestack will have you coming back for more all summer. Plus, the Roadhog rib sandwich is back. A juicy rib patty with sweet and smoky barbecue sauce, cheddar, pickles, and crispy onions, served on a King's Hawaiian bun. Order the smokestack or Roadhog in the GetGo app before you hit the road. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
If you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, guess what? You're eligible to join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Great rates, including their ultra-competitive HELOC product at just 3.99% for 6 months. Terms and conditions at allegiantfcu.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your fan headlines. Josh Palacios has been recalled. From AAA Indianapolis, Jared Jones has been placed on the 15-day injured list. Joshua Palacios will wear uniform number 77 this year, and according to Patrick Curris of the Pirates, he's wearing 77 because when he came into spring training this year, he decided to wear it and wants to represent the underdogs. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show. Joe. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm going to take you right into the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dr. Daniel Zangrilli. So I'm going to say goodbye here in about 13 minutes, but I wanted to share with everybody out there, and a happy 4th of July. A huge event on the Fan yesterday. It was the hot dog eating contest. It went right down to the wire. Harry Callis was a heavy favorite. T-Bird, what's his name anyway? Tom, right?
Tom.
What's his last name? You don't.
I don't think I can pronounce it.
Okay.
I can give it to you in 10 seconds.
He's an engineer, so there was some question as to his eligibility because it was a producer type thing.
He's an on-site producer.
I was just going to say he's an on-site producer. Thank you, City Limits.
Tom's last name is Kadin Zarite.
Thank you.
Something like that.
So this was right in our theater here. They all had hot dogs. City Limits participated.
Yes.
He had a rough outing. Would you have?
No.
No?
I would not say rough.
Okay.
Joe, the over-under was set at 2.5, and that was considering we were going to eat normal-size hot dogs.
Yeah.
These were like bratwurst-size hot dogs.
Yeah.
And so it was basically like the equivalent of eating. I ate 3. It was basically like eating 6.
Yeah.
And I was on an empty stomach. I only had 1 piece of pizza before that day, and we ate at 3 o'clock.
That was a huge twist, is that the hot dogs were bigger than expected. Who made the mistake of training the night before by eating actual hot dogs?
That was intern Dom.
Intern Dom had a rough outing, but he seemed to be a favorite on the internet feed of the hot dog eating contest. So what you're about to hear is the final minute when things got very exciting. I think you're going to hear Harry Callis, the heavy favorite, poop out at the end. You're going to hear a dramatic win down the stretch for T-Bird. Josh Roundtree on the call was spectacular with Pony and Muller as analysts. And then you'll hear Jack Hillgrove, former student of mine at Waynesburg. Now you hear him on the station from time to time. Grandson of Bill Hillgrove, of course. He was the timekeeper here and really went about his work with a lot of zeal. So let's go to the final minute And Roundtree's call, I believe he eventually refers to the winner T-Bird as the Wiener Whisperer, which I thought was a big line. Let's go. This was yesterday.
We should remind all contestants there is a garbage can directly behind Sean. Don't call me Seth Meyers.
But Josh, at two-minute mark, if you puke, you are disqualified.
If you puke, you're out. 2 minutes ago, if you puke, you are out. T-Bird at 5, Callis at 5, Myers still working on number 2. Bechtold's given up. Dom
started trying. He's not at 1. He still has a bite left.
Dom has just finished his first hot dog. Dom is on to hot dog number 2, maybe. Donnie Football working on his 5th hot dog right now.
90 seconds left, Josh. Donnie pulling you a tie.
Myers with 3. Donnie looking to make a late run, but he's got to get moving, folks.
T-Bird and Callis appear to be neck and neck right now.
T-Bird hitting the water. He's the bratwurst basher. Look at him. Look at him fly, folks. Oh, he gives me a look there. Oh, they might be coming up on
T-Bird. I give Austin
T-Bird.
credit. He got to 3.
Austin has gotten to 3. Congratulations to
his own personal goal. He got there.
He has hit the over.
Callis appears to have a large campground around him right now.
Callis is on to 5. The crowd
urging
rising to
1
minute 6. 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. T-Bird with 5 and Callis with 5. Donnie just behind with 4. Seth, not the basketball analyst, Davis has 3.
T-Bird is looking down at Callis and observing him where he's at.
With 2 massive bites from Callis. My word! T-Bird asking for the clock.
34. T-Bird drops number 5 down. He's on his 6th.
Oh, T-Bird the first to see. He's the gouger of Georgia Hots. T-Bird.
Callis forced to dig deep. T-Bird must need to prepare another dog. He needs to prep a dog. I think Callis might throw up. Callis shaking his head no.
Seth Davis.
9, 8, 7.
Here they come. 6 for
He still has a bite left. Callis, get there.
Hit a wall. It's over. And wins. T-Bird wins. The footlong finisher. The Wiener Whisperer.
Down goes Callis. I think he just lost his lunch.
Callis has thrown up.
Oh, my God.
Well, but T-Bird is the winner with 6 hot dogs.
Well, now, let's bring over our winner here, Josh, if you don't mind. A great job calling the action. Thank you, Josh. T-Bird, definitely a career maker. They don't even know his last name here. He's known only as T-Bird, like a soccer star going by one
Josh,
name.
if you don't mind, let's let
Josh
T-Bird take the mic.
set here in the middle.
This is now the presentation of the Golden Jug.
First off, let's stand up and give a round of applause to our winner, T-Bird.
I felt great for T-Bird.
I sat right next to T-Bird.
These interviews were fantastic.
Do you have any performance-enhancing substances?
There was a marijuana discussion with you.
Yeah.
Did you go to that well?
No, I was kidding, but what I really did was a little bit of chia seeds, a couple of little candy bars for some sugar, and I just drank a ton of water.
Chia seeds. Now, that'll clean you out.
I don't even know what those are.
Chia seeds will clean you out.
I read it online, man.
I read it? Well, you sound like you might have been
Googled
taking
things
some
to eat
indica
before
here.
an eating contest?
I read it online, man.
I just I was on Reddit.
You're not even sweating, by the way, right now. This isn't, and you know what? Callis over there looks very bitterly disappointed in himself.
He's sick. If he did not hear that on mic, he's
probably
sick, folks.
He's very sick. T-Bird,
I feel great.
About 90 seconds.
He feels great.
Well, Pony, this is what had me changing my tune. I thought it was Callis's race about 8 minutes in. 90 seconds to go, I noticed Callis kind of trying to put a good face on it. T-Bird starting to look very calmly over at him as they were tied and just calmly down the rest of the dog. He had a hot dog finished and could have gone to 6 with about 35 seconds left.
I thought he was at a disadvantage because he was in the bitch seat, too, which is
the middle
weird.
seat.
The middle seat.
Middle seat of the car.
Yeah.
No. He was able to look down. He was able to look down at Callis, and he did not even think that he needed to start a 6th hot dog.
Right.
Or to start a
He didn't think
7th
Callis
or
was going to
whatever.
get there.
A 7th hot dog. He was watching Callis struggle, and in a very confident maneuver, basically walked across the finish line.
And it looked like you were using the crowd, too. You were imploring the crowd.
Oh, a lot of crowd interaction.
You were playing to the crowd, yeah.
I got to thank all my fans out here.
Yes.
It really helped me win.
Yes, T-Bird's Rowdy Rooters.
T-Bird, is this your first competitive eating contest?
First time ever. Well, actually, in a contest, yeah. The only other time I've tried to competitively eat something was at this barbecue restaurant in Deep Creek. and they had a whole plate of food, and if you could finish it in
Do you think he finished it?
an hour or something.
You got it paid
Got it
for.
free.
Did you?
No, not even close. The food was terrible, so
Wow.
couldn't get through it.
The opposite of a cheap pop for them.
Did you think you would win this? I mean, you heard all the talk all the last few weeks. Did you use that as motivation? Did you look at yourself as a legit threat to win it?
Yeah, I knew I was gonna win.
Knew I was going to win. You were just laying in the weeds there. You were almost in our promo that our ace Steve Wilson put together. You were almost an afterthought. He just mumbled.
Not only
through
that,
T-Bird.
there was some discussion of whether or not he was even eligible because of the engineer versus producer.
But he is an on-site producer,
Right.
which I think takes precedence here. In many ways, you're like the senior most of these guys. Donnie maybe being a bit of an exception.
What do you
do two jobs?
What do you think you'll do with the $500, T-Bird?
Probably just pay rent for real.
No.
22, man.
You know what?
22.
See, that he's endearing, isn't he, T-Bird?
He is.
If that was a national contest, he would be a national hero right now. I'm not convinced he wasn't baked for this, which would be a huge advantage and smart. I don't think there's anything wrong with that if that was his strategy. But the fact that he's going to use the winnings for rent, the fact he ate chia seeds, he comes off as very real, does he not,
Would you like
T-Bird?
to hear my interview as
Yeah,
well?
I wanted you to pick this up in a minute, but I wanted your thoughts on that. T-Bird, a very real and relatable character, right?
Very much so. He was a dark horse, somebody that I didn't even know was in the competition for a while.
He sounds like, one of the cartoon characters off something like South Park come to life. He's endearing.
He's confident but not arrogant.
Exactly.
That's exactly how he is.
He's very, very real. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Our baseball talk, and I wanted to mention that Codify Baseball just put out this tweet. Every pitcher in history to strike out 70 batters in the first 9 games of his career while not allowing more than a dozen runs, Paul Skeens. That's it. That's the list. This guy's unbelievable. He should start the All-Star game. I saw Sean Casey said the same thing the other day. He's right. Our baseball coverage today here presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits, still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. And finally, before we get back to the interviews, post Wiener Roast yesterday. The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball, softball showcase. Parents, coaches, email us at yousports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan may make a stop at your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Century 21 Fairways Real Estate. Limits, go back to the post game yesterday because it was some of the greatest stuff.
Yes, we're short on time, so I'll play you my interview that I had with Mr. Mulsey and Pony.
Guy who made waves and actually gained a lot of fans for his complete...
Get over here, Austin.
Well, I was going to say somebody else.
Oh.
I said gained fans.
I'm proud of Austin's effort.
How many did you get to there? 3 full? 3 down?
I got 3 full, yeah. I mean, the line was set at 2.5. The goal was always to go over that.
And that was with small hot dogs.
That's what I did. That was with small hot dogs at Dollar Dog Night at the Pirate Game.
Yeah, so he really ate 6, which shattered expectations for him.
And a cavalier, relaxed style.
Yes, that was the approach that I wanted to have. Everybody else is going to start just gulping everything down, relax, eat it like you're actually eating an actual hot dog, and just like you're at a cookout.
Josh, I think that the mustachioed appearance you put forth today helped you with the relaxing style.
1,000%. It seems every time I go mustache, I hit better in wiffle ball. I'm just better at everything that I do as I channel my inner Paul Skeens, which helps me tremendously today.
There's one more person I want to bring up before we get to Josh, a guy who...
That was wonderful. And you also are an endearing character. You really are. I think that people... If this were national, you'd be a social media star right now.
Think so?
Yeah. The mustache. And what did you just mention there before that?
The mustache was in there. The wiffle ball was in there.
Wiffle ball. Yeah. How that works for wiffle ball, too. Have a wonderful 4th. I might be at your house, Limits, if I'm not at IT's.
I'm excited.
Both of you text me the menus, and I'll make my choice then.
Okay.
Happy 4th, guys.
Happy 4th.
JP Roofing and Siding, one of my favorite topics, and very happy to end there today. JP and his mustache. You know the story. They went into business 43 years ago. Little did they know that all these decades later, it would be a nationally prominent business, JP Roofing and Siding. A platinum preferred company. That is not an easy designation to get. You get it through, well, Joe got it through hard work and customer satisfaction. That's how we built this business. They've been out to my house 4 different times, did exactly what they said they would do, and I didn't worry about it anymore. You don't want to be Googling around for things like this. It's important. You want tried and true. You want JP, Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, $500 off any roofing and siding installation right now at JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711. Tell them Starkey sent you, and happy 4th to everybody out there. We'll go right into Dan Zangrilli here with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show coming up next.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now
Dan is next to preview Pirates Cardinals. Martin Perez will start for the Pirates, looking to take 2 out of 3 from St. Louis before 4 critical games against the Mets and 3 in Milwaukee. You can hear it coming up in 10 minutes. You can listen also on your Odyssey app. First pitch is at 12:35. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
937 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room
he's got weapons.
nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry, who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The best things in life, they come in 2s. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in 2s. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16. And get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details. While supplies last.
This is Rich Herrera with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. Today is the anniversary of baseball's Gettysburg Address. When the Yankees honored Lou Gehrig back in 1939, he was given a silver trophy from the team that day, but something you might not know, when the Yankees retired as number 4, he was the first player to ever receive that honor. His words still ring true today. He was indeed the luckiest man on the face of the earth. I'm Rich Herrera.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle-Gro 25-quart potting mix. Get 2 bags for just $16. And get up to 40% off, plus save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances. Hurry, these deals won't last long, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle-Gro excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details. While supplies last.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800